Oversight. I've got a couple of announcements. Be sure and hand in your vouchers today, early today, as early as you can today. Thanks. And I just wanted to share with you that Senator Gossage's mother passed away early this morning. So, yeah, we might want to keep her in your thoughts and prayers. And apparently, only Cindy and I got the message to wear leopard print today. Yeah, Kristen's close. Okay, we're going to jump right into our first presentation. We have the Office of the Child Advocate update, and I invite Carrie Leonard to the podium. Good morning, Carrie.
Making sure. Hopefully everybody's had their coffee this morning, so I get to start you off. Good morning, everyone. Chair Kincannon, and thoughts and prayers to Vice Chair Gossage, and Ranking Minority Owsley, and members of the committee. So thank you for having me here this morning to share some information and an update on the Office of Child Advocate. I'm Carrie Leonard, and I'm currently the acting child advocate with the office. In your materials, you'll find a familiar chart that provides just a quick snapshot or update as far as our investigation outcomes and our activities, and really the overall concerns that we hear and those that we're continuing to hear more often than others. One thing I do want to note on that update is that for Q3, since we're really early on in September, those numbers obviously aren't complete until the end of the month. So one thing that I think I'll just highlight as far as overall concerns that we continue to hear and are really in those top areas are agency conduct. One of the major ones are communication failures. And so probably every time you hear me share, we talk about communication being one of the major issues and concerns, and we're continuing to hear that. And I think there's a number of reasons for that, and I'll talk a little bit more about that later. Another area of concern that we're hearing quite often is family separation and reunification as the overall arching category. An area, one of the subcategories within that is failure to provide appropriate contact between child and parent. And so we're seeing an increase of those concerns coming to our office around what family time is looking like as they're working their case to reunify. Otherwise, I think that the concerns that we're hearing are fairly similar to what you've heard me present before. The number of complaints that we've received thus far for Q2 are 40, and like I said, we'll look at that at the end of the month to see where we're at from there. So wanted to provide just a quick snapshot of that. I think the other thing to note on the map that I provide, which shows a breakdown of the complaints based on the DCF area and the case management provider. You'll note that we have now added Ember Hope on the map. Some of those concerns that you may see, they had inherited as they took over that contract in July. So we'll provide a more accurate update as we move forward with that information. So just to provide really more of an update on where we're at with the office based on the new Senate Bill 115, I wanted to spend just a few minutes to share with you where we're at since July 1. So I put on their new state logo. That's we always want to make sure that we're providing information to the state as far as who we are and where we're at. So we're able to get that done with printing. Been working with support services. So Originally, we were housed under the umbrella of Department of Administration. Now, as of July 1, being an independent office, I've been working with the Department of Administration Personnel Services to work out an MOU to secure their services and continue to support in that regard. Receiving some support as we transition to being independent as we're working through the budget process right now from financial management, and then worked out an MOU or continued agreement to work with their IT services to provide that IT support for the office. In addition, have had some initial discussions with the Attorney General's office. So under the new bill, we're able to coordinate with the Attorney General's office for a number of things. They're able to provide some support services for us as a small agency if we have some legal questions. They're also able to work with us in regard to the new ability to file findings of fact and conclusions of law in a case if we feel it's warranted. And so those initial discussions have started, as well as identifying if we believe that a referral needs to be made for further investigation, identifying what law enforcement entity would be the most appropriate to make that referral. Also started some initial discussions with the Kansas Department of Corrections. So under the new Senate bill, it expands the scope to now include those youth or children that are receiving or have received services from Kansas Department of Corrections in the last 5 years. So started those discussions about what that would look like, how to provide our contact information to that population moving forward. One of the things that we were very glad to have was also the ability now to, the new bill ensures access to all records. So I think if those of you have heard me share before, one of the barriers for us is that under the executive order, we were not able to directly access court records. We were having to rely on getting that information either from the case management provider or the DCF record. And so we were able now under the new bill and those changes to have access, work out direct access with the Office of Judicial Administration. So now we're able to go in, which has already been extremely helpful to our investigators to make sure that we understand where the case is at procedurally within the courts, review journal entries, and actually understand what those orders are coming out of the court. Another piece that we're working on is under the new bill, it does require notice or signage to be posted in all of our DCF locations, our case management provider locations, talking with KDOC about that. And so we're working on making sure that we have the right estimate number of what those signs would be so that we can put that order into printing and have that information now posted for those children and families and other providers so that they know how to reach our office and what our office is able to do. You may have, if anyone's visited our website, you'll find that there has been a change. So we had started working with IT, gosh, I want to say January or February. They've been working with a number of the different state offices and agencies to change their website layout. And so we had worked closely with them to do that. And that was launched on July 31st. So the layout of the website is hopefully more user-friendly. And as well as, and when I say user-friendly, it's supposed to be easier for folks, whether they're on the computer, a tablet, your cell phone, to access that information. The actual link to the website or the handle outside my area does remain the same. So that's childadvocate.ks.gov. Been spending some time in the last month or two working on meeting with each of our case management providers. We had started that, what we call kind of a quarterly check-in, maybe a year ago or so, where really we take some time for me to sit down with them, talk with them about our process, about how access to records is working, information sharing, recommendations. And so was able to do that recently with all of our case management providers, including Ember Hope, as they took over the contract in July 1 in the Wichita area, or Sedgwick. And also was able to share with them, I think, some of the changes that they may see because of the new bill, and now that the office is independent and has some additional authority. So wanted to make sure and review those with all of the providers. One of the things that we're working on also is, as we make recommendations, if the agency has identified that they're going to make some changes based on those recommendations and what those steps are, we're working out a process now to hopefully to do a better job in tracking the implementation of those recommendations and those changes moving forward. One, to see if that's happened, and two, to really see what the impact may be on the services that are being provided. The office, we're continuing to participate in a number of just stakeholder meetings, community engagement opportunities to improve best practices in child welfare. So we continue to participate in the Captive Citizens Review panels, both the Intake to Petition and the Children's Justice Act Task Force in Custody to Transition. Also working with Kansas Linking Infrastructure for Nurturing Kids, or CanLink Steering Committee, that's a mouthful, looking at really those early opportunities for families to engage in early services, education and support services. And this is looking at upstream and looking at those prevention services and hoping to really meet families and children's needs early on and within their community. In addition, I am working or participating as an ad hoc member on the Judicial Council JO and Sync Law Advisory Committee that had been asked to look at House Bill 2381, which had proposed shifting our model from appointing a guardian ad litem to represent the child's best interest to a child's attorney and client directed model. As well as just looking at the whole system looking at the system as a whole. And so we've had a couple meetings there, and so I'm honored to be able to participate as an ad hoc member with that group. So just some general themes and policy considerations. Again, these are, so we weren't here too long ago, so some of these are gonna look very familiar to you. But just to highlight a couple things. So I had mentioned communication, both timely and quality, continues to be a real critical piece and component in each of our complaints. And when we're looking at communication, it looks like a lot of different things. And we know that the workforce can create some pretty significant challenges around communication when we're seeing high worker turnover. We're having workers that are coming in with really just not a lot of experience. We have supervisors that are carrying their own caseloads. And so all of those elements are creating challenges around communication. And so anywhere that we can, I think, support some of those workforce initiatives that you may hear moving forward, I think will also then improve some of those concerns that we're hearing around communication. We also one of the things that I've noted before is just that interplay between DCF, our case management providers, and the authorities of the court. In that intersection, and who has the decision-making power in regards to what case plan tasks look like, what family time looks like, and what what's being expected of our parents. And so we talked last time about the summit, and so I think that there are some really great things that are happening across the state in certain judicial districts as they move forward to implement their local plans. So I'm encouraged to see how that will continue to proceed in the future, and hopefully we'll see some impacts on a local level in regards to the courts and their plans. Thinking about another area that we hear is the collaboration between DCF, our CMPs, and law enforcement. And so in some areas they have of our state, they have a very good working relationship. There's a lot of communication that's happening and they work well together. In other areas of our state, I think there's areas for improvement around that. And we see how that can impact decision making within cases when there's not maybe that collaborative communication that's happening. And so opportunities for improved partnership and communication and collaboration between DCF, our CMPs, and law enforcement would be an area that I would encourage we continue to work on. When we think about our cases and things that we're hearing around from families around reunification and family separation, we're continuing to hear concerns around parent engagement, working closely with families where they're at. And again, I think that has a lot to do with our workforce and some of the challenges there. But that's an area that I would encourage everyone to really focus on is around fostering those positive relationships, one between parents and foster parents, and seeing that foster parents can be a resource for the whole family. And we hear that from foster parents that they oftentimes go into this work because that's what they want to do. They want to be a resource and a support for the family. And so we want to see that continues to be encouraged. We heard that in our foster parent survey, and we're also hearing that from folks as they bring concerns to our office. We're also hearing concerns around medical and education appointments and decisions that are being made without the parents. And so those concerns are coming to our office. They're feeling excluded in that decision making when reunification is the goal, and they want to be able to attend appointments. They want to be able to learn about what's going on with their child and participate in those decisions. And so encouraging our providers to think about ways where we can bring in parents in those decisions. And it's challenging when you have a child that's maybe living quite a distance away, scheduling appointments with different providers. Parents are working on their case time class. They may not have transportation or access, or maybe their job is not necessarily conducive to that appointment time, but thinking about creative ways to include them in those decisions. The other piece is working on our case plan goals to make sure that they're clear and measurable and focus on the reasons for removal in the first place. And I know that that's something that our CFSR and our improvement plan with the feds also included. One of the things that I think we've all talked about is, as a concern, is the time that kids remain in care, and families are working on reunification. And so there is, I think, a real intentional step across the state to think about, and we've heard those 4 questions around permanency. So we talked about the 4 questions around removal, but we've also, I think at the summit, had heard about those 4 questions around permanency. And what it would take in order to get the child to be able to return home to their family. If not today, how can they do it in next week? One of the things that we're starting to hear is we are receiving some concerns from folks that believe that maybe we're not necessarily adequately addressing the safety if we're returning home. And so I think some of that's a shift because we haven't been doing that. And so it's just an educational shift in talking with individuals that are expressing those concerns about what those safety issues are and what we are doing then as providers to make sure that we're addressing those if we are going to have children return home. And I think sometimes there's a disconnect between letting people know that that's being adequately addressed versus what maybe the aftercare services and things like that are being provided. So I think it's just important as we're talking about that across the state that we're doing that if we're going to be returning kids home sooner. And I think that's an important thing that we should be doing, that we are really intentionally looking at what are those safety concerns and then being able to clearly identify how those are going to be addressed through support services within the community and aftercare The other, I think the final issue that I just want to point out this morning is we're hearing this from foster parents, non-relative kin providers, and even family members who have agreed to be placement for children, that they're not being provided all of the information about that child's needs. Their physical health needs, their mental health needs, their educational needs, and that in many ways this has contributed to some unsafe situations, both for the child as well as the placement or other children in their home. That is, again, that's something that we heard when we did that the former foster parent survey. So I think that that's an area that it's that communication piece. It's making sure that as we are finding appropriate placement, that we are providing all of the information that is necessary for them to make an informed decision whether they can adequately provide for that child and be a placement for that child. And we're seeing that that's even exacerbated even more so when we're looking at night-to-nights or emergency placements, that information is not being conveyed. So those are I think, a quick rundown of some of the concerns that we're hearing, and what will be having continued conversations with the providers, and then also looking at then how our policies and procedures and are impacting those decisions. And Chair, I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Thank you. Okay, we have a few minutes for questions. Senator Pascadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I apologize for my tardiness. And then I want to ask the first two quick questions. Regarding when lawmakers contact you, Carrie, at one time there was a problem that, well, the lawmaker had to get permission from the client and the social worker to discuss issues. So how is that being handled? Is that, are you able just to communicate with the lawmaker without them getting an affidavit signed to discuss the case?
Senator, thank you for the question. And if you're talking about if for example, if you were to contact our office and ask for specific information about a family or child or their case, would I be able to give you specific facts or information without some type of consent? We would not be able to do that because we're still bound by the same rules of confidentiality within the statute as well as under our new bill. So it would require some consent in order to provide that information directly. I think we can provide general information that yes, we've connected or we'll follow up. But as far as case specific information, we would need to have some type of consent.
And thank you, Carrie. And Madam Chair, my second quick question is, so when we're talking about the time change, usually kids stay in and we want them placed within 12 months, give or take. So in addressing that issue, are we making it easier for those parents? A lot of times they might change social workers. So they may go to court and they'll have, they need to do A, B, and C, but they get a new social worker and then maybe paperwork, I don't know, is lost or, they start all over and they call me and they say, we've already done A, B, and C. So are we setting a guideline to whereas when they leave the court or they talk to their social worker that they have a list of what they need to do to start that integration or placement in a timely manner? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator, and I appreciate that question because I think that's an extremely important issue that we see is particularly around that worker turnover. And we know that every time that there's a case team change, studies have shown that it sets the family back months as they're working towards their goal of reunification. And we know that because of that turnover and some of those workforce issues that I talked about earlier, communication documentation is a concern and it's an issue. And so oftentimes there's not that historic knowledge that is clearly documented and is then passed on to the new case team. And so in some jurisdictions in our state, they have implemented, I think what you're talking about, around some very clear tasks or steps when they're leaving the court, and they're leaving with a piece of paper in their hand that sets those out. That is not, we're not seeing that consistently across the state in all jurisdictions. So that is an area that as we're working around those systems and consistency across the state, that would be an easy piece or step that could be an improvement that we could make.
Okay, I have 3 questions lined up, and then we're going to have to cut it off. I've got Representative Ruiz, and then Howerton and Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Carrie, the issues that you've pointed out are they're pretty consistent with what I know I'm hearing. I'm sure many of my colleagues have already heard in other in other committees and stuff. And I don't know if it's appropriate for your office to do this, but I would like to hear possible recommendations on how to make some positive change to some of these issues. You know, I hear about parents that are having difficulty making a decision about going to court or losing their job if they leave work because they don't have an employer that is supportive of that. And so then on the court side, then it shows, well, the parent isn't quote unquote cooperating and doesn't really show what is the reality is they can't leave work. So, those kinds of things and anything that maybe the legislature could chime in on in any kind of way. Yeah, that would be my wish if it was appropriate for you to be able to do that.
Representative, I do think that I think that's an important piece of our office is to work with all of our stakeholders, including our legislature, around ways that we can make those positive changes. And if it would rise to the level where legislation could have an impact, then I think it's important that our office be a part of those discussions and make those recommendations around what that legislation may look like and the impact and the wording. And so I do hope moving forward, excuse me, that this office would be, like I said, a part of those discussions around those changes.
Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. And I just want to thank your office. I had referred a citizen there, and they actually got some help and got some answers. So I appreciate that. That's a good thing.
It's good to hear.
At least I haven't heard from them again, so I'm assuming. No, I actually did get an update. So regarding the information of a child's need not being communicated to the foster family or kinship placement, so what is that process right now? Is it different for every provider, or do they get a list? Is it written? Is it orally given? What is the process for that?
So thank you for the question. And I think you nailed it, is that it can look different depending on the situation. One, it can look different based on, I think, the provider and how their internal systems work. And so there's been a couple cases where we've been able to identify, or the concern has been that a particular department who may be in charge of placement is maybe not getting updated information from the case team. And so when they're trying to work on placement, they may not have all of the information that they need. I think the other piece is around time, particularly in those youth that we're having difficulty in finding placement, or that's an emergency placement or a night-to-night issue. And so because of that time element, there's a challenge there in making sure that information is complete and adequately conveyed. Sometimes they just don't know. I mean, I think that's another piece. It depends on where we're at in that case. Is it a child that just came into care, and so we're still working on gathering that information from the family and from others? Is it a situation where the child's been in care for a long time, but we've had numerous case teams and turnover. And so maybe that information is not being documented. And so I think it's a workforce issue. I also think that there's some pieces, though, that within the agencies and their processes that we could probably tighten up, particularly when we're looking at different kind of departments and how they engage and how they communicate.
And then the other question, kind of, you mentioned the word time. What is the time frame of the complaints? You guys track that? Like, how long has the issue been going on before they contact your office? And then if you open an investigation, how long is that investigation open? Do you have that time frame?
Yes, thank you. So I think that's a good question for our offices. We're looking at our own internal processes and efficiencies as well. So is it a question that we ask those who are bringing the concern to us? Yes, that's usually a part of that initial information that we're gathering, which is where are we at in the case? Is this an issue that started 2 years ago? Or is this an issue that started just a couple weeks ago or yesterday? And that does impact our ability to what we're looking at and our ability to, I think, impact some change or differences in the immediate case. If it happened 2 years ago, we're not going to be able to change those decisions and what has happened since that time. But we can use that information to guide our recommendations for others, but not necessarily that family. As far as turnover within our office, it really depends on the case. It depends on the nature of the complaint. It depends on how long the issue has been going on. It also depends on our ability to gather all of the records from the agency and make connections with case teams. So some of those barriers that I talked about as far as parents, those are some of the things that we also deal with, which is getting into cases and finding that maybe there's missing documentation and trying to figure out and put those facts together. It may be that we've connected with a case team, but now there's been some turnover, and so then trying to reconnect with what's going on with the new case team. And so our goal that we have set for ourselves is from the time that the complaint comes in to try to have and this is wrapped up within 160 days. But we know that that's not always, that's a goal in best case scenario. And that's something that we're trying to continue to improve internally. And it is something that as we've improved our own processes, we've seen that improve, from the time that we first started, for sure. It's also something that we continue to strive for. And as cases, something that I'm looking at for my team is how much time they're spending on cases, and whether or not, then we need additional support within the office.
Okay, last question, Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today, Carrie. Carrie, let's get back to these emerging or re-emerging issues, because I've been on this committee for 9 years now. And this notion of documentation, personal items, medication going with the child to whatever the placement, that was presented at the very first Child Welfare Oversight Committee that I attended. So with regard to communication, you indicated that you have quarterly contacts with providers. Is that correct?
Yes, I know that's correct. We started those probably about a year ago, just with case management provider, their leadership as a new office, and making sure that our communication and processes are working, and then also looking at some of those.
How often do you meet with DCF?
Quarterly as well, on a regular basis, but of course there's communication ongoing, but in a formal way.
Is there one contracted provider that is doing it right with regard to making sure that what a child needs when they're being placed is with them?
Senator, I don't know that I can answer that question for sure. What I can, other than what comes into our office, what I will say is we're anecdotally, without looking at those numbers in front of me or having those numbers in front of me, we're hearing it from from different, all the providers at different points in time.
So this is a systemic issue.
Yes, I would,
Okay.
I think that's fair to say.
Okay, so when DCF is up here, we'll talk to them about that, but they're contracted to do a job.
The case management providers? Yes.
Okay. So you kept referencing with turnover a new case team, but a team is made up of more than one person. So if a caseworker drops out, there still are the other members of the team. So how is it that we continue to lose 2 or 3 months worth of moving forward for a child if at least some of the members of that original case team are still there?
Senator, I think, and that's a challenge, and I have no doubt the providers would probably be able to provide maybe a accurate picture of what that can look like sometimes, but the reality is the challenge of when depending on their makeup of the case team. So I think each of our providers does it a little bit differently. But if a case team or if a case manager leaves, were they able to leave in a way that their cases were in good shape as far as all of their documentation and the information?
But somewhere along the way, that team should be looking that there is double checking that there's ongoing record keeping.
Yes, and I know one of the things that we review are those supervision pieces. And so looking at that process, and are they able to, do we have supervisors that are available, or is that an open position? How often are they able to meet? And so that's something that as we're looking at our case reviews, we're noting. I think in theory you would think that information would be able to be conveyed, but I also know that our supervisors are oftentimes, they may have I'm going to make up a number, 5 case teams that they're supervising. And if they have 2 that they've now had turnover, then who is picking up that caseload? Oftentimes it's the supervisor then is trying to provide that coverage. And so I think just realistically, information is not always being accurately documented and conveyed in a way that we're losing things along the way.
The only other question that I have, we know that Cornerstones of Care has at times been taking children that were to be placed and taking them across the state line and having them stay in essentially what's a group home, if you will. Do we have any of our other providers that are taking kids out of state? And are the parents notified that their child is being taken out of state? And what is the process if there's a problem that occurs out of state? Is that Missouri's jurisdiction if a problem occurs? Or how would that be handled? Do you know?
I don't know all the answers to those questions, like the questions that you did pose. What I will say is I'm not aware of any other of the providers taking youth across the state. I do know that there is an agreement between Kansas and Missouri in the Kansas City metro area, and probably Cornerstones of Care could probably articulate more clearly what that agreement looks like and how it impacts if there's an emergency, who responds, and that communication piece. When I learned that, and I think it was Senator, actually, you're the one who had shared that was happening.
It's a surprise to all of us.
Myself and one of my staff, we did ask to go tour it, and we were able to go there because we thought that was important just to see the physical location. And so we were provided the opportunity to tour that facility and meet some of the staff. And so, but as far as the sharing and notification to parents, I'm not sure how that happens.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we will wrap it up there. Thank you, Carrie. And we'll jump right into the Soul Family Legal Permanency Update. And Crystal, don't worry about us starting late. Go ahead and do your regular presentation, and we'll make up the time.
Sure.
So welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My thoughts are with Senator Gossage this morning. So thank you for allowing me to be here with you today. My name is Crystal Hedrick, and I serve as the Vice President of Kansas Programs with Foster Adopt Connect. Starting in the fall of 2022, Foster Adopt Connect began partnering with DCF and the Annie Casey Foundation as a member of the Kansas Soul Family Demonstration Site Team. While our primary role was really supporting and leading the youth engagement components of Soul, we also walked alongside a lot of other stakeholders, some of which are in the room today, and child welfare experts to cultivate a really thorough practice and implementation plan. I wanted to just kind of lay that out for you today so that you could understand and have a little context leading up to the recommendations that have been offered around how we really move forward with Soul in a successful way that's also sustainable. So in January, February, and March of 2023, all of the members of that practice implementation team came together to take a really deep dive into DCF policy. And if you've ever taken a look at that policy and procedure manual, you know it's very extensive. So we broke that up into different groups and really walked through line by line, item by item, where we would need to make shifts to ensure that practice reflected the values and the intention behind Soul, specifically related to how we're engaging young people. So we did that for those 3 months, and then in March through July of 2023, there were some focus groups that were held to really capture information about how this might impact families and what we would need to take into consideration moving forward to make sure that we were effective. Those listening sessions included birth parents, foster families, kinship and relative caregivers, young adults who had experienced foster care, youth who were in foster care, adoptive parents, the case management providers, child placing agencies, and other special project leaders like Can Coach and KimVest and the Racial Equity Collaborative. So really a lot of people involved in this. It feels a little odd that I'm up here kind of offering all of this. So I think throughout the day today, you might hear and get some of your questions answered from some of the other people offering testimony today, but this really was a comprehensive effort. So August through December of 2023, we developed a communications toolkit that was really designed to support stakeholders and help them understand the need for Soul permanency option and what it would take to move that forward, and then also how it could possibly improve our outcomes for young people here in Kansas. In January 2024, we began our legislative introduction. I don't think I need to offer information to you about how that process went. But then kind of simultaneous to the work that you all were doing here at the State House, we in February started restructuring the implementation team to take a deeper dive into what we would need to move forward. So I included those different subgroups and a brief description of each of those in my written testimony for your review, but through this structure, the team developed and vetted recommendations for consideration by DCF. I've included those recommendations for you also in the written testimony. We won't go over those line by line just for time's sake, but as you can see, the recommendations are grouped by like a suggested timeline. So you have short term within 3 months, medium term by the end of this year, 2024, and then long term would be 2025 and moving forward. So there's just a few things that I wanted to highlight today, specifically related to practice updates and legal and judicial updates. Practice updates throughout this summer. We had some young adults, our lived experts, that offered training in partnership with DCF, provided training to child welfare staff across the state. I think approximately 1,000 people have been trained at this point, and maybe there's one training that still needs to be offered to Ember Hope, and that is scheduled. So that training has happened, and that initial conversation with staff has begun. Materials about Soul Family have been designed and distributed to all of the private providers, that helps explaining and helps kind of navigate that conversation with young people and their families. At the June Kayak Conference, young people that are currently in foster care had an opportunity to hear about Soul Family and kind of conceptualize what that might look like for them. Also just gives them an avenue to talk with their caseworkers about that as an appropriate option for them. The case management providers are all working on Soul Family cases and partnering with young people and their families to determine if this is a good option for them. I've actually heard from a couple of people in the last couple of days asking questions specifically related to their kids. So I think we're getting some traction in that space. DCF updated the relevant policies to reflect sole family. These policies went into effect on July 1st. In regards to legal and judicial updates, Kathy Armstrong, who is formerly at DCF and enjoying being a grandparent, has graciously offered some time to work with us moving forward, and she's working with OJA to provide legal technical assistance to any local courts and legal community regarding sole family. On August 20th, she presented an overview of sole family to more than 400 legal and other stakeholders at the OJA best practices training. So I think that was a good introduction for a lot of them, and I participated just kind of see how it was received, and there were a lot of really great questions in the chat, most of which she didn't have time to answer in that space, so we know that that work will be ongoing. She continues to work with Child Focus to establish a sole family legal permanency resource center, so that'll be a space where court professionals, sync providers, local courts and attorneys can reach out and ask any questions that they might have regarding case specifics, or just like even conceptually, how does this work and how do we move this forward in our counties? The Kansas Judicial Council Subcommittee was appointed to meet, and they reviewed all of the Judicial Council forms that would be impacted by SOL. Those have been revised, and final new copies have been approved and are now posted to their website. Accompanying my written testimony, I offered a copy of the benefits comparison chart where you can see the different options that are available to you through our different permanency goals and case planning goals. So for time's sake, I'm going to turn it over to our lived expert, Nakaya Gatson. I myself would be happy to stand for questions whenever, but I do think that a lot of your questions may be answered throughout the day through other testimony as well.
Thank you. Well, welcome, Nakaya. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairperson Concanon and the ranking members of the committee. My name is Nakaya Gatson. I'm here on behalf of the subgroup, the Authentic Youth Engagement, and I also am a lived expert. So I've seen firsthand how meaningful the engagement transforms the outcomes for youth and families. Authentic youth and family engagement is essential for ensuring that young people and their families are fully empowered in planning and decision-making processes that directly affect their lives. This subgroup aims to strengthen youth and family practices, actively identifying needs and resources that supports the success of families. Authentic youth engagement is crucial for the implementation of the sole permanency option through continuous conversations about how to serve families while centering their unique needs of each youth and family. The work of this subgroup also bridges the gaps between youth and successful outcomes for sole families. Through intentional and strategic conversations, we're able to ensure that young people are fully involved in planning and decision-making regarding their futures. The sole family model also emphasizes that young people must be actively and meaningfully engaged in the permanency planning process. This means by creating inclusive spaces and planning meetings where both the youth and families truly partner in decision-making and feeling valued and heard. Serving on this subgroup, I've also had the honor in serving as one of the trainers with DCF, as mentioned earlier. And before I end my testimony, I'm going to pass it off to Jennifer as well, and she'll share some details with you all regarding the subgroup processes and the recommendations. And thank you also for the opportunity for me to share today.
Thank you. Just a minute. Okay. Thank you it's good to see you again. Thank you for being here. Okay, welcome, Jennifer.
Okay, so I'm going to give you a little bit more of the logistics and details. So Chairperson Concanon and members of the committee, my name is Jennifer Townsend. I'm the Vice President of Children and Youth Programs for Foster Adopt Connect. My primary role with the Kansas Soul Demonstration site team has really been to help support our lived experts, but I'm also the Kansas lead of our Authentic Youth Engagement Subcommittee. A subcommittee that was established really to provide recommendations for strengthening youth and family engagement practices, informing our training needs, and identifying our available resources. In my written testimony that I've provided, there is a timeline of our recommendation selection process, but I'll just hit some of the highlights now. During our recommendation selection process, we facilitated several small group discussions with members of our Kansas Soul Family Demonstration Site team. As my colleague Crystal pointed out, this really has been a huge collaborative effort, bringing in a lot of expert knowledge and experience to help inform our recommendations. From there, we explored 5 of the most promising models brought forth during these discussions, and there are some specific aspects of consideration in narrowing down to our recommendation included in my written testimony as well. And then lastly, we solidified our recommendation that Kansas move forward with the adolescent brain development curriculum and coaching framework that's provided by our Soul Family National Support, CTERA. So last month, representatives from the subgroup, CTERA, and the Annie E. Casey Foundation presented information on adolescent brain development curriculum and coaching to the DCF, some of our Kansas, and some representatives from our Kansas case management providers. A little bit about adolescent brain development. The adolescent brain undergoes significant changes that influence how they experience the world. Research has shown that the prefrontal cortex, the area of the brain responsible for executive functions, such as impulse control, emotional regulation, introspection, planning, attention, and critical thinking, all develop into our mid-20s. During adolescence, the brain is highly malleable, which means that the experiences and interventions that can take place then can have profound effects on our development. Positive experiences such as supportive environments, strong relationships, and achievements can really enhance the cognitive and emotional functioning of our young adults, while negative experiences can hinder them. In my written testimony, I have also provided some detailed benefits of adolescent brain development and coaching. But in the interest of time, I will let you review those in my written testimony. If you have questions, please let me know. Adolescence really is a critical time for brain development, and it offers a unique opportunity for our child welfare professionals, including those who are helping us to implement Soul Family as a legal permanency option in Kansas. It allows them to support growth and healing via this authentic engagement. It has really been an honor to be a small part of Kansas's historical passage of House Bill 2536 and a privilege to serve our amazing lived experts. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the committee today. I am really excited to continue to support the successful and sustainable implementation of the Soul Family legal permanency option statewide. Similar to Crystal, I'll be available for questions as needed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for all of this testimony. There's a lot of detail in here. I really appreciate it. I think I speak for the whole committee. We'll take questions now for Jennifer or Nikia. Crystal will be with us all day, and we'll hear from her again later. So if you have questions for her specifically, we'll have those later. I've got Senator Foscato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Takaya. I know that you've worked with Alexandria Ware on this issue somewhat, and then in your presentation, you mentioned that that the youth should be able to help give input regarding make decisions regarding their lives. So, do you see that happening, and what's the age of the youth that's able to do that?
Okay. I'm not sure on the age range. I think maybe one of you guys could answer better to that, Jennifer or my colleague. But I think like just when we talk about again, like centering the focus around youth and families, like also just uplifting any young person, regardless if they go in a permanency option or if not, right? Still centering their voice and their recommendations on how they want to proceed in creating their family and what they see fit for them. I think is very vital and crucial when it comes to any young person. So I would hope any age range, right?
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine's really a comment. I just would like to let you know that after we had the bill signing, and some of the publicity came out about this, I received all kinds of contacts wanting to know about our program in Kansas, which made me very proud. And some of it came from that little spiel we had in the Bethany College magazine from my colleague here, good Bethany Swede. But I've been invited over to state of Illinois to Greenville University to speak on this to their social work program. There are other states that now see a program that's working. So I commend you. Thank you.
Representative Ruiz.
It's also for you, Nakia. I just wanted to commend you for being a part of this group. Being as a self-advocate, you're as you expressed yourself as a lived expert. It takes a lot to be able to do that, and I'm so happy that you're doing that. Other self-advocates have often told me that they use the phrase "nothing about us without us," and that's what you've done. And so I commend you for that, and just keep doing it.
Okay, further questions, comments? Okay, thank you. Okay, as you know, we have continued our work with Casey Family Programs. And so up next, we have Dr. Peter Pecora joining us. Peter Pecora has a joint appointment as the Managing Director of Research Services for Casey Family Programs and Professor, School of Social Work, University of Washington, where he teaches courses in public policy, child welfare program design, and human services management. He began his career working at a neighborhood-based community center, a group home for runaways, and as social worker in foster care in Wisconsin. Peter has consulted with social work agencies in the United States and many other countries to design risk assessment systems for child protective services, refine foster care programs, and implement intensive home-based services. With Annie E. Casey Foundation, the William T. Grant Foundation, people with lived experience in child welfare, and others, he is co-leading the national research agenda for a 21st century child and family well-being system. So thank you for joining us today, and welcome to you and to Simone with Casey Family.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. You really have an incredible lineup today. I mean, as I look back, look at the speakers you've got lined up, it represents some of the core of what's best in terms of what's happening in practice today. And the Soul is just an example. Kansas, as you know, is one of the leaders, is the leader in the country in implementing that. It's a very exciting strategy that you're going to serve as a role model for other states, which is just great. So some of what I'm going to do today is really going to, as the representative before and said, is really going to reinforce some of that excellent content that you've had and that what you're going to hear today. So I'm going to set the context in terms of some generals, or sort of 7 slides to sort of set the context for child welfare. My mission today here and what I was asked to do was to bring to you what the best research say about practice in 2 areas, supporting families to protect children and helping children achieve timely permanency, getting to a forever home of whatever that is, whether it's reunification, guardianship, or adoption. And so I'll really focus on those 2 areas for the parts 2 and 3. But for the first part, we thought we better sort of start up with some context. And I will, of course, representatives and senators, anytime you would want to interrupt me for a question or a clarification, please, we'll go ahead and do that. So let's start out with, what's the public concerned about? You heard from your advocate. I know you, as the special subcommittee, you are the experts in the state around this area, but you know, we're here nationally is child safety. People want to know that kids are safe. And they want to know that they're being raised by people who love them and care for them. And they want to know if a child's placed in out-of-home care, that the care that they're providing is keeping that child safe from further abuse and neglect. And they also want to know that if a child's placed, that they don't stay in foster care year after year and after year. And in fact, the children really have a civil right. They have a right to both psychological and legal permanency, right? Someone who's going to care for them right through adulthood. And so that's what we're hearing as we, work with states and counties across the country. And, we just wanted to sort of start with those are the fundamentals, and it reinforces what I think this special committee is all about. What else are we hearing, and what does the science tell us? Children are best raised by families, not by government. It just doesn't work well. Some of the information and the concerns that the senator had about information handoffs is something that is very common in the area of medicine. Hospitals worry about the information handoff piece, and that's what happens when you have a child moving from a placement to a placement or from an agency to an agency, that you're more vulnerable to what we call these information handoff mishaps. And that's, again, why you want to keep children at home, if at all possible, or with family members or kin or tribal clan members. And if you place them in child welfare in a foster home, right, you want that placement to be as short as possible. And again, hopefully with relatives, because that's how we stop some of this information handoff issues. Grandmother and aunt's going to be a lot more familiar with the child's medication history probably than a non-relative foster parent who is. Those everyday heroes and heroines have to get up to speed on every child that gets placed in their care, right? And that's an added burden that they have. So anyways, we do say that, there are times when CPS involvement is essential, right? Child safety is job number one. But we think children shouldn't be removed or enter foster care for non-safety reasons. Just because someone's homeless or doesn't have a running refrigerator shouldn't be a reason why we place a child in out-of-home care if we can get some services to that family or get that refrigerator fixed so they've got an adequate supply of food. And that's the science and the practice that's starting to spread across the country. When should we place children in out-of-home care? As a last resort is the answer. And that's what you're going to hear me talking about, why we can do that better now than 25 years ago when I first started my practice work in child welfare. We've come a long way, and that's part of what I'm going to bring to you today is the science is bringing a lot of good news, and it's going to reinforce some of the directions Kansas is already taking and some of your innovative work. So hopefully I'm going to bring a mixture of that with you today. Along with that theme, poverty doesn't constitute neglect necessarily, and poverty alone should never be the rationale for why a child is placed. The child protection system is really designed or should be designed to be focused on issues of imminent risk of harm or danger. That's what it really ought to be about. And with that, I would be remiss in not mentioning that at times untreated parent substance abuse or untreated parent mental health issues or domestic violence are the three major reasons why children might need to be placed, or at least Child Protective Services needs to be called in, because those are the three drivers. When you look at all the statistics, those are the three drivers of why children end up in care. And so you're going to see me sort of reflect back on that a number of times through the presentation here, because those are emerging as three key family needs that we've got to address if we're going to keep kids safe and at home. So those you're going to hear me talk a little bit about that. So we really got to, and this is sometimes that doesn't happen. Our connection and our ability to network with the domestic violence advocates and experts, sometimes that communication and coordination doesn't work real well in certain communities, and that becomes a concern. And so I wanted to highlight that. This next graph will just take you through sort of the Child Protective Services system. A lot of people haven't seen this. This is a graph from our national child abuse and neglect report that gets done and refreshed every year. So in America, we have every year, or at least the most recent report, this is 2022, it showed we had 7.2 million children reported into Child Protective Services. And then you're going to see the triangle narrow here, right? Out of that 7.2 million, 3 million children actually got investigated. Child Protective Services hotlines are trying to work very hard at diverting those hotline calls where they can to some of the United Way, faith-based, and other community resources. So they'll divert those calls where they can. The 3 million children got accepted for an investigation. Out of that, 1.1 million children, so 1 out of 3, were then actually provided some post-CPS investigation services. And thankfully, in some respects, only 157,000 children out of that original 7.2 million were actually placed in out-of-home care. So as a country, we have been shrinking the number of children that we place in out-of-home care because our parent support, mental health, and in many communities, some of our substance abuse treatment facilities are getting better at helping keeping families together. So that's the good news. What we're going to talk a little bit about is out of that 7.2 million children that got reported in, how many of those reports were really needed? How many of those reports are really valid? Because what happens is that CPS hotlines get overwhelmed with these reports if they're not the appropriate reports. And then the poor Child Protective Service workers get overloaded and can't pay attention to the families that are most at risk because they're out running around, scurrying around, knocking on doors, talking with families that they really shouldn't have had to go out on. And that's the dilemma right now. That's our challenge in Child Protective Services across the country. And there are special initiatives in New Hampshire and Ohio, Los Angeles, San Diego, and a number of other places where they're really trying to take a look at their mandatory reporting systems, how they define child abuse and neglect in their state laws, and then who they go out on and what kinds of family supports are available in the community. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that as we go along this morning, but it's sort of a little preview of what's going on. So you might hear people talk about this 7-to-1 ratio. 7 million children reported, but really only 1 million children got post-response services. We'd want that pyramid to be a little more of a box, hopefully, if we can get our reporting systems more in line, if we can educate the public and get school systems trained up better and having better liability issues so that the poor teachers or the school social workers aren't so worried or so intimidated by a reporting law that they're reporting families who they really shouldn't. That their school social worker or their school psychologist ought to be serving, or their local family resource center ought to be serving, not Child Protective Services. So I'm cutting to the chase a little bit, but I'll come back to this again. But this is our challenge right now. And the reason why we're saying this and we're calling out mandatory reporting as an issue is that we're learning that family resource centers and crisis nurseries and 211 helplines really can help families so you don't have to report them out to Child Protective Services and so you don't have to have a CPS worker go out to the family and traumatize the parent and potentially traumatize the child. So we're learning a lot and the science is now starting to finally back up what I think practitioners have been telling us for years. So in this next section, I'm going to share some national insights about how and why children enter care. We're going to talk about what some of the jurisdictions around the country are doing to sort of mitigate that involvement, to lessen that involvement in CPS. I'll talk a little bit about a 50-state analysis that our public policy unit, Simone's unit at Casey Family Programs just did a year or two ago, where we looked at all the neglect statutes across the country, which I think will provide some nice insights for your work here in Kansas. And then I'm going to close with some reflections on why analyzing those policies. That's our sort of our second section of work for this morning, and then I'm going to move to permanency after that. But so National reasons why. You can group them into a couple areas. Over 80% of children who are reported as CPS are reported for some form of neglect. And that's a big category. And I mentioned some of those things there. And sometimes it's, a child showing up at school with dirty clothes or complaining that they're hungry, they haven't been fed at home well, or that they've got an untreated medical condition that the teacher or the school nurse notices. In some cases, we've got children showing up at schools or a pediatrician's office with suspicious bruises, right? And I'm not talking about some of the healing practices that are used by certain ethnic groups, coin rubbing, and that. I'm talking about children are showing up with suspicious injuries or bruises where they really shouldn't have them, where the pediatricians or the pediatric radiologists are very concerned about that. These are all the reasons why children come in and get reported at Child Protective Services. Oftentimes we've got an untreated or an undertreated parent mental health condition. Mom's got a very, very severe case of postpartum depression. She can hardly get out of bed, let alone nurse the child or supervise a 2-year-old on top of the infant, and then that gets reported in. So what do we do about that, right? Do we get a good nurse home visiting service in? Do we get a home health care aide? Or do we go the CPS, Child Protective Services investigation route and possibly place a child when maybe some support services could have helped that family, which, by the way, are more cost effective too. We're saving taxpayer dollars if we're providing those community-based services. So that's the dilemma here, and that's what child welfare systems are so challenged by right now, is that they've got this wide array of family situations, and they're trying to figure out how to navigate that. Give an example. Indiana said, oh, this is getting crazy. Some of our families just need economic and concrete supports. So they worked with 95 of their private providers throughout Indiana, and they've just, in the last 2 years, set up special contracts with those providers to provide concrete supports, fix a refrigerator, get food in the house, fix a car that the parent needs to get to work, economic, small amount of emergency funds that they can use, and then the in-home services that family needs. And they're finding some pretty good success both in their urban and their rural communities with that approach. Again, they want to avoid Child Protective Services intervention. Instead, they have their private providers, their contract agencies around the states providing that mix of economic and concrete supports. That's an example of how a lot of our Midwest states, and Senator Kincaid mentioned, I started my practice work in Wisconsin. Sometimes our best innovations come out of the central part of the country, and that's an example of that, along with your work in Seoul. So, anyways, that's an example of how states are trying to pivot and really take advantage of their private provider contracts and work those contracts to provide the right resources to those agencies so they can get the services that the families need, so they can avoid the CPS contact if they can. All this is being scrutinized more carefully now, especially now with the Family First Law. State and federal governments are very concerned about the use of group care, the use of residential treatment. They want those precious resources to be used for only children who need them. And as the senator was concerned about, minimizing the number of children who have to go out of state, because there you've got an added liability risk. It's harder to supervise those agencies. Most states now are pulling their children back there. In fact, California, I think, it just has a law passed just last year, bans out-of-state placement. They flat out said, we're not going to do that anymore. So something to consider, and there's some added scrutiny there. For most people, they'll say is a good group home or a really high quality residential treatment center, that's a precious resource, and you want only the children who really need that resource to get that resource. You never want to use a group home or residential treatment as a placement slot, just to store a child. That's just an inappropriate use of a very restrictive place for a young person to live. So that's sort of why you're wondering, why is this big push on community-based services, and why are states putting in place their Family First plan. I noticed Kansas is a very robust Family First prevention plan. You have an excellent array of interventions that you have had included into your plan and approved by the federal government. You've got some of the best interventions available in the country that you've built into your plan. That's where I think a lot of states are moving in that area. Healthy Families America, motivational interviewing, nurturing parenting program. You've got some incredibly good services built into your plan there. And the challenge is some of the states are trying to have to navigate the federal government to draw down those funds in a good way. And most states are having a little difficulty, and they're slow to draw down the funds. I think only $150 million of what is an uncapped prevention entitlement for this country have been pulled in so far by states, and we could do a lot better if the feds would cooperate a little bit better. So if you hear from Secretary Howard that's one of the challenges, you're not alone, but it's the potential there. We have an uncapped federal funding opportunity here for these kinds of community-based services. So that's where the field is headed, and that's why we're so excited about this kind of work right now. Okay, so let's move to the second section. We've done the context setting. Again here, children grow up best when they're raised by their families. We do have evidence. I've interviewed over 2,000 foster care alumni in over 23 states through my research. The outcomes for foster care are not very good when you follow children out, right? Higher rates of employment, higher rates of homelessness, higher rates of mental health conditions that are undertreated by the very nature of the challenges they went through. You know, some children having 3, 4, 5, 7 foster homes, never achieving permanency, aging out at age 18 or 19 or 21 without the support services and family connections they need. So despite all the hard work of our foster care agencies, it's not a really great solution if you could keep a child at home. And there are some excellent high quality foster programs out there, and they really struggle, but it's an uphill battle because you've got children who are, you know, if they're not placed with family, you've got all that trauma they've got to work through. So that's one of the reasons why we want to minimize the use of foster care. Or when children arrive in foster care, it's a very short protective intervention. It's designed as a safety net service to help that birth family sort of get their act together and get themselves on their feet again. And if they can't, then it ought to be guardianship with relatives or adoption. It shouldn't be 5 years of foster care. That's, I think, what the science would tell you is what's good. And I understand you have some very good, robust adoption agencies here. And then now you've got your SOUL program and your other permanency planning programs from KVCs and others, and I think are going to be outstanding and have been good. So I think you've got all the foundation there to work from that. Again, I'm going to go back to what is the job of a Child Protective Services agency, and and its first job and primary job is child safety. So it ought to be really looking closely at those referrals coming in, and then finding out, exactly what is the risk to that child that needs to be addressed. The best Child Protective Service agencies are getting very good at honing in on what are the child safety issues that we have to pay attention to versus some other family issues that some kind of a community-based agency should really work with. And that's the separation that's going on there, and that's the challenge there. Thankfully, and you're going to see actually some programs on some of these tables I have or in your supplemental handout of these interventions that are actually in your Kansas Family First plan. So you have a number of these very, very well-researched interventions already in your Family First plan or being provided through your contract agencies, which is great to see. And so I'm going to just review a few of them for you here, just so that you're aware of that. Oregon, for example, they've got both a few urban centers, Portland, which has really been overrun with drug abuse and some very poor local laws about how to intervene. They're finally correcting those. But Oregon is an interesting mix of a couple of urban areas and a lot of rural areas. And what they found was very helpful for them were crisis nurseries. take a child not to Child Protective Services, take the child and the stressed out parent to a crisis nursery who can help maybe provide a little bit of respite daycare and some parent support. So that's an example of why you're starting to see crisis nurseries popping up, again, rural and urban areas. Family resource centers. Kentucky has over 800. They embed them, and usually it's a worker or two, they call it a resource center, in all their schools. They've got both urban, rural. They're feeling that schools are a great place to sometimes place in ancillary services. Or like I started out in Milwaukee, we started a local storefront community center. And that's where we serve families, not Child Protective Services. The families would drop into our storefront center. We had counselors, family support services, that kind of stuff operating right out of that storefront. That's starting to spread all across the country. I bet you have them here. Be interesting to geomap where those are. In which communities do you have some of these family resource centers? Just so you know where that really precious resource is located in Kansas. A lot of folks are beefing up their helplines. They want people calling a 211 helpline. They don't want people calling a CPS hotline if it can be avoided. Again, not to overload our Child Protective Services colleagues, and it helps families get services in a sort of less stigmatizing kind of a way. Nurse home visiting. David Olds' program, incredible. All kinds of home visiting services now are finally being funded more robustly by the federal government. And a lot of the public health departments in a lot of states are really gearing those up. And so everything we're hearing about those programs has been very positive. So sometimes it's a hard time finding the nurses and to pay them well enough, but I wanted to call that out because the home visiting is scientifically one of the best things you can do. If a child who's under the age of 3 gets reported to CPS, and in fact in LA, Los Angeles now is mandating that the Child Protective Service Agency bring in a nurse consultant on any CPS report of a child 3 and under, because they know those are the children are most vulnerable. So nurses are an incredible resource to child welfare that sometimes we don't have the access to that we really need. And the data is there that really supports that. You heard from Dr. Sanders, our boss, a few months ago when he chaired the National Child Fatalities Commission for 2 years. That was one of the few programs that emerged, along with Period of Purple and some of the other programs, emerged as an effective child fatality prevention device or strategy. So that's why I'm really very, very positive about nurse home visiting. Just mention a couple other things. Cultural brokers. In certain communities, I know you mentioned sometimes your child welfare staff don't have a lot of experience. They're young. Well, what they have is if you're working with, in one city, you've got a Haitian community, or you've got a Samoan refugee community, or you have a group, a large group of Cuban families that have settled in a particular city, what the agencies are doing is they're contracting with a local, somebody who knows that culture. And that person becomes the cultural broker to help them navigate that community with those families. 22-year-old fresh out of college person who's white won't understand certain Latino, Cuban, Samoan, other cultures. So why not give them a leg up, give them some consultation? And sometimes that's a paraprofessional, a lived expert who's been served by child welfare, has come out the other side, and really would like to help other parents and help workers navigate that system. So this notion of cultural brokers, pretty popular in California. I think it's starting to spread to other states. And maybe you've got communities where your private provider agency's already done that. They've got a staff member who really knows that culture, or a volunteer that they rely on, and you've got that actually happening in Kansas. But I did want to call it out as an innovation that some of the states are finding a lot of success with. Family finding. You know, with the research and practice community, when I started in foster care years ago, we didn't have any of this kind of structure. We didn't have a practice model that guided my work, and I didn't have a set of tools in my toolbox to be successful. I did a lot of work in families' homes. Could have been a lot better. Family finding is one of those. When you think about you're going on a hike, you got your Swiss Army knife, you got your compass, you got water, you got extra clothing, right? What child welfare is starting to figure out is there is a core toolbox that every child welfare agency ought to have. And now in the last 5 years, family finding is one of those new Swiss Army knives. It's one of the new tools. Start out in about 20 miles from where I live, Tacoma, little agency. They said, we got to help find families quickly. Child's coming into care. Who's going to care for that child? Well, we want a relative if all possible. Let's minimize child trauma. Let's reassure the birth parents that the child's going to someone they know. How the heck are we going to identify these people? Well, Campbell, smart, he said, Red Cross has been doing this for years. Let's use the best of what the Red Cross and some of the other people do around finding families. That's what he did. That's what family finding is. It's taken off all across the country. Now, actually, it's being used in other countries. They're starting to say, hey, we've got natural disaster family location techniques. Let's use that. So that is becoming like first thing that a worker does. If a CPS worker, they ought to have a family finding expert that is under contract or a service. In our field offices, sometimes we contract with the Seneca Center out of California because you can do the service anywhere. But the best agencies get a family finding expert trained within each unit. And that person's job is to use that software, and they find 40 relatives or 20 relatives. And then the worker has got an array of family members they can choose from. Makes common sense. I don't know why we didn't have it 10 years ago, but now we do, thanks to Kevin Campbell and his team. So that's why we call that out as essential piece of the toolbox now that we didn't have years ago. Family group conferencing. I know you probably have that. It happens in Canada. I bet you 90% of the agencies that you contract have that. I just want to reinforce it. It comes out of New Zealand. It is one of the most important tools we have of pulling a group of family members and trusted friends together in a conference room, sometimes with or without the child, depending on the child's age and the situation. And they together sit down with a trusted moderator to say, what are we going to do about this situation? Who can step up and help this family? How are we going to take care of this child's safety needs together? And so we call that out. It's just, again, another essential, and it ought to be happening. And our sister foundation, Annie Casey Foundation, they called them family team meetings years ago, and they did a major national push on this. And so that work has really found a lot of support. And the last thing I'm going to talk about, and you've got contracted in your plan some of the family-based services work. Now my allergies are acting up. Is home-based work, home-based family preservation services, and I mentioned that, and because we want workers in your contract agencies. You want to have a team in every contract agency that has a low enough caseload that they can spend time in families' living rooms and kitchen tables. Because the best parent coaching doesn't get done in a child welfare office or a McDonald's. The best work I did was sitting at that kitchen table. That's what you got to do. And that's what these home-based services, family preservation services do in a really great way. So we want to call those out. Connect with that, we already talked about home visiting services. Again, this is where a really strong partnership with your public health agencies can really pay off in terms of dividends, because they can tap into some Medicaid and federal dollars in a way that sometimes the child welfare agencies can't. And so that's where public health ought to be child welfare's best friend these days, along with your Medicaid agency administrator. I do want to mention a state that was famous just a little bit close by here, and that's Illinois. Illinois, back in the 70s, Carl Dennis pioneered wraparound services. His model was called the Kaleidoscope program, but this notion of wraparound services, sometimes these families have got multiple needs. They got health care needs, they've got mental health care needs, they might have substance abuse treatment needs. The whole notion of a wraparound program or a systems of care program, which I'll show you in a minute, it's all about having maybe one case manager who really helps drive the service plan, not 14 different people overwhelming the family. So this notion of wraparound services is really starting to take off. It's how, by the way, Alaska brought all their children back into state. They used a wraparound model to try, they had so many children off at group homes and foster homes, other states, what they call states, the other 50 or the lower 49, that they had a crisis in their state about a number of years ago. So they finally just said, we got to develop some technology. And they saw the wraparound model out of Vermont and went, we want that, and pulled it in to the state to get their kids back home. So it's had a long history and a very, very good positive one. So if you've got wraparound programs here in Kansas, that's a fantastic resource to try and nurture if you can. You've got motivational interviewing already in your Family First plan, which is great to see. That is like, just a little bit of background on that. That is a clinical strategy that's used in substance abuse treatment programs across the world. And really what it's designed to do is to help. A lot of people are so beat down, they don't have the motivation to take that first step. Or so many of our young people have been frustrated and not involved in their services that they just don't feel motivated to get moving. And motivational interviewing is a really powerful clinical strategy to help people get reinvested in their own case plan. And now it's moving from substance abuse treatment right into mainstream child welfare. So if you have an opportunity to nurture that or to draw down those federal dollars, Washington, D.C. and at least one other state, we understand, got the feds to approve it as like a general case management intervention. Because the workers in general are using it, they said, we're not going to just claim it as a specialized treatment. We're going to claim it as part of our case management work. So that might be something that Secretary Howard and her staff might be able to see if you can get added federal dollars to support your work, because you've already got it approved in your state plan. So Kansas got a leg up on that battle, and we hope you'll win the full war and get the added funding that you deserve. I'm going to talk just a couple more of these in this table here, and one is peer parents. The power of bringing in people who have been served in a child welfare system, have benefited from those services, and now want to give back and guide other parents. So they're showing up in some of the best substance abuse treatment programs. I understand, I think you've got START, the substance abuse treatment, in your federal Family First plan. That is gaining national recognition. Ohio and Kentucky love it. What's the secret to it? They got a peer parent on the team and a substance abuse specialist working together. That's the power of peer parents. So we're starting to see that pop up in a lot of different places now. PCAP, I think I'm not mistaken, which is again a substance abuse treatment program for first-time parents. PCAP, I understand, uses parent supports, and a number of the best parent and child legal representation teams in America. And you're going to hear from some parent legal representation or child legal representation later today. Some of those best teams, it's a social worker, a peer parent, and an attorney. And that's who teams up to help the parent pre-petition or post-petition when the child's about to go into foster care. So there's some pretty good innovations going on. What's at the heart of a lot of them? Pulling in a peer parent to be that advocate. Because they can say things to birth parents that as a social worker, I can't say, or as an attorney, it won't get through in the same way that having a peer parent say it to them does. And so that's why you're going to see that. Again, increasingly agencies are using that. And I'm going to stop and see if we got any questions or comments. Safety culture. Over 30 states now, I forgot to check if Kansas is one of them, are part of a new national child safety partnership that we're nurturing and supporting. And they're all getting together to talk about their child safety reviews. So when a child gets severely injured or, God forbid, killed, they do very intensive reviews in every state. And so these states are getting together and they're bringing in safety science techniques from aviation, the maritime industry, nuclear power, and medicine. And they're bringing those safety investigation and safety assurance techniques into child welfare. Why not? Maritime industry's been at this for a while. Nuclear power has had it for a while, other than a few bad things from Boeing, our home state supplier, that lost sight of quality control and some of those safety issues. Really, our aviation industry is a model for how you use checklists and other safety devices. So they've been learning from that. So and part of that is establishing a safety culture, a good psychological safety culture in agencies. And so we mentioned that as well as having a good risk assessment model. So I'm going to stop here because we'll talk about an analysis of neglect, state statutes in a minute, and then we'll turn to timely permanency. So I thought I'd better just stop here, see if there are any questions or comments.
Okay, we have a question already. Senator O'Shea.
Thank you. This has been great. I'm always thinking about what can we do, and one of the things we do well is spend a lot of money, a lot of taxpayer money. Even with super conservative legislatures, we've increased spending, which is another story. But I hear about these and I'm like, what can we put money towards? When I think about what we're spending our money on in the legislature, I always compare it to child welfare, because to me, should be top priority. It's just so important. And so which programs do you think money could help be a solution towards? Okay, first part of the question. Second part of the question is, how do we, as legislatures, convince our budget committees that this should be top priority?
Let me start with a positive. From 22 to 23, you reduced by over 400 children the number of children you placed in care. That saved the state and taxpayers a lot of money. Knowing the agency, they're shuffling that around and making sure that the contract agencies have got what they need. But generally what systems are doing is they're moving upstream a bit. They're saying, let's not place as many children. Only the children who really need placement get foster care. And then they only stay for a short period of time, and we get them to some type of forever home. So that saves money. One is you're shrinking the number of children coming into care. You ought to be reinvesting those dollars into these family support programs that we've been talking about, because for many of them now, if we've been doing a lot of studies, they actually are cost effective. For every dollar you spend on them, you save $3 to $7 of taxpayer dollars, because you're preventing a worse outcome. You're preventing a child from having to go into foster care or into group care, or you're shortening length of stay. And so sometimes you're going to want to pull in an economist to support your child welfare agency to say, where are we saving taxpayer dollars? The SOL program. That in a year or so, you ought to do a cost benefit program on that, because I can bet pretty confidently you're going to show that you're shrinking the amount of time a child spends in care, and that's saving dollars. And so part of it is we're finding in these economic times, we're having to make a case from the outcome data, but we also have to make a case from the cost benefit data. So right now I'm doing a cost benefit study of family resource centers in Kentucky and Tennessee, because I know those, they're conservative states. They're concerned about their dollars. They don't want government in people's lives unless it's absolutely necessary. So we're helping the school system and the child welfare agencies in Kentucky and Tennessee bring some evidence to show that those school-based or freestanding neighborhood-based family resource centers are a good investment of state dollars. And so I hope that answers your question, Senator. It's investing wisely in the best programs that have some evidence that they work, drawing down as much as you can the Medicaid and the federal dollars to support your state budget. And that's where your Family First plan could help you pull in more federal dollars to do the kind of programs you want to do, which you have a bunch of prevention programs in your plan that's already been proved. Those are some of the solutions, the strategies I would recommend. That helps.
Representative Howell. And I forgot to say earlier today, welcome to the committee. We have a new committee member.
Thank you, Chair. Going back to your slide where you discussed the 7.2 million children that had, complaints, and then only 3 million of them were assessed to actually were actually legitimate. In your data analysis that you have done, have you looked at all? I know some states have legislation that require when people call CPS to file a report, they cannot do so anonymously. Is that something you've looked at in your data analysis, and does that affect those numbers?
I don't have enough information. I've got staff who are looking at this whole issue of mandatory reporting. I don't know. I can't comment on that issue of anonymous versus not. I think there's some debate in the field about it. What some of the child safety experts worry about is that you don't want to deter a report that might be legitimate, even though the person is a close member of the family, and it would totally fracture that family relationship, and therefore they want to make the report anonymously. So that's one of the dilemmas that legislatures are juggling, are trying to consider with that issue. And so that, I know Simone and I, we would be happy to provide some follow-up information for you on that. Where are states at with anonymous reporting, and what's the latest science on that? But I'm not prepared to comment on that other than that, if that's okay. Though I'm going to talk about neglect statutes in a minute, so your question is perfectly set up to help us segue to the next section there.
Representative Ruiz.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm wondering, in the research that you've done, have you seen anything regarding the role of law enforcement in an increase in out-of-home placement for children under neglect?
Yes. I've got a friend of mine who's a police social worker in Milwaukee, so I talk to her occasionally. Law enforcement has an incredibly challenging job. And some of the call-outs that they feel most challenged by and the least prepared to work with are domestic violence or child abuse and neglect situations. And that's why most state agencies have on-call workers 24/7, and a number of states are actually embedding social workers into police units because those offices, at first there's a little bit of razzing going on. And my friend's social worker, she's an Army veteran. She used to be a tank mechanic, so Karen's really cool. But she got razzed a little bit for the first week or two. Really, she's just this paradox of, she's not your classic social worker. But so the police officers give them a hard time, but then they depend on them and they value them. And so a lot of the police forces now are starting to consider pulling in crisis teams. Bellevue, you've got a special mental health unit of crisis trained people to support the police officers when they go out. But these calls are happening at 11 o'clock. They're happening at 2 in the morning on a Sunday. They want some extra help. And people are trained in how to de-escalate and to do a family group conference right there. And so that's where law enforcement is really being stretched. And at times the police chiefs are coming out and going, you're asking my officers to do things that they're not trained to do, and I need extra help and support. And so that's what law enforcement is starting in some parts of the country. They're like, we're not going to do this on our own anymore because our officers are, they want to fight crime. They do, of course, want to protect children, but they need some extra help around the intervention pieces of this work that they just don't have the training for. So I hope that helps, Representative, but it's not an easy answer, but that's what, Illinois had one of the first police social work teams. Wisconsin, parts of Wisconsin have them. I think other states are adopting them.
Follow up, Madam Chair. So are you talking about the mental health crisis teams that are, and they are also being used in these types of situations where there's a CPS call?
Social worker, or it's a close operation where the call comes in at 11 o'clock on a Saturday. The officer, the dispatch gets it and they go, oh, this is a CPS. I'm pulling in a CPS worker to accompany that officer out to the family. And this is where we talk about you want to have strong communication. That's that communication. You don't want to have, you don't want a CPS worker showing up on a Monday to work with a family, not knowing that the officers were there on Saturday for a domestic violence situation. Because that puts that CPS worker in a really tough situation of not knowing what happened 48 hours prior. And the reverse, the officer gets a call at 11 o'clock on a Saturday. They want a CPS worker to come out, figure out what the family situation is. Is that child truly at imminent risk of abuse and neglect? Or can we get a home health aide? Can we get a grandmother into the family or get the child placed with a grandmother informally just until that family gets through that crisis of the weekend? You know, a police officer generally doesn't have the training to make those kinds of assessments, and that puts them in a very difficult situation.
So in theory, if those kinds of teams were put together, we could see a drop in children being placed out of their homes.
Yes, I think if you look at who gets placed when, and I mean when in terms of the day of the week, a lot of state agencies are mapping that out. They want to know when kids are flowing in and why. I bet if you did a police social work unit within a year, you could collect some cost benefit data on that, and you would find that your after hours placements of children probably drop significantly.
Thank you.
Yeah, Senator
Everybody
O'Shea
handles it a
had,
different way, but I'm just telling you, this is what, you know, the officers we've talked with. And then Texas for a while had a Texas Ranger as their head of child welfare. He quickly learned that he knew enough from his law enforcement background that he wanted his CPS services and crisis services on call 24/7, 7 days a week. And that was when Hank was the child welfare administrator. They benefited from someone who really understood law enforcement. And they went in, oh, by the way, my CPS workers are underpaid. And they were turning over too quickly. And he said, a legislature, you got to raise their salary. So he was an interesting when you got a law enforcement person in there in child welfare.
just a follow-up with Senator O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the same topic, for the states that are doing this, is it a requirement that the local officers have this person on staff, or does the state fund it? How does it work? Because I think of that as usually more of a local, county, city challenge.
We'll get back to you with some of the finance stuff. I think we can research that for you, and through Simone, we'll get that back to the committee. That's an excellent question. Yeah, generally, it's like mixture, I think, of county, state, because where are your law enforcement budgets? Then again, the better counties, they go, oh my gosh, you know, if we can put these teams together, we're going to have fewer kids placed. The families get a better service on the weekends, and our police officers are less stressed out because they're not being asked to do things that they're not trained for. So their local county boards are finding this to be valuable. Milwaukee County, for example, I think that's who funds that, by the way. Senator, I think that's who funds my friend Karen, is the Milwaukee County Police budget funds that. But we'll get you better information on that.
Senator Faustido.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that conversation just there, I think Ed Klump has mentioned that his police here have that concern, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, I don't know who invited Dr. Pete. I won't butcher your last name, but this is everything that you've said is music to my ears. So I woke up this morning thinking about my mother who worked in child welfare. And so on 9/11, I was standing by her bedside before she passed. So she's been gone 23 years. And one of the things she talked about was helping that poor family. So when you talked about they might just need a refrigerator, etc. So I think that's key, something really simple like that. And so I just wanted to also say that regarding funding, I think Representative Reese, her conversation, would that take legislation to create that. I think it was the Child Protective Service person that goes out. I mean legislation, or was that just policy implemented?
I'm just wondering if they just, at the county level, they said, we're gonna change up how we're staffing our police units, and we're gonna supplement them with a mental health sort of crisis team, and we're gonna have, police social workers assigned.
And then,
Who
Madam
can go
Chair,
out with the officers depending on the order, and I'm.
the young lady that spoke earlier, Nikaya, she lives in Wichita, and I've known her for some time now. And so the other thing, I think I've said it back in 2009, and I don't think I presented it in the way that you just did. However, if there were that family or that Black person who could talk with that social worker, to sometimes that culture difference creates a barrier. And so I love that part too. So I'm so happy. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Around
Dr.
funding
Pete,
issues,
how to pronounce your last name?
Pecora.
Thank you.
It's, numbers, and every state's different, so I know you want to customize that, but some of the agencies have pulled down federal temporary assistance to needy families, TANF. TANF, Secretary Howard might correct me on that, but TANF for many years has had what they call flex funds. And that's been, depending on how the legislation's set up and used, child welfare agencies could tap into TANF flex funds for fixing that refrigerator, repairing a car, these sort of temporary needs to get a family on its feet so they can care for their children. And I think increasingly, child welfare is teaming up with TANF and Medicaid and these other 8 public health. You're going to see a slide called the 5-sector approach in a bit, but they're saying, hey, we can't do this alone. These families deserve and need a little support to get them through a crisis. These other agencies got to step up so we don't have to place the child at $40,000 or $60,000 a year. Let's put in $4,000 of emergency funds, get that family back on their feet, or $8,000 of that and some home visiting services over a 6-month period, and let's prevent the foster care placement. That's where the science supports it, the cost benefit studies supporting it. That's where the whole field is going. And Kansas, with their with the department's Family First plan, like I said, you have a very robust, large set of interventions that the state here has already built into your plan that you can draw on. So you guys are poised to really move in a great direction. I already are, but anyways, I wanted to mention that. So the last piece that is underutilized, and it's a challenge to find funding for, but is also can be potentially supported by Family First, but generally it's Medicaid and Title IV maintenance dollars, is I did want to call out whole family substance abuse treatment. So for over 30 years, I just learned that, over 30 years in Utah, Odyssey House has been providing this service. Last 20 years, first all 30 for moms and their child. Their point is, why should we place a child in foster care for the mom to go off or the dad to go off and get the substance abuse treatment they need? Let's place them in a good apartment or treatment setting together. Daycare on site or nearby, substance abuse treatment on site for the mom or the dad. Last 30 years, the Odyssey House in Utah has been doing it for moms. Last 20 years for dads. Now we finally have some Family First funding, but mainly Medicaid and Title IV maintenance dollars to provide for that. And I want to just mention that's the last little thing on the list, but I might not have called it out properly enough, but it's called whole family substance abuse treatment. Don't split the family up. Keep the family together where that's possible and the child can be safe. And you find that the parents are more motivated for substance abuse treatment. They're less anxious because they're not worrying where their kids are. And they can get on with the healing they got to do, knowing that their child is being cared for while they're in treatment groups right on site or right nearby. So just a great innovation. Finally, people are going, why the hell didn't we do this 3 years ago? Well, some people have been, but we just really haven't funded it, and we haven't talked it up enough in our field. And so now a number of us are really talking it up, and the feds finally passed it in their Family First law. So I did want to end with that one because I think it's a really great. When you worry about child safety, that's one of the issues, right? If mom or dad's drinking too much, the kids 4-year-olds, they're running around the streets, around the neighborhood unsupervised. You know, this is the child safety situations that CPS gets called on. And if we can get more effective substance abuse treatment in place, maybe we can help some of these families so that the children don't have to be placed. I can turn to, and I'm anxious at time here, right?
Yeah, we've got a couple more questions here for
Okay.
you.
Yep.
We've got Senator Holscher online.
All right.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you, Doctor, for being here.
Oh, yeah, we got
My
that.
question
Yeah.
goes back to the social workers and law enforcement. You mentioned Wisconsin and Illinois as states where those started. I'm curious, are there particular, maybe it is more so on the county level, are there particular areas where you've seen really exemplary, strong models of how of that working? And then the same thing on the whole family substance abuse program that you mentioned. Are there certain areas again that seem to be models of those programs?
We could follow up with some information on that in terms of what are the most current states that have got the best models on both of those. We're about to train up our own staff, and then we're going to release a brief that I've been working for 3 years on. That's based on some work out of Arizona, Los Angeles, Utah, that we can share in a matter of weeks, probably, some of the material out of that. So we'll get back to you with that, because those are great questions. Like, who's doing it royal now? Because it's been a while since I've talked to my friend Karen. We would want to get to you the best programs now that have the police social work units, and then like Odyssey House. We'll get to the information on that right away. They've been at it for a lot of years. They know how to braid the funding, and they have a great partnership with their state public child welfare agency. They really value working with them. And so we'll get you in touch with that executive director.
Great, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question on the data, the 7.2 million. Do you categorize where those calls come from?
Yes, and that's what's great. And as Secretary Howard could tell you that too, maybe not today, but another day. But that's what the CPS agencies are analyzing. And you know where the most of them come from, and the most inappropriate ones come from? Unfortunately, education.
School.
Our poor teachers, they're overloaded. They're not trained well enough. And as I'm going to talk about now, sometimes our state laws and our reporting regulations are too vague. And so what a lot of states are doing is they're finally taking a look at their state laws, and they're going, man, we could refine this a little bit better. We could make this a little more specific, because otherwise you've got lawyers for school systems and hospitals who are risk adverse, and that's her whole job as part of his risk management from a legal point of view. And they're going to advise people to liberally report. When in doubt, report. And what a number of states are starting to say is, we're going to tighten up and refine our state law, and then we're going to retrain our, what we call our mandatory reporters, and in some states that's everybody. But we've got to retrain the public and everybody to say, hotline, helpline, call the helpline first, then call the hotline if you really need to. Changing behavior, because that flow of reports coming into the hotline, in most states, it's overwhelming our CPS agencies, and they can't get out and see the families they can't spend as much time as they would like with the children who are most at risk, is what it does.
And that was my gut, was the education system. I have a friend who substituted minimal days and had multiple calls for not abuse. So thank you.
Again, the teachers are only doing what training they've had or what coaching they've had from their principal or superintendent. And these large systems tend to be risk adverse. So if we don't have the more specific laws in place, they will revert to when in doubt, report. And then that's where we end up with
Okay, one last question,
Sure.
Senator Baumgart.
I've got only one more section to do, so I think we're going well. I hope.
I'll be real quick. So the number of fatalities that we have of kids that are in the system tend to be our runners. So our older kids, teenagers. Which of these interventions would the family group conference, what intervention works for that group of kids?
still advocates down the road will be able to tell you that one of the reasons why children run is they're frustrated. They haven't been involved in their case planning, back to the communication piece. They don't have a sense of hope. Am I going to get home to some family member in a reasonable amount of time? So part of it is doing what we call in quality control, root cause analysis. It's what the engineers do on manufacturing. What's really driving that behavior and what can we do about it? So there are some interventions I mentioned, Project Keep, home builders, multi-systemic therapy. Those are conflict behavior management strategies, but Project Keep has a very, very strong record based out of Oregon, but now being used internationally, for helping foster parents manage and address conflicts with generally the teenagers in their care. And so the foster parents, they need a little help and support and coaching and how to manage that, because the kids are adolescents, their emotions all over the place, they're frustrated, anxious, and sometimes don't have hope. And so you want an intervention that helps address that, because you're right, if they're on the streets, if they're falling into drug overdoses or being abused or murdered, that's a very, very dangerous situation, obviously, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we're ready to move on to
Okay.
neglect.
Great. So just talk a little bit about, the perfect question earlier about neglects. So our public policy team looked at state statutes around neglect. We can make that report available to you. And this is an example of what we found, what were actually in state statutes around neglect. And then the team did focus on neglect because 85% of the reports in the CPS are neglect. And they were looking at what did they actually, what the federal law or the federal act says you should have in neglect, which of those categories did the actual state law have in it? And they varied a bit. So I did want to mention that we can get you that report, but this is an issue states are grappling with it. California, Washington, and Texas just refined their state laws around reporting of abuse and neglect. Texas and Washington really try to help people who are reporters, and CPS say we're only going to place if it's a child's at imminent risk. They have found that their placement rates of children have dropped significantly. In Texas, it was a bipartisan Republican Democrat push on this because people don't want government in people's lives unnecessarily. And so it was an interesting mix of child advocates and people who have a very conservative political view on this, that together said our law really needs to be overhauled. Texas did that, and they're seeing the benefits of it so far. Washington State, same thing. California's too early to tell right now, I think, with their law. But so a number of states are saying this is a good time to take a look at our state law. Is there too much subjective decision making because the state law is not specific enough? I know you don't want to get overly prescriptive, but there's a healthy balance there. And at least our analysis by our public policy team was that a number of states have got pretty vague clauses in their laws, and that's just resulting in an inappropriate number of referrals coming into CPS. So they are trying to tighten those up, and they see there's some room for improvement. So I did want to mention that. Here are some things we found is that a lot of the state definitions of neglect do deviate from sort of the model definition that the federal law, the CAPTA law, lays out. Some of the state neglect statutes don't even mention that the person should be looking for risk of harm or actual harm to the child. So we think there's some room for improvement there. And it's not surprising. No one's been really paying attention to this. No one's done really nationwide studies. And that's how we learn when we compare states with each other. And we say, oh, this state's doing it. They've defined it pretty well. This state, maybe not so well because the legislative committee just didn't have the advice they needed. So it's a good time. So we're thinking this is maybe a good time for maybe when you when your committee has time with your legislative staff and the department, you might want to look at the Kansas State Statute on Neglect and see where it's really good and where maybe you want to refine something about it. So Simone and I include this in your packet there. It's just out of convenience. Okay, let me turn, and I'm recognizing time. I want to make sure I get to timely permanency, but this slide just reinforces what we've been talking about for much of the morning, which is child welfare can't do it alone. For the types of child and family situations that we've been discussing, we need to pull in all the sectors, the business sector, the faith-based sector, philanthropy. It really takes a village to raise a child these days. And, you know, multiple sectors of society have got to step up. And that's where our, you know, our health, public health, child welfare cannot do it alone, or we're going to just end up with children being warehoused in foster care. And nobody wants that. None of your provider agencies, nor your department. So with that, let's turn to permanency. A lot of states are worried right now that they don't want children staying in foster care any longer than they need to. As if you got somebody being cared for by a government agency, you know, it's just your liability's higher. You know, family takes generally is where a child ought to be. They know that child better. They'll care. They'll hang in there with the child where maybe a non-relative might not. So it's been tough, and sometimes agencies haven't set goals for themselves around permanency planning, or they haven't set goals for themselves around they want, if the child gets placed, the child's placed with a kin. I think Kansas might be at around 39%. The national average is 38%. Most child welfare agency directors we talk to now would like to see 80% or more of their children who come into foster care placed with a relative or fictive kin. And what some states are doing is they're saying they're redefining what kinship care means in state law. Right now, for many states, it's related by blood or marriage. And they're saying, we're going to expand that definition. It's whoever that loves that child and will care for that child. So the notion of fictive kin, which for many ethnic groups, that has been a tradition for many years. Greek, Italian, Polish, Russian, Latino, African American Indian, that has been, kinship care has been, of fictive kin, has been a practice in those ethnic groups for many, many years. So what states are having to do, they go, well, we're going to change the state law, and we're going to include fictive kin in with kinship care. So I don't know where Kansas is with that. That's my ignorance on that. But I know Virginia and a number of states just changed their state laws around that. Easy fix, by the way. Very little. It's just common sense. So that's why it goes through legislatures fairly easy. One of them that gets in the way, though, is sometimes when staff in the voluntary agencies aren't trained well, or they don't hold permanency as a value. And then sometimes it's because the services necessary to get that child home aren't available. So one of the things I want to mention that I just learned from Illinois is that they geomapped key services recently. And I'm thinking geomapping is going to be one of our best tools that moving forward in government we can do. Let me tell a story. Illinois started to implement their Family First plan, but their voluntary agencies, the private providers that sometimes are on the front lines, they know what's going on. They started to tell the state, hey, we're short slots for motivational interviewing. I'm short slots on Healthy Family America. I don't have enough treatment slots downstate in my rural communities for home-based services. And they went, so they had to step back and they geomapped where the services were and weren't. And they had what I call service deserts. We're talking about food deserts, healthy food deserts. This is an example of a service desert. They had a shortage of treatment services being available in certain communities. And they went, my gosh, if we hadn't geomapped it, we wouldn't have spotted it in the same way. you know, they geomap weather patterns, right? Because you step back, and if you're a visual person, you can see where things are and where they're not. And what they did is Illinois said, we got to change some contracting. We got to we got to change how we're contracting and where, to make sure those workers had service delivery slots for those treatments that the families needed. So if you haven't done it, it's one of the things I think a number of states are going to start to do. They're going to geomap where they've got things. So that is one of the areas. What are some of the other challenges? Oh man, who can read that? Hopefully, and your printed copy, it's better. But let me just highlight a few. This one was tough I had to redo it, and I should have separated it out. But let's just look at a couple of them. One, we just talked about inadequate family supports. What families need, they can't get access to pull their functioning together, to address the risks that brought the kid into care the first time. To bring that child home, you got to address those safety issues. So maybe that's parenting, maybe it's financial assistance, maybe it's housing. But whatever those barriers are, someone needs some support to do that. Staff overload. If you got a caseload of 25 or 35 as a foster care worker, it's pretty hard to do permanency planning because you've just got too many children and families that you're working with. So managing a caseload for those agencies is really important. Some foster parents, I've worked with a few. They're very few these days, but you have to be alert for them. They're really in the child rescue business. That's what they want to do. They don't see themselves as being a support to birth parents or birth family members. And that becomes a barrier to permanency planning if the foster parents aren't on board with that. So that's something that our voluntary agencies here in Kansas and elsewhere have to deal with sometimes. Is that the right foster parent for that child? Does that foster parent really have that child's best interest at heart in terms of some type of a permanency arrangement, whether that's return home or guardianship with a relative or adoption, but some type of forever home? Another strategy is, or challenge is judicial. Sometimes we've got rotating judges who don't really have background in child welfare. They don't understand that caseload, and they're not asking the right questions from the bench because they don't even know they have a bench card. National Council on Juvenile Family Court Judges has produced bench cards for permanency planning. They might even be aware that those bench cards exist. So they don't ask the right questions of the worker or the birth parents or whoever. And so sometimes we've got a judicial unit at Casey Family Programs of former retired judges and lawyers where we're happy to work with states around their judiciary to help their judiciary compare notes, share data across judicial districts. How many of your kids are staying in care for 4 years, 3 years? How many are in certain judicial districts? Why is that judge helping the agencies move those children to permanency a lot faster? Because judges are very competitive. And when they start to compare the data, they go, well, wait a minute, how come that person's doing so much better than another person? So anyways, judges are really key, and I understand you've got a judge appearing, talking to you about permanency later today, so perfect timing. We think there's such a powerful force for good if they've got the right training and support and data, if they're looking at their data from their courts. Family finding, again, if the child welfare agency doesn't have access to family finding, how are they going to identify possible relatives that could care for that child? So sometimes family finding isn't available as it needs to be. And what your SOUL program is really well designed to do is one of the other barriers, which is children not involved in their own case planning. And that's what the SOUL and some of the best permanency planning models do, is they put that child front and center in helping to choose and helping to identify family members or others. Sometimes it's a coach, sometimes it's a teacher that says, I'm going to take that child in, I'm going to be a guardian of that child. The child knows that. The child knows who cares about him or her. And so child-centered case management and planning is a really important piece of this, and that can be a barrier if that's not there. Okay, so I've got 12 minutes and 14 strategies for timely permanency planning, which we'll go through fairly quickly. But thankfully, we've talked a lot about these either in the previous speakers are today. So first step, if a child needs to be placed, use family finding, get them into a relative home. Why? Children don't move as quickly. They're less traumatized. Reunification is a lot easier if they're placed with a relative. So that's why you hear child welfare leaders across the country now saying they want to move from 38% to 80 or 90% of children placed with relatives. They don't want to use non-relative homes if they can. Secondly, you've got to have good multidimensional assessments. So in a number of states, if a child goes into foster care, every child who goes into care gets a pretty intensive workup. Just like a physical health workup, they get a mental health workup. Because if you've got untreated depression, anxiety, or psychosis, or social phobia in that child, that's going to interfere with a child working towards reunification or being placed in a guardian or adoptive home. If they're not mentally ready, they're not going to work with you. So that's why a good multidimensional assessment is really important. Limiting staff loads, we already talked about that. Mental health assessments got to include trauma. It's amazing what you find in terms of the trauma in these children once you take a few minutes and ask them about it. And so a lot of the trauma experts now are saying, you got to ask and then build it into your case plan to help that child and the parents and the family to deal with it. Parent-child visitation, and this is where the judges are so incredibly helpful if they ask about it, if they award it, if they reinforce it. Because we know parent-child visitations should start early and be as often as safely can be done, because it motivates parents to make the changes in their lives to get their children back home. So parent-child visitation is a really important scientifically based strategy to help accelerate reunification. Talked about judges, family navigator program. The system of care pieces we've talked about, this is a diagram of what a system of care, and it basically is saying, again, a lot of these families have social services, financial services, medical services, and other services they might be navigating. Let's get those systems to work better together so the family is not fractured or overstressed trying to navigate all those services. So that's what a system of care. Been around for over 20 years, behavioral health and child welfare trying to work better together. All right, I won't be rushing us, but these are, you've just heard SOUL, which is terrific. We've talked about economic barriers and the use of TANF and other funds to flex funds to get families the concrete supports they need so the children can go home if they need to be placed initially. And then you've got a number, I think you've got PCIT, you've got a number of the home visiting and family-based service programs already in your Family First plan. I believe they're probably being provided in Kansas right now. And again, you might want to geomap where these key services that you already are providing, where are they being provided? And do you have a few rural or urban neighborhoods where there is there are slots not available that really need to be. So that'd be something to think through a bit. Sometimes you get surprised at yourself. You go, oh my gosh, there's a part of the state that we got to bring in mobile mental health services or telehealth services or drop in a service center of some kind, because that rural area is just not getting any access to services, and those families deserve it. You might find that when you geomap the services there. Okay, and then lastly, behavioral management programs. We were talking about, Senator mentioned, adolescent. You've got to have good behavior management programs because some of these teenagers have been through so much that they need those added supports. Group therapy, the right kind of coaching, cognitive behavioral therapy, the right kind of medications, not too much, not too little, but the right set of medications so that they can function and be the best they can be. Because if they're really stressed out, they're not going to be a good candidate for a guardianship home. They're not going to even want to consider being adopted if their mental health is not in a good, stable place. So that's why we want to pay attention to the child's mental health so that they can help you work towards a permanency arrangement and not be so overwhelmed with their mental health conditions that they, they can't even consider, going to live with an aunt or maybe being adopted. Project Keep is an example of that. Home Builders is another one. And then lastly, we were talking about in-home substance abuse treatment. Of course, there's the family, the center one we talked about, right? Where the mom and the child or the dad and the child go off. But there are a number of home-based ones. And the one I mentioned is START, which I think is on your plan, which is very popular, like I said, in Kentucky and Ohio. And that's that team-based substance abuse treatment. So we're finally getting very, very good in terms of our substance abuse treatment work. How are we doing time-wise? Okay. Rate and care. Secretary Howard, I know, is going to probably take you through probably better data than I have here on Kansas, but that's just your numbers in care are a little on the high side. I know you guys are concerned about that. This is your rate per 1,000 of children entering foster care. So I always like to know, what are my neighboring states, how are they doing? And you're at 9.6 per 1,000. Where Texas is down to 2.8, Colorado's at 2.9, Iowa's at 5.3, Arkansas is at 5.7, Oklahoma's at 7.4, Missouri's way up there at 9.1. So that's an area I know you're all concerned about, is the rate of children entering care, and could you maybe keep more children at home? And your Family First plan and some of your other work is going to help you do that. And here's the good news. In the last year, and Secretary Howard has probably better data, you decreased your use of foster care by over 400 children. Safely, I would bet. I bet your re-abuse rates are very low, and you're doing that in a really good way. So maybe that's something you're going to want to just continue. Whatever is working, continue and double down on those excellent strategies. I'm not going to talk about long stairs. I want to go right to closing. So I know I want to make sure if there's any last closing questions for me, but I know we covered a lot of material today and appreciate your patience with it. Just want to reiterate well, how did that happen? Come on. Again, we're trying to, the science of child welfare in the last 20 years, and I'm talking about human development science, early childhood science, brain science, safety science, all that had to come together. So child welfare just didn't use social work literature and research. This field now is drawing from a bunch of other fields, as it should. And all that is coming down to, again, kids are best raised by families. I can tell you through my alumni studies, foster family, it's a tough battle, and the children don't do as well. So when we can keep children placed with some type of birth family or kinship family or a tribal clan member, they do better. The data shows that. The key is healthy and supportive communities, right? Children get raised in a community, and families need the supports of those communities. So that is a scientific, and we've got data that shows the ecological conditions in certain families. Certain zip codes, children don't do as well because the communities aren't as supportive. We don't want to place children for non-safety reasons. That just is a bad use of foster care. This foster care ought to be like a precious resource. And then we talked about a number of strategies for achieving timely permanency. Didn't have those strategies when I was first starting out in practice. I didn't have a practice model to work from. I had a good judge. I had great legal counsel at my agency. The lawyers I worked with were fantastic. I had a good clinical supervisor. I didn't have any of these practice techniques. We didn't have family finding. We didn't have the sense of timely permanency being very, very important. We didn't have all these strategies to help support parents. Now we do. So it's a different era we're in right now. And I think the science there is finally there to support practice in a way that a lot of child welfare leaders, we were really in a tough place a few years back. So again, this is where I think the field has really come around, and it's a perfect time to be pulling all this stuff together as you are. So I'm going to stop and see if there are any last minute questions. I want to make sure I have that time.
Questions? Representative Ousley.
Thank you for being here, Doctor. Thank you, Madam Chair. Earlier in your presentation, you said California, Washington, and Texas had moved to a model of not removing except for imminent danger, I think was how you put it. And you said it was too soon to see on California, but Texas, when I found out about that, I was pretty intrigued, and then looking at our numbers in surrounding states and our level of removal. How's that going in Texas? Any safety concerns? Are they seeing too much, too fast, too far?
Not too bad so far. No, we haven't seen a big backlash at all. And in fact, so far the numbers, what you always look for, it's like a canary in the coal mine. Are your repeat maltreatment rates spiking up? Are children getting re-abused or neglected? And so far, from what I've heard, it has not. But I think it was a really good bipartisan commission that crafted the state law changes. Same thing in Washington. Both sides of the House and Senate worked hard to refine that law. And I think taking that extra time to do the right refinement paid off, because now they're seeing a pretty big drop. Now, with anything new, sometimes people get a little overzealous or workers aren't fully, completely trained. So I would not be surprised if we get a few, and you can't do, as you all know, you can't legislate by cases of one. I have a feeling we're going to have a few bad situations pop up, but they're going to be the exception rather than the rule from what we've been hearing. We've been talking with the state people and some of the advocacy groups. They like where that's headed. It's like finally tightened it up, and then the children who most need to be protected are getting protected. And what they're really trying to do is get the community-based agencies to step up and support the families, which some of them have been waiting for that, and the support dollars for years, and now they're finally able to do that. So it'd be well worth looking into. I've been very much encouraged by the bipartisan nature of this, where you had some people really, both sides of the aisle in a sense, teaming up.
I appreciate that. And then, Madam Chair, if I may. So you mentioned, drawing down federal dollars for Family First programs, Medicaid, wherever we can. And we're talking about getting people connected to services, but we didn't really talk about, child care assistance or SNAP or TANF, where we're actually given directly to the people. Years ago in Kansas, there was some lifetime benefit changes from what's federally available, the 60 months, and Kansas now has it restricted down to 24 months in a lifetime. And I'm curious, I know at one point in time we had paraprofessors out of KU that were studying the correlation between the increase in kids coming into care and the decrease in assistance. Is that unique to Kansas, or is that a trend we can find anywhere else?
Simone and I can get you that information, but generally, restricting certain kinds of benefits has not fared well. So there's got to be a balance. And a couple of those, I remember that study, I showed that there was an uptick in foster care, and the poverty rates went up. So it's this public assistance is a balancing act, and sometimes when it gets too restricted, we now have data shows that children and families suffer. So you're right to call that out as a concern to balance properly. And I think we'll look for the non-Kansas study. There's a couple other studies that back you up in what you're saying here, and we'll get that data from a couple other states.
Kind of along the question I had about Texas, was it too much, too fast, too far? So any information you can get back to us would be appreciated.
Thank you. Yeah, I think what they've been doing is they've been rallying their community-based family supports, so the families are getting the support they need. If they don't go to CPS, at least there is some services being provided to them, and that was the safeguard they try to put in place. But
thank you both.
Other questions? On that, the answer that you just gave about public assistance, is there, when you first started your presentation today, you were talking about some of the private contracts or private organizations. Is there any correlation to them picking up where maybe TANF left off, or?
Not that I'm aware of. But it takes a sort of a robust systems of care to get the work done. We have a study we've done where we did national simulations of anti-poverty programs, for example. So some of the private agencies that help people get jobs or help them increase their credit scores, or or help them sustain in a job. We found that the Institute of Medicine published 4 different types of poverty reductions packages. We studied 3 of them, and for all 3, when you reduce child poverty, we did the actual simulation with actual data. Number of children reported to Child Protective Services would go down in every state. In fact, I can get the simulation data for Kansas. Your number of placements in foster care would go down, the more you can drop child poverty, and your racial disparity rates would go down. So it's a 3-for-1 benefit. If you can decrease child poverty, not only are there all those other child development benefits, but you actually have some child welfare system benefits that happen. Fewer kids reported, placed, and then the racial disparity shrinks down. We'll get you the Kansas data. There's a couple of researchers out of the University of Wisconsin-Madison and Columbia that did that for us. So we'll
Data would be
to you.
very beneficial. Thank you. Okay, it looks like
Appreciate that.
we finished right on time, and thank you. Thanks so much for being here. Safe travels. Okay, next up, we're going to have testimony from individuals, providers, and organizations. And up first, I have Dr. Carissa Grelder. Is she here? Okay. How about Dina Gage with CASA? Hi, Dina.
Oh,
Welcome.
thank you. Chairman Representative Concanon, my thoughts and prayers to Vice Chair Senator Gossage during this time, Ranking Member Representative Ousley, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. My name is Dina Gage, and I am honored to serve as the new State Director for the Kansas CASA Association, where CASA stands for Court Appointed Special Advocates. Our network of 20 local CASA programs across Kansas recruits, trains, and supervises CASA advocates who are volunteers and have served as the voice for over 1,100 children involved in the Child in Need of Care court system this year. CASA advocates are assigned to a child's case by a judge and focus exclusively on advocating for the child's best interests. Our advocates build relationships with the children, their families, and professionals involved in their cases to ensure thorough and informed recommendations are made to the court. These efforts are often a lifeline for children experiencing trauma, abuse, and neglect, helping them find safety, stability, and the support they need. In Kansas, nearly 5,800 children are in foster care, many of whom face the challenges of navigating an overburdened system. CASA advocates are a proven point of stability and support, offering continuity during this difficult time. I'm proud to share that from January 1st of this year through June 30th, our CASA advocates provided nearly 26,000 advocacy contacts with the children they serve. As I step into this role, I look forward to working with each of you to ensure that the most vulnerable children in Kansas continue to receive the advocacy and support they need and deserve. Our mission is to make sure no child is overlooked, and I'm committed to building on the impactful work of the Kansas CASA Association. Thank you for your time and for considering the crucial role CASA plays in the lives of children across Kansas. I provided more thorough written testimony for your review, and I'll stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Thank you. I think we'll take questions now, and I want to say thank you for coming and introducing yourself. We had talked about maybe doing a CASA presentation, but this meeting was really packed, and so I think we'll maybe look forward to that our next meeting. Do we have any questions this time? Senator Fasquedo.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your introduction. And so with what Dr. Peter just said, so I live in Wichita. I represent about 74,000 people, and inner city Wichita.
Yep.
So there's an organization, a group called the Wichita Council of Elders. These are retired professional African Americans. And some of them have shared that they have applied to be a CASA member and were denied. And so I'm just saying, in your new role, if we're talking about families interacting with someone who looks like them and who could understand their culture, perhaps you could, kind of look into that piece of it.
Absolutely will. Thank you for the information, so I can do some further checking on that.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, thank you. Okay, next up I have Mike. I'm going to butcher your last name, so I'm going to let you say it, with President of Pixis.
Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I just so you know, we provide day service program for Ember Hope. Had been providing for St. Francis for the last 6 years, and then Ember Hope took that contract in Wichita, and we're providing that service for them now. Prior to that, we had been contracting with ComCare, a community mental health center in Wichita, and been providing community-based mental health services there. What I wanted to talk about today was as you know, there's 1,400 kids in foster care in Sedgwick County. And what I wanted to talk about was that 2 or 3% of those 1,400 that are that basically don't have a place to go. These are kids that have been removed from placements. They're the ones that you see on the news. These are kids that have multiple offenses, just behaviors that are very difficult to get them permanently placed. What we provide is a day service. So during the day, they have nowhere to go, so they come to us. We work with, again, there's about 2 to 3% of those kids that can't find, it's very difficult to find permanent placement for, that Ember Hope is trying to find placement. So during the day, they come to us, and at night, then they go to an emergency bed somewhere in town. These are dysregulated kids, very troubled youth, and for them to go from our place to an emergency bed, then the next morning they come back to us, then they go to another emergency bed, and many times they're coming into our homes with bags of their possessions. Sometimes they'll get suitcases, but these are basically homeless kids that have nowhere to go. And what I'd like to propose, I've been talking with Brenda Watkins with Ember Hope, who's speaking later today, and what we'd like to do is turn our day service into a 24/7. What we provide is a safe home where relationships can get built, trusting relationships. Kids begin to de-escalate, begin to regulate while they're with us, but then they go to this emergency home, which then becomes dysregulated again. Then they come back to us, and many times we start back over. A lot of these running kids, when they go to these emergency beds, that's when they'll run. A lot of times kids will refuse to go to placements because they know what happens at these placements aren't what they're looking for, and can be dangerous. When we first started 6 years ago, we had worked with mental health for, again, 20 some years with ComCare, and we had worked with these community mental health models, psychosocial group and individual, and they approached us and said, "Can you work with these kids?" We said, "Sure, we can work with these kids. That's who we work with." We brought these kids in, and these were different than the kids we were working with. These were kids that were being removed from, or had been released from juvenile detention centers, coming out of psychiatric treatment facilities, or going in or out of those facilities, these institutions, and they were very dysregulated. We had, when we first started, we had one location, about 25 to 30 kids, and we'd have the police visit us about once a week. We'd have cars pull up. We hadn't worked with this level of care, and so we soon realized we had to disperse these kids. So now we have 7 locations, might have Some kids are one-to-one care, but some, we have 3 levels of care. We have 1-to-1, 1-to-2, or 1-to-4. These are all kids that are hoping for permanent placement at some point. But what we want to do is we have our staff trained in safe crisis management, which is a behavioral management model. There are many out there. We felt like this one fits these kids well. There is a physical restraint element to it. These kids are aggressive kids, and at times we need to restrain. Our restraining technique that we're taught very well is very, we hold when we need to, and as we release with relationship. We do it in a very kind, compassionate way, and we don't do it if we don't have to. Rarely do we do it, but it does happen. From that, kids see that we care and that we want to build a relationship with them. We want them to feel safe and feel valued, and from that we hope that they can begin to regulate. Anyway, the point is, we think that that day service emergency care model is not doing them a good service. They never get settled. And the 7 locations, 5 of those are homes, and we feel like a home environment is where they need to be. If we could keep them overnight rather than send them off, we feel like they would do better with us, and that they would then be more prepared when permanent placement is found. They'd be more regulated. They'd feel a better sense of who they are and feel more valued, and we'd have more success on the placement side. So that we did speak with some leaders at DCF about this model, and we're hoping to get, or we plan to get certified registered residential center. What's out there now is not quite what this model would look like. Many of these kids, there's already a lot of residential centers in Wichita that do well, but for many of these kids, they've already been kicked out of most of those, and they're not welcome back. And so this model is a little bit of a different need than what is currently available in the residential models that are being offered. So we're getting there. We think that having a licensed home, that was the word I was looking for, a licensed home is something that we need to be licensed, and we need to be regulated. It needs to be done well. And we also believe that as we move in this direction, that as kids get placed, that we can then follow them with some behavioral coaching. We've spoken with Adopt Connect with their behavioral interventionist model, and a lot of our staff I think would be great candidates for providing that service, and that transition with these kids from the placement that they would be with us into a more permanent placement, we think would be more successful. Most of our kids, just so you know, are 15, 16, 17. We've got a 20-year-old. Every now and then we'll get a younger child in that needs that kind of care. But anyway, that's what we're looking at.
Well, thank you. Thanks for being here. I have a couple questions, and we have a few questions for you. So, okay, first of all, how do you say your last name?
It's Crewell.
Okay.
Crewell, yeah.
Thank you. And how long has you said this? I missed it.
Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Started in '94 in El Dorado, and we were working with SRS at the time, and we were providing a job training service for all the kids that SRS provided services for, and then they privatized, and we went in a few different directions, and foster care is one of those, mental health, and TANF, and a few others.
That's 94. Okay. How big is your staff?
Yeah, 50, so not that big. We've been bigger at times, so 30 years.
Do you have workforce issues?
Yes.
Yeah, like everybody.
Yeah, and this job, and that's part of what I put in the testimony, was the job that what really happens at that direct service level is finding people that this is a calling, that they feel like they connecting with these kids is not easy. Kids are can be difficult and can cuss you out, can be aggressive, and they don't really want to receive much. But as you build relationship, it takes some patience, takes some empathy skills, compassionate skills, and this is something that I think, I don't know if there's a model for this kind of person, that I think there needs to be a professional level model for this kind of person. We have some people that connect with these kids, and in ways that it's just it's their calling, it's their skill, and yet they're not paid well enough, and so many times they can't raise a family on what we have to pay them, and so that home-based model that I'm talking about, the level of support that's needed, that's part of the challenge, is that residential model, and what it's reimbursed for it would be a reduction in what we're getting as a day service. So we go 24 hours, but we take less money, and it just, from a financial position, that would be difficult.
So a few years ago, I visited a alternative school that kids with behavior disorders were, instead of being expelled, they were sent to the alternative school, and they had a de-escalation process that they were calling the Boys Town method. Are you familiar with that? And is this the same?
I'm familiar with Boys Town and that model to a certain degree. We had used CPI at one point. We used Safe Crisis Management. There's TBRI out of SMU that's really good. They don't have the physical restraint piece that we really need. But I think most of those behavioral interventionists, and doctor would probably be better, have better research on that. But most of those come down to, do you care about the kid? Do you have the empathy skills and compassionate skills to really work with them? Foundationally, they all come from a place of care and compassion. So
good, thank you, Senator Foscato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just a few quick questions. I'll say them all at once. So, so today, are you here asking for funding for your project? And describe your restraint process, because I live in Wichita. And so that hospital you spoke of is St. Joseph, where individuals go. When you talk about restraint, I know that our juvenile detention center, we already have a big issue of the restraint of a young man that passed away being wrapped. So I want to know who trains you, and what is your restraint process, and have you talked to members of our Cedric County Commission? I know that the chair, Commissioner Ryan Beatty, is part of, and we all summer long, we've been going to different meetings regarding ComCare and this issue, and working with the One Heart Project, who does something similar. So, I guess my number one concern is the restraint process. Are you police, and are you asking for funding today? Thank you.
Safe Crisis Management is the model we use. It's out of Pennsylvania. Our leader, our trained staff is getting certified, recertified. We've been providing that level of care for 2 years, and it is. It is.
No, I mean, what do you mean? Do you put them in handcuffs? Do you put them in a chair? Do you wrap them up? You can't hold a 17-year-old like a baby. So I just want to know that restraint process. You've seen it before. Can you share?
I'll try. The model is primarily set up to restrain at the last when necessary. You know, the de-escalation has got to happen. Most of the time we talk kids down and we de-escalate, and that doesn't happen. And restraining, it really is, there's levels of care that requires, or there's levels of restraining that happen. So it's not just one level. You know, sometimes it's just, it's positioning your body in a certain, you know, next to them, and then maybe it's putting a hand on their shoulder, depending on the level of care. At some point, yes, a child might be taken to the ground. And then you got multiple people, and there's, and our trained specialist in that, it would be able to speak better to it, but it's, you know, it's very well monitored. It requires, we do 9 hours of theory training and then another 9 hours of the restraining piece, and only certain staff are capable of doing the restraining piece. And we have a crisis team that is available that would go to whatever home if there is a crisis. Not only our program manager, but also our other crisis. We've got 5 people on our crisis team for 20 kids, 25 kids. But our, CJ was a part of our program. We understand the risk involved in restraining, and we certainly want to treat that very, very carefully, and you know, that's something that you know, that's a risk.
Chair, I guess that was my point of Cedric Lofton.
Yes.
So you addressed that, and so are you here today asking for funding? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I am, and asking for funding is a little bit tricky, and that was part of our conversation with DCF. Is what is the licensing requirement, and what is it that they're going to want from us? And so to put a number to that, I will say what we're getting now and the emergency care funds that are being paid for that emergency bed together, those funds, we can do better than that from a financial position, and we can provide better care for kids. So yes, I am asking for that. What that looks like, I think, would have to come with some conversation with your DCF leadership team, and how that what licensing would look like, and what that would. So.
Other questions? Representative Ruiz.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm just a tad confused about, you want to go from a day service to a residential, correct?
Yes.
Or provide both?
Yes. Yeah. Day service kids are with us all day, and so we just want to keep them overnight. So we want to just add another 6.5 hours to our service.
So 7 hours. Then you do become residential.
Yes.
They're there 24/7.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's all I have on my agenda for I'm sorry, Mike. I do have we do have one more question. I forgot. We have one online. Senator Holscher.
Great, thank you so much. Actually, instead of asking a question, I was wondering if I could just give my minute allotment or whatever for a question to Sherry Lesher. I know that she submitted testimony, but apparently it didn't get added in for her to give testimony in person. So I was just wondering if my minute could be utilized by her.
Yeah, I'll allow her to make comments. You can go ahead and ask a question though, if you'd like. Or
oh no, I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so I was just going to say I don't have anyone else listed, but it's my understanding that Sherry is here. There you are, and would like to speak. Yeah, go ahead.
Really, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. You guys know my asks. I've given them, and I'm going to say this, and it's getting to be more and more critical. Respite care is desperately needed in Wichita. Kids are coming up, people are having issues. A lot of people, I know you guys know nothing about me other than I sit up here and I talked to you about my dead child. The fact of the matter is, I was a foster child. So it's not like I could say, hey, Aunt so-and-so, can you take AJ for a week? Grandma so-and-so. I had nobody. I was my own support system. I was AJ's support system. When I was asking and begging them for help, that was all. I came to them with desperation. And they left me. They just left us hanging, and literally it cost him his life. I'm going to read something to you guys. I know that I've turned this in before, but I'm going to tell you how shoddy this agency was. And I've explained to you that this piece of paper, I think this piece of paper singularly is responsible for his death. And it starts out, youth previously received community-based services. Youth previously determined to have met criteria for SED. He was actually going to school for SED. Youth currently or previously received special education services for emotional behavior disorder. Obviously, youth currently has, I don't know that one, CAFAS score of 70 or above. Youth currently has a diagnosed mental illness and symptoms due to lack of stability in foster home or other placement, permanent home, school, and community. Youth currently or within the last 60 days received some type of mental health treatment. Youth previously had diagnosed mental illness, emotional disorder. Youth has history of mental health treatment, less intensive. Anyway, it goes on. At the very end is the most minimum. Youth is currently experiencing functional impairment in current placement. Youth is currently experiencing functional impairment in school domain. St. Francis, AJ qualified for every single one of those. St. Francis marked those last 4. Then in the interpretations, if A or B applies, it's very likely that the youth qualifies as having SED. That had already been established. And if more than A and B were marked, then he qualified for having intensive services. By them only marking those 4, it kept AJ right with them. So nobody else could touch him because he didn't have all that other stuff. They have his intake right here that states he had been PRTF'd, he had been in KVC. It was intense. He had SED, he had autism, he had all these things, and they marked the 3 most minor of things for him to get help with. They blocked him. They blocked him from receiving the services that he desperately needed. We were desperate. And they minimized, and here we are today because they minimized. And I've asked and asked and asked. You guys know, I've been up here a million times. You guys have got to start holding them accountable on some levels. Nothing changes if nothing changes. And I will stand for questions. That's it. If anybody wants to see these, I'll show them. You can look at them. It cost my son his life.
Okay, thanks for being here, Sherry. Are there any questions? Okay, you did turn in some testimony. Oh, no. Okay, if you don't mind, I know you were going to send it in by Monday, and the deadline was Friday. So if you wouldn't mind going ahead and send that in, so we'll have it part of the record.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, was there anyone else here that wishing to speak? Okay, I don't know how, but we finished right on time. Lunch is right outside, and let's see, John Monroe, is he in here? Oh, yeah, we can thank John. Is it St. Francis today that's providing lunch? Yes? Okay, we can thank St. Francis. So we will return at, let's do 12:20. Okay, welcome back from lunch. Sorry for those online. We're a few minutes late. Lots going on in the room here. So we're starting off the afternoon with our report from DCF. And sorry. We've got minutes to approve. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we approve the minutes as written from our last June meeting.
Okay, we have a motion by Representative Johnson and a second by Senator O'Shea to approve the minutes. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Okay. Formalities. So now we have Secretary Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Laura Howard, Secretary for DCF. Thanks for the chance to be here today to visit with the committee and to provide an update. I was really pleased to hear the presentation from Casey this morning and to hear a lot of language that's familiar to what we have been certainly talking about, as well as actions that really fit very much some of the directions that we've been going as a state. And so I'll probably take some time a little ways into my testimony just to reference a few of those things that you've talked about or we're asking questions about this morning, just to context for what we're actually doing or not doing in Kansas. So I'm going to start out as I typically do, with just some basic data in terms of by the numbers. Then we'll talk about some of the prevention and community engagement activities. I was also asked to talk specifically about placement stability and the Center for Capacity Building, Leading for Results work that's been going on in Kansas. Some general foster care updates, some information about youth with IDD and foster care, and then a brief legislative update. So by the numbers, as we start out, and this fits, I think, very well with the conversation this morning. An awful lot of our work in Kansas in the last few years has really been about amplifying prevention supports and looking at the issues of safety and risk as it relates to entry into care. So as we look at the number of youth in care, we ended the last fiscal year with just under 5,800 youth in care. You can see those numbers have gone down every year since 2018, and that's a 24% reduction since 2019 in terms of the number of youth in foster care. I think the next slide is maybe even more, and actually I might say as we sit here today, the numbers are about 5,670. So the number's gone down about another 100 since July. As we look at the next slide, I think that might even tell even a more significant story in terms of the work that's been going on in Kansas. Because in this slide, instead of looking at the total number of youth who are in foster care, that total cohort, this looks at the number of children entering care each year. And you can see that in 2024, just under 2,600 youth entered care. That's a 42% reduction since 2018. You can see those numbers, they're going down fairly dramatically. And so again, many of the things that you were talking about this morning, the family first interventions that have been put in place, more recently, some of the work around the 4 questions. And I see we were able to share with you some of the kind of bling related to the 4 questions. You have the little squeeze square there and a notepad, and we'll talk more about that. But again, significant reduction in terms of the entries into care, and obviously lots of facets around that in our practice model, the prevention work, and then more recently, really that focused work on really asking those questions about where does a child need to come into foster care to be safe. In terms of the rate of entry into care, on the next page, you can see the national rates of entry. So even despite this work, and certainly our Casey friends this morning also called out, Kansas continues to have a higher rate of removal, even with all of this work that's been going on. So you can see the numbers in Kansas are going down, but Kansas is at 3.84 compared to a national rate of 2.22. And if we look at the next page, from federal fiscal year 22 to federal fiscal year 23, we had been seventh highest, and I think we're now only 10 highest. And I would say now our rate of removal in that data actually put our rate of removal lower than Missouri and Iowa, so a little bit lower than a couple of our surrounding states. And again, many of the things we've talked about in the last meetings, some of the things related to how wide our front door is that we'll talk about at different points in our presentation certainly contribute to that higher number in Kansas. But again, we're doing a lot of work just on the practice side, and without having changed the law or anything like that, to begin to impact that. I mean, really going back to the values that were talked about this morning in terms of foster care being that last resort for children who need that in order to be safe. But the children belong with their families, they belong in their communities, if we can serve them safely. So again, a couple more quick slides related to this. In terms of children entering and exiting, you can again see that since 2020, we've had more youth exiting than entering care each year. Now, we still think we have work to do in that regard because, as we've talked with you before, we have a longer rate of care. We have a longer length of time in care than many states. And so that's some of the work coming out of the Judicial Summit that we'll talk about in a few slides with our judicial partners in terms of looking at those lengths of time in care. A couple more just informational slides that begin to break things down a little bit more in terms of why children entered care. And again, you've seen these for a few meetings now, but this does finish up with the state fiscal year 24 data. That in state fiscal year 24, 61% of youth entered care for reasons of abuse or neglect. And again, that's with our statutory definitions of neglect, which I know there's a lot of discussion about whether or not those are too broad. And 39% entered for those other reasons, that family in need of assessment. Could be child behavior issues, could be truancy, could be a number of things that don't have anything to do with abuse or neglect. And then by request or source, in terms of whether or not DC made that request for entry, whether or not that came through directly through the court. And you can see those percentages in terms of the DCF request, and you can really see that percentage really went down in this past year. And I think an awful lot of that has to do with some of that 4 questions work. And so I'll be interested to see whether I think it's too early to say that's a trend in terms of that proportion changing, but it certainly does stand out as a data point as I look at that. So as we talk about, some of the things that I think have led to the reduction of youth in care, that takes us into prevention and community engagement. And before I talk about the slides that I have, I just wanted to mention a few of the things that our KC partner talked about this morning in terms of some of the child welfare interventions. And obviously one of the most successful things in Kansas has been our early adoption of Family First and our adoption of really a wide array of interventions around home visiting and around mental health services. The fact that we have home visiting, that we have motivational interviewing, that we use the kind of safety and risk assessment that was talked about today with signs of safety and structured decision making. We also have there was quite a bit of conversation about having a substance abuse treatment that's family-based and residential. We're really fortunate in Kansas that one of our child welfare partners, who's also a large substance use provider, DECA, has had family-based residential treatment for moms and kids for almost 25 years in Kansas. So that's a real gem. That's very important. And we have some other providers that are growing that service. We also, in terms of some of those child welfare interventions that prevent extensive involvement, that I don't have in the slides this time, but I've mentioned before, is our recent investment in family resource centers. You know, Peter talked quite a bit about family resource centers. You know, we awarded 10 awards for family resource centers a couple of years ago, and KCSL is kind of our administrative partner for that. And they're also working with KU in terms of the ability to evaluate that. But we have family resource centers in 10 communities across the state. They're really located with entities that people would think of as trusted partners, everything from early childhood to schools to the Urban League. And so we're very excited about that. When you think about the ability to meet families' needs and to have those services embedded in communities, I think the Family Resource Center is really, really important piece. I think Peter also talked a lot about family finding. I mean, as this committee knows, I mean, obviously we've been an adopter of family finding for the last several years. I know you, those of you who've been on the committee for a while, were able to hear Kevin Campbell, kind of the designer of that, come and present to you. And then last year, you funded a software purchase that we're in the middle of procurement on that will help automate some of those family finding pieces. So we're excited about that. There were a couple of other things that were mentioned today related to law enforcement partnership. And I just wanted to remind this committee that about 5 years ago, as an agency, we entered into a project with the City of Wichita Police Department and the Sedgwick County Sheriff's Department. And it was kind of the same as the conversation this morning. I remember Sheriff Easter saying, I've got these 23-year-old police. They go to this house. They don't know anything about, you know, whether a child's in danger. I mean, they don't know anything about this. And so, you know, so what we did was we helped them to fund team members that they added to their team, where they then hired social workers or persons with similar degrees, put them on their team, and they go on calls with them. So again, I think I'm sure they would be happy to provide an update on what that impact has been. There was also a very similar program that was funded through the Children's Cabinet a few years ago with some federal 4B dollars in Pittsburgh, where it was really some retired social workers that were also going out as kind of, you know, going out kind of as eyes and ears with the police in Southeast Kansas. So, I mean, so I think there's a lot of possibilities. Obviously, there's a lot of mobile response activity going on in the state on the mental health side with 988, with those mobile response teams that are going out. So, and obviously the CIT, the earlier kind of co-responder teams on the mental health side, they've been going on for a long time. But I did want to share that we had funded ourselves or through the Children's Cabinet, you know, some partnerships in some jurisdictions in Kansas in that regard. We also, in the context of some of the conversation about education, have funded some projects in a couple of school districts where they've been able to hire someone. This kind of came out of the pandemic when there was worries about you know, that schools were mandatory reporters and what would happen. But as was talked about today, so many times the reports made from the schools, they may not rise to the level of an abuse allegation, but that family still may need services. So we really funded positions in a school in Emporia. And then the Kansas Health Foundation has funded a couple of positions for us in a couple of schools in Wichita that really helps to look at what are those other needs that those families might have when there doesn't need to be a referral to DCF. Again, that community-based focus, community-based intervention on those pieces. So there's a lot going on out there. You know, on the concrete support side, a lot of conversation this morning about, gosh, what if the family, you know, just needs something to make sure the children have a bed to sleep in, or they need their utilities turned on, or they need some pieces that might relate to poverty but don't relate to abuse. You know, we've had a partnership for several years with Care Portal that works with churches across the state to help with concrete needs. And then we have a couple of other projects going on. There's one in Southeast Kansas that our regional office is involved in, and it's called Agencies Working Together. And I'm just so impressed with it because they made something that could be really complicated really simple, and we don't see that very often. But essentially, all these agencies in those communities, essentially they become part of like a Teams channel, you know. And if they hear of a need that an individual or a family has, or if something comes up, they just sort of put that in the channel. And it's interesting. They said, gosh, 10 or 15 minutes, and somebody steps up and says, yeah, we could meet that need. That's a need we could meet. And so I think it's been a really innovative way to do something without saying, well, we need a whole new computer system, or we need this, or we need that. But the community is coming together to help meet the needs of families in that community. And it's a great partnership. I think when I was down there a couple weeks ago, I think they said they had, 45 or so community partners involved in that. I mean, ones you'd obviously think about, like the Federally Qualified Health Center and our agency, but a number of others. So again, just some examples, because I think an awful lot of the conversation this morning was about, gosh, if we're really trying to divert youth, and if we're trying to help to meet those concrete needs, what are some ways to do that? And I did appreciate Representative Owsley bringing up the HOPE Act, because I do think some of the things that we found some other ways to do are things that if we had more flexibility on the TANF side, that we would fund with TANF. But because of some of those limitations, I think we, instead of saying, well, we can't do anything to help the family, we're looking at other ways to meet those needs. So again, I did just kind of want to mention some of those pieces as certainly some steps that are happening in Kansas. Otherwise, on prevention, I mean, as we move into the next page, the Child Welfare Summit, I think, was such a great opportunity to create lasting improvement in child welfare, and to really ensure ongoing engagement with the courts and other local partners. So DCF is part of local implementation teams that were set up after the summit. And one of the interesting things that's coming out of that has to do with the 4 questions that you have in front of you. But instead of using those 4 questions at the front end, there's some work being done about using those questions in order to achieve timely permanency. And you can see on this slide that's up on the screen how those questions change just slightly if you're talking about timely permanency. So if a judge could say, what's the current safety concern that prevents us from sending a child home? Maybe the parent had 23 case plan tasks they were supposed to meet, but is there actually a safety concern that would prevent sending the child home? And if there is, are there services that could be put in place as aftercare services to address that? If not, what needs to happen? And this says by next week, but I think the point is to say, don't just say, well, we'll meet again in 9 months, or we'll meet again in 12 months. But what needs to happen in order to take away that safety concern, to be able to reunite that child? And if it's not possible, do we need to look at a different permanency plan for that child? So again, I think this really speaks to the issue of some of the longer lengths of stay in foster care. And I've got some examples on the left side of areas where they're working on implementing that. There's some judges from Douglas County, Geary County, Lyon, and Wyandotte that are working with KU through a grant that KU has on how to implement those 4 permanency questions. And then also looking at beginning that in Shawnee County with KVC and the Shawnee County courts as well. So again, just one strategy around timely permanency that we're excited about kind of coming out of the summit. The next page, I don't need to go through it again. You have that in front of you. I mean, this is kind of the 4 questions approach that I think has had an important effect on the ability for us to serve children safely at home or in their community. And a couple of other examples about that. So that was kind of an update on the prevention side. Madam Chair, you'd also asked that we talk about placement stability, and particularly some work that was done through the Capacity Building Center for States with our team and our case management providers, called the Leading for Results work. And this was really some work that's gone on for a couple of years, really looking at trying to identify what are the root causes of placement stability. Um, so our case management providers were involved in the teams, as well as some of my central office and regional staff. And I think, when you look at this, I think a couple key points that come out of it, at the top end. First, that the majority of those experiencing placement instability are older youth, ages 13 to 18, with higher levels of needs, behavioral issues, or some type of a disability. And I think one of the key points made in that, and I think you've heard this from ourselves and our partners many times, is it's directly related to, pieces that sometimes are outside of the foster care system, but that involve other systems and certainly the entire child welfare system. But in terms of looking at the three root causes, I told you the population, but on this slide, you can see the three root causes. And looking at the data, the conclusion was inadequate community-based resources to serve older youth who have higher needs. Number two, the front door to child welfare is too wide due to a lack of understanding of the role of foster care. And then number three, a lack of placements for older youth, particularly those with intensive behavioral health needs. So there's a lot of things that we've been doing in response to that work with regard to services. And the next couple slides, we'll just kind of call out for each of those categories, starting with the piece around community prevention, and then going to the front door, and then going to the foster care placements. So in terms of the community prevention piece, some of the pieces that have to do with the community-based prevention services have to do with the implementation of things I just mentioned, the family resource centers, our ability to expand multi-systemic therapy, which was also mentioned this morning as a best practice, to be able to expand that statewide as an effective intervention. Some of the 4 questions work. And then building some in-home supports. I mean, we're very proud that we've been able to implement children's behavior interventionists as part of our state Medicaid plan. We're the first state that has that. This is a really, really valuable intervention because it involves kind of a paraprofessional level of worker. And so just thinking about some of our workforce needs as well, the ability for those individuals to work in the home around specific behavioral issues. So we've had a lot of interest from other states in terms of what we did in our Medicaid program to add that into the program. So again, I mean, looking at some ways to increase those community-based prevention services, again, to prevent the need for youth to enter into care who do not have an issue of abuse. In terms of narrowing the front door, I think, again, from a practice perspective, we're doing a good job with the 4 questions. We're doing a good job having dialogues across the state and with our partners around the legal standards for removal, educating law enforcement and schools on the 4 questions. Obviously, a larger piece would be actually making changes in the state statute. And you heard about some options this morning from some other states, the state of Washington, state of Texas, state of Iowa are 3 that have done some changes, both in terms of the context of looking at the issue of harm or imminent harm, and also looking at the definitions of neglect in some of those statutes. Certainly, we want to look at data as we continue to dig into this. So one of the things we wanted to look at, though, was were we seeing anything different in terms of reports relating to presenting situations where families really needed behavioral health supports for their child. We did see, just looking at a year-to-year basis, we did see an 18% decrease in overall reports received about child behavior problems from March 23 to March 24, and a 15% decrease from state fiscal year 23 to 24 in the monthly average of child behavior reports. Again, I think it's too early to call it a trend. I think it's an interesting data point, given the work that we've been doing here, but also some of the work that's also been going on in the behavioral health system and some of the things you have resourced there. Through my KDATS hat, you funded services for children's crisis intervention services, where we have children's crisis centers now in Topeka, in Garden City, in the KC Metro. We have centers preparing to open in the coming months in Lawrence, in Pittsburgh, and again, some of the other obviously funding around creating the CCBHCs and expanding the capacity of community mental health centers. So again, I think this is an interesting data point for a year. I certainly want to see some more data to see how much we're impacting that piece and able to divert youth with those issues. One more data slide connecting to community prevention and narrowing the front door. What we did not see, although we saw fewer behavioral needs reports, what we did not see, though, was any particular larger increase of older youth coming into care. And many of the youth we're talking about in these categories are older youth. So although we saw a 13% decrease in youth entering care, it really was pretty evenly distributed across all age groups. So again, wanted to share that. We also didn't see a substantive difference in older youth removed for non-abuse neglect reasons. So again, I think, again, a data point, not a trend, but it certainly tells us that we've not made the impact I would want to see us make with regard to those older youth and the ability to have appropriate interventions in the community. The last piece with the Center for States has to do with the placement stability and foster care placements for older youth. After my presentation, you'll hear a presentation about therapeutic foster care, one of the significant investments related to meeting those needs. Also, some of the work around increasing our family finding work, and some of the interconnected systems that those conversations that happened in the Child Welfare Summit. I was just saying to Senator Baumgartner, when I think about where we are as a state on placement stability, and I'll share some of those overall data, I think that some of the work that's most incumbent upon us to focus on over this next year is that cohort of youth that we're talking about here that have extreme placement instability. We know that we have more than like 87% of our youth are in a stable placement. We know that 85% have one move or less. But there's a cohort of youth, several hundred youth, who have extreme placement instability. And I think those are the same youth we talk about in terms of runners. Those are the same youth we talk about in terms of the high behavioral health needs, sometimes the criminogenic behaviors. And so I think that has to be our focus as we look at kind of our system and what are the effective means to impact that. I know as we were moving into the transition in Region 7, moving from St. Francis to Ember Hope, St. Francis was doing a number of placement roundtables for youth who were not in a stable placement going into that transition. And through doing some really focused work, they were able to do some family finding that, they thought they'd already done family finding, but doing it again, they were able to identify some additional relatives or different things like that. Ember Hope is doing some unique partnerships with the Mental Health Center and KU Med around some hard to place youth as well. And I think you'll hear that from them today. So again, I think we need to learn what works. We obviously know what some strategies that are effective, but I really want to see that being a huge focus in terms of really being able to measure that and focus on that cohort of youth. Because otherwise, those are the youth that are going to be the youth who age out of care, who become homeless, who go into the correction system or worse. So again, I think that's a huge focus. You can look at the aggregate and say some of the numbers are really good, but for that cohort of youth that does not have, that stability, does not have that engagement, and sometimes it could be as simple of things as having a mentor or a person that they could be connected to and feel that they have an engagement with. And we know that the critical point of success for a youth, any youth going into adulthood, are what are their connections and engagements they have, which is why I think Soul Family is such a great addition to our child welfare system. But again, some of the things, so that's some of the things going on there. As we look at the Leading for Results group going forward, it's really kind of moved then now to being more focused on regional work, really continuing to look at those reasons for entry into care. And again, looking at those approaches or models that can increase stability. That could be increasing support from child placing agencies within the first days of a new placement. And there's also peer learning exchange going on with the state of Ohio around how to add additional supports to relative placement providers. We're a state that's made great progress in terms of kinship care. We've gone from about a third of youth with relatives to about 47%. And in 2 regions, that's in the mid-50s. And continuing to focus on that. We know that focuses on stability and permanency. So I said I'd show you you could see the overall measure on page 23. So our rate of moves in foster care, you can see that it's really kind of stayed at that 7 level for the last 2 or 3 years. I think our latest run in the last month or so, it was at 7.2. And again, that's driven really, really largely by that small cohort of youth that have an extreme number of moves. Again, as we look at that data, I think one of the things we've also experienced is the numbers of youth go down. We have some regions, and our case management providers can tell you this, we have some regions where the number of youth they're serving overall has gone down substantially. That also means in many cases the proportion of those youth, who are those youth we're talking about here today, in terms of those with those highest needs, are making up a greater proportion of their caseload. So again, as I think about maybe some of that work that I see we really have to focus on really is that cohort of youth, because that's what's going to move this number. We know that, most youth are stable in stable placements, not moving very much, but we have a group that's just moving far too much. You can also see on the next page, just the stability rates for the June 24 performance by each of our case management providers. This still has Ember Hope on it because this is data from, it doesn't have Ember Hope on it yet. It still has St. Francis because it's data from this past year. But one of the things you'll see there, it's really, it's kind of really all over the board. And you'll see that TFI, for example, is meeting the national standard in this year. Although I would mention that a couple of years ago, Cornerstones of Care was meeting it. So I think as the cohorts, the population changes, you may see some differences or changes that happen there. But obviously we have a couple of regions that are the highest that I think we need to put some particular focus on right now. So that's kind of the work around placement stability, what's been going on, and I think just the focused work that we need to do going forward around that particular cohort of youth. We talk a lot about whether or not they should be in care or not. If it wasn't an issue of abuse or neglect. So part of this is not just about what is a stable placement, but stepping back and saying, what could permanency look like for this youth? What does this youth need in terms of permanency? So we don't just accept that, this is a child that's going to age out of care, or this, that, or the other is going to happen to them. So again, I think that's really important, because as much as we want to divert youth without abuse, youth who don't need to be in foster care for safety, the youth who are there deserve the very best from all of us in terms of the supports and services they need so they can transition into a successful adulthood. Couple of foster care updates. Page 26, just a reminder of the case management areas since we had a change in Area 7. I think slide 27, just a quick piece on the Amber Hope transition. I know they're going to be talking to you, so I won't spend a lot of time on that. But again, I think Amber Hope has been focusing a lot of their attention on the youth I've been talking about who are in unstable placements. And again, looking at some unique ways to try to better meet their needs. And have an example there, but I'll let them talk about the initiatives they're doing and what that looks like. So, family treatment courts. I think another piece that we're excited about, you heard a lot about substance abuse this morning and substance use as one of those primary factors, along with mental health and domestic violence, that can lead to entry into care. We've been very, very fortunate to partner with the Kansas Supreme Court for the implementation of family treatment courts in 3 jurisdictions. What these will be family-centered court dockets for cases of child maltreatment where there's a parental substance use as a contributing factor. And so both my DCF and KDADS teams are involved in this. The funding for the actual treatment services is actually coming through the KDADS budget. And the outcomes that are really going to be measured have to do with recovery, reunification, and looking at that important piece of having no repeat maltreatment or reentry, and the ability to remain at home. A lot of this has been modeled after some work that's gone on in Oklahoma. And so teams were able to visit those Oklahoma courts. And you can see as we stand here today, Miami County started September 1st, Lyon County September 10, and Cowley County will start September 20th. And just as an example, I mean, one of the things that's so important about this is this means that you don't go 6 months, 9 months, 12 months before you're back in court. Like Miami County, they'll be in court every other week. And that docket will be every other Monday, and really having to be very, very focused on helping those parents achieve the success they need to achieve. So, again, we've had very good success in the state in other kinds of specialized courts. We've had drug courts for years that have been incredibly successful, mental health courts, veteran courts now. So we're very excited about the impact this can have in terms of the child welfare system, and looking forward to measuring those outcomes. And we're really pleased that the Chief Justice initiated this partnership. Let's see, I was also asked to talk about some of the services to youth with IDD and foster care. And just as a context piece, we have in foster care today, we have about 275 youth who are on who have IDD. We have also have about 30 youth who are on our technology assisted waiver. But several years ago, in October 2019, we implemented a statewide rate structure, really trying to provide consistent reimbursement to placement providers who meet the daily needs of those youth experiencing foster care. It had been a little bit random and ad hoc before that, so we tried to do that and tried to mirror it a bit after how services are funded through the HCBS IDD waiver if a youth was on the waiver. So what the rate structure includes is 3 components that have to do with a foster care maintenance payment, which goes to the placement provider to support the general care of the child, an administrative rate that's paid to the CPA, the child placement agency, to provide supports to the placement, and then the service payment that goes to the placement provider to be used to purchase services that would have been provided by the waiver if the child was on the waiver. What we're paying right now. So again, the payments for 1 and 3 are made directly to that placement provider, to that family, in a monthly lump sum. And again, it uses the IDD tier rate for those youth who are on the waiting list. When they become active on the waiver, the additional funding for the services drops off and the family receives a lower check. So just to give you a sense of what those rates look like, the current foster care maintenance payment is set at approximately $25 per day. It's the basic daily one rate for any child in foster care. And then the service funds are based on their level of intensity, you know, through the basis assessment that happens for youth with IDD. So that can range from, just find that. So that can range from tier 5, $70 a day, up to about $170 a day at tier 1, the highest level. A few months ago, actually about a year ago now, we found out that some youth that were going on the waiver, and then that we had not been adjusting the rate on the foster care side. So there was about 37 youth who were discovered to be receiving the full tier payment from DCF and getting the services from the IDD waiver. We went through a process to sort of allow families to kind of identify what might work best for them, worked with our case management providers. And in many cases, they decided not to go on the waiver. So I think what this really showed us, I think, is that we needed to sort of rethink the supports provided on the foster care side, even if a youth went on the waiver. You know, in some cases, a youth might go on the waiver and maybe they can't get the personal care services you're supposed to get, so that foster parent is providing that. You know, for a child who's not in foster care, you know, we now have the ability on the IDD side, on the waiver side, to pay parents or family givers since the pandemic to provide those personal care services. So I think in many instances, you know, what was happening is this foster family still had a lot more needs for support, and that wasn't being reflected in the payment that we were making to them. And I think paying them just that foster family 1 maintenance payment really was not sufficient. So we're working on that, and I think. And we've stopped making those adjustments as we would have youth go on the waiver. But right now we've got a work group going on with some of our partners in the IDD world, with the DD Council, Disability Rights Center, and talking with different families. And we're really going to identify a different way to have kind of a specialized needs payment. And we need to do that anyway, because the means to assess youth is going to be changing on the IDD side. You might recall coming out of some legislative work a couple years ago, we've been asked to sort of move away from the basis assessment, and we're going to be moving to a new assessment called the MIFI, and I won't try to tell you what that means, but the MFEI. So we needed to do some work anyway. But the main thing I would say is, I think we were short-sighted when we tried to make that shift, and it underestimated the impact that it has on a family to be able to meet the needs of a youth with those sorts of needs. Even if you're getting some Medicaid services, I think you need more than a foster care level 1 maintenance rate to provide those supports. And these are families who, I mean, have stepped up to provide supports to some of the youth with some of the highest needs in our system. So, I mean, we've remedied things in the short term, and we're looking at a better longer term solution to not have that issue continue. I can't say how grateful I am for the families who step up and provide support to those youth, and also to the 30 youth who are on our technology assisted waiver, you know, in the foster care program. You know, those are youth who, if not for that technology, would be growing up in a hospital. So again, I think we've remedied some things in the short term. We're happy to talk to any individual families. I haven't heard anything recently since we changed our policy short term, and then we're looking at how to have kind of that right payment going forward that really makes sure that those families aren't burdened, who've decided to take on the challenge of, you know, really being foster parents and loving these kids that have these needs. I know it's complicated. I mean, I can answer questions about it, but it's kind of a complicated piece between two systems, and really trying to sort out where does Medicaid fit, where do foster care payments fit. But I do think we were short-sighted in trying to correct what folks felt like was kind of an administrative error between Medicaid and foster care, and we were unintentionally, I think, not supporting those families well during that time period.
You want to take questions about that now?
I can. I'd be happy to. Yeah.
So I appreciate you addressing that. I have talked to a family as recently as yesterday, that's struggling with this. Besides changing the rates, have you are you addressing the way that the medically fragile are being evaluated for which tier they'll be in? Because they're not IDD and they don't fit in the IDD tier system.
Yeah, you probably, I'm guessing, Representative, that you're talking about a child who's on the TA waiver.
Yes.
Yeah. So we have really tried to address, those don't have the same kind of tiers as IDD. And so we've really tried to address that on a case-by-case basis. And so, I mean, I'm happy to follow up with that family, because I certainly don't want them to be burdened. And I know we've had 5 or 6 instances where we've been able to sort of step in and say, yeah, we need to agree to, a higher payment, and the ability to receive, to be able to acquire more hours of care for those youth.
I'll share that. I would really appreciate
that'd be
if you
great.
contact them.
Yeah.
Is there a way or even a need to establish a tier system? I mean, because the IDD, using the IDD checklist, if you will, put them down at a much lower reimbursement rate.
Yeah, I mean, what we need to do on the TA waiver is not use the IDD checklist at all, and look at the specific needs of those youth. Like I said, there's about 30 of them in foster care. And again, from my perspective, they have the highest needs of any youth. I mean, far higher than most of our youth with IDD, that they would have the highest needs in our system. And so I think, again, it's kind of incumbent upon us to, I think it's a fair question to say, is there a way to look at that? I'd want to consult with like my TA manager at KDADS to see whether or not there might be a way to look at that in the context of tiers. But I think what we've tried to do is address it on a case-by-case basis, because it's really been a small number of youth who are in the foster care system experiencing that.
Somebody dropped the ball on this, doing case to case. So when on the TA waiver, when there are items that need to be purchased for that child to live in the home, and CanCare is not covering it, is there any process in place to reimburse that? And I'm speaking specifically about $3,000 for a hospital bed.
Yeah, I mean, let me take that back to my team representative. I mean, I think I'd first want to understand why CanCare isn't paying for it, because they should be paying for it. And I think my first step would be to want to talk to the MCO about why they're not paying that. And I know there've been a lot of, those of you on the Bethel Committee know, there's been a lot of durable medical equipment issues in Kansas. And I think we've done some good work recently, along with KDHE and the MCOs, to try to streamline those processes. But I think my first piece would be, is there a valid reason that that's not being paid for through CanCare when it should be? And then I think we would then have to look at, what are the needs of that youth, outside of that.
Okay, and then
I mean, it should not, I guess the short answer, though, is that should not be a burden that falls upon a foster parent. I would not expect the foster parent to pay $3,000 to buy a bed that's needed for the child.
Yeah, and that happened. So then one more. So if there is a reimbursement that's coming, or a payment that's coming from the MCO to the to have nursing assistance, if they're, we all have the workforce issues, if they are unable to hire nursing and they are having to do that work, the foster parent is doing the work themselves, is there a way to increase their payment?
I think two facets there. I think one, I mean, that is one of the factors where we said, gosh, we can't just give them this maintenance payment when they're not getting the services they thought they were going to get from the waiver. So that's why we said, no, let's go back and look at this again. Let's not reduce that payment anymore. But I think another answer that I've asked my waiver team at KDADS to look at is what changes would we need to make in the waiver so that we would be allowed to pay foster parents directly in the way that we can pay parents directly for youth who aren't in foster care. And so I could see it happening through two different paths. I mean, that those Medicaid dollars would go directly to the family if they did not have the workforce, or we would accommodate it through the rates here through foster care. I mean, the preference obviously is if they're on Medicaid to be able to draw those Medicaid dollars, and those services need to, if they're not available. And that's where we went to getting the ability to pay parents. But I think there's only a couple states that have kind of successfully navigated kind of the CMS process to be able to pay foster parents. So we're trying to figure out what that looks like on the Medicaid side. In the meantime, though, we need to make sure those needs are met.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for addressing that. Are there other questions? Senator Fauskado.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, kind of on the same topic. So tomorrow I have my meeting with the Kevin Fish Independent Living Center. So is this something that he needs to know or not, or
I would say that if he's, with an independent living center, I don't know that he doesn't necessarily need to know what we were just talking about directly, but I do think that independent living centers can be a source of support for foster families, just as they are for other families. They provide a lot of really low-cost resources in communities. They often have equipment, sometimes that they can loan or share. I mean, so I think they're probably a resource that we haven't necessarily valued in the child welfare system as much as we could. But I don't know that they need to know this specific details, Senator.
Of course not, but just the information you kind of shared and what's going on. So anyway, I just wanted to have something to talk about tomorrow when I go there, but that's not my real question. Thank you, Madam Secretary. So the 3-4 questions on here, is this for the police when they're going to the homes, or is this for your social workers that are going to the homes? Who asked these questions before removing the children? And thank you. I love presents.
Thank you for the question, Senator. The 4 questions have been used in a lot of different ways in Kansas. As you recall from some of our prior conversations, we kind of took the model from something that was going on in Iowa that 7 judges were using. But as we implemented it in Kansas, we initially implemented it with our teams, looking at making those decisions, then began to be incorporated more broadly with others in the community. So in some jurisdictions, maybe staff in the DA's office were more interested in that. And now again, we have judges doing that and expecting to see that in the court reports.
Madam Chair, just one last question. So I recently attended the NSL National Conference on State Legislators in Louisville, Kentucky. It was the best one I've ever attended. And during the child welfare conference, federal presenters shared that those receiving TANF or food stamps, EBT card on their cards, that they would get an increase of $1.18 per person per household. And I'm assuming that's going to trickle down to our state. Are you familiar with that?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I think that's likely referring to the changes that take place in terms of food assistance. TANF rates are really set at the state level, but yes, that will. I mean, those change every year, and so that will trickle down, and we'll automatically implement that.
Well, Madam Chair, I just want to say in your response, Secretary, so everybody, your DCF, the Department of Family and Children's, which under that umbrella includes, a medical card, food stamps. So I thought I'd just ask it since you're the uh, over that umbrella, although we're talking about foster care issues, because we do know that anybody we're talking about, if they are poor or they qualify for those services, that food benefits everybody. I really did appreciate the lunch too. I wanted to say that was really good. So I was just throwing that question in, but I know it's not directly related, but I just wanted to share.
I appreciate
Thank you.
that, Senator, because actually, within DCF, one of the things that's been important to us over the last year or so is to think about how our child welfare arm intersects with that benefits arm. For example, we recently redid some of our TANF grants, and we issued grants related to some two-generation approaches, where those grantees are providing support services to the parents and the youth. This very much intersects with the conversation this morning around concrete supports, around what do families need, those pieces. So I wanted to make sure that if there were any more questions on IDD, that those got answered. I'm afraid we might have jumped from that too soon.
Are there other questions? Nope, I think you're good.
Thank you. I just have a couple more things in terms of legislative updates. House Bill 2381 was legislation that related to Title IV legal reimbursement. I wanted to let you all know that DCF decided to move forward in August of our intent to take advantage of the federal funding opportunity related to Title IV legal representation. So we are working with counties who are providing the payments for that legal representation. Now, it doesn't give them a lot of money because 4E only pays a portion of the costs. And so I just wanted to give you an example in case you're asked about it at the local level, because I think counties will have to decide whether they want to do this. But so say they pay an appointed attorney $1,000. That actually means that we would be able to provide them $230 from 4E dollars. So that offsets about a quarter of what they would need to spend. It doesn't certainly pay for all of it. That's based on two factors. There's eligibility rates in states of 4E. Those actually go way, way back to like when TANF was aid to families with dependent children and some factors that were in place then. And then it's a 50-50 match. So again, I think if a county is spending money on this legal representation, this can help to pay for, about a quarter of their costs, but it certainly won't pay for all those costs. So again, we've started to that work with them. The counties would provide the state match. We'll reimburse the county with the federal funds. And then they're, of course, responsible for those arrangements that they have with those attorneys or the ways in which this reimbursement might offset those costs. So again, so the county incurs still the most cost, but I think anything helps in terms of the ability to try to grow those legal representation services. So again, we're doing that administrative work to be able to begin to do that and are excited to move that forward. You already heard about SOL, so I think I will skip that. I think you heard a good update already. And CWIS, every time I come here, I tell I'm going to be able to announce the award, and every time I say I can't. We are close to having an award letter, and we have to wait for procurement to finish drafting the contract, then we'll be able to announce it. So I hope that's before your next meeting, and that we'll be able to give you a notification outside of the normal meeting processes. But again, we are excited to kick it off if we can ever get the contract finalized. So again, I think you'll feel good about that. I think we're all going to feel good about getting that work started. So I'm happy to stand for any questions, Madam Chair.
Representative Ousley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Secretary, on the CWIS, is that, are the hiccups or the holdups that we're experiencing, is that a nationwide issue or is that one unique to Kansas?
This is all within our own processes in Kansas. It's just working through the procurement approvals and the drafting of that contract. And I think, as you know, there's been some stronger requirements placed around IT contracts in the last couple years. And so I think we are experiencing things. I'm not blaming anybody for it. It's just been a little harder to work through IT projects in the last couple years. I think for good reasons, as we all think about all those issues of security and those things. So.
Well, and it'll ultimately house one of the larger databases that the state utilizes. So
Correct, absolutely, and a lot of very sensitive data. So no, we'll have to our federal partners will have to review our contract and things, but we'll be able to announce it before they do that. So, and they've been kind of walking lockstep with us along the journey with us. So they know where we're at. So
thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions that are unrelated. So the first one is just data. Just trying to figure out how you're looking at your data. So earlier we had the presentation from the Case family, and it said that our rate per 1,000 children regarding entry into foster care was 9.6. And then your data shows, and this is 23, I believe, it's 3.84, and it's the rate of removal. So what is can you help clarify the difference, or
I can't. I had the same question because, I mean, this is the data that comes out every year federally. I mean, we got this from our federal partners. It comes out every year. And I did notice that both Kansas and Missouri did not match on what we saw in the case because I didn't have a chance to ask before he left. But we'll reconcile that and try to see what that was. Because I think we're confident in the data we have in front of us. I'm just not sure what that 9.6 meant. Yeah.
And then the other question is mid-August, there was a newspaper report that came out that said that on average, 10 children a month in Kansas get left at police stations or community treatment programs because the overwhelmed parents refuse to pick them up. And they're saying that it's about 120 cases a year. It's equal to 4% of the state foster population. And just wanted to get your comments on that. What we're doing.
I can't speak to the specific numbers, but I think your question certainly goes back to when we were talking about kind of this cohort of youth that need services that aren't being met in the community, that are coming into foster care for reasons other than safety. I was talking to I was talking to St. Francis the other day, and I think they identified 20 or 25 youth over a couple months that felt like came in just because parents were sort of exhausted. Sometimes we see it. A child's going to leave a PRTF. The parent won't pick the child up from the PRTF. So I think it's a significant issue. When I talked about really digging into this cohort of youth, because those end up also being the youth who end up with the most extreme placement stability, I think we need to understand where are the gaps in the community? As we've expanded and invested more resources on the behavioral health side, what's not meeting the needs, of those youth and families to be able to avert that. And I think our CMPs will be able to talk in more detail. I've talked with, at least 3 of them about their experiences. I don't have the specific data in front of me today, but I think that in their presentations, they should be able to talk to some of their experiences that they've also had.
It is experiences. I was going to them as well.
Okay.
Is that a trend that's coming up? Is it something we need to monitor?
It's a trend that's coming up nationally. As you look across the country, and you'll see a lot in the media about increasing behavioral health needs for adolescents. A lot of speculation about what impact did the pandemic have, those sorts of things. But no, it is a trend coming up nationally. I was at actually, it wasn't even a child welfare meeting. I was at a National Academy of State Health Policy meeting with Secretary Stanek and representatives from about 15 other states. And this topic came up there that states are experiencing it. It's impacting the child welfare systems. and just youth with such complex needs that it's really hard to find a placement that makes sense. So no, it's national, and I wish I could say that I think somebody has like some panacea, some silver bullet. I think that's why we have to look at, what do we see that's working here and elsewhere, and we need to just look child by child and say, what does this mean? I may come back to you and say, I think we have these gaps in our system that we need to fill. I'm not ready to say what those are today. We are doing some work on the KDAD side with our PRTFs, trying to look at, we continue to have a waiting list there, but we also need some more specialized services. So for example, we've had a pilot with Ember Hope's PRTF that relates to providing aftercare, and these might be youth that, they're not so used in care. You're trying to support that family. So then aftercare follows that youth from the PRTF back to their family, and that family is getting support. So that's been very successful. We're also looking at a possible agreement with a newer PRTF down in the Fort Scott area that might be able to provide some more secure beds within a PRTF. And then we've been talking recently with another provider about the possibility of some specialized substance use beds. But we need some more specialized services for some of those most higher acuity youth that we're experiencing.
And this child that was 16 and he was involved in alcohol. Mom wanted him to go to treatment. We're in Kansas law. She can't force him, but being in care could force him into that. So I think that was her thinking of that. But
oh, I'm sure it was. And, but nobody should ever, I feel like, gosh, my entire life, I remember talking to Keys for Networking and Jane Addams 25 years ago about some of the work they were doing about, and this was before we had the mental health services we have today, but about, kids coming into care to get mental health services, and somehow thinking that the foster care system has like some special resource that, that's just not there. So again, that makes sense to me. And again, that's why we've been trying to think about, how might we create some of those more specialized resources where there are some gaps?
just want to make sure it's on the radar.
Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a comment and then two questions. So we have someone here that at first I was, oh, don't you leave yet.
You're not allowed to come over here.
I was afraid that you weren't going to be here, but you're here and now you want to leave. Not yet. Sister Therese, for those of you that are on the committee now but weren't here a couple of years ago, you are the reason that we have the 4 questions in Kansas, because you came to this committee and you shared what was happening in Iowa. And it was just so moving to the committee. The secretary was there. She listened. We would not be where we are today with the 4 questions, with the pilot programs going on without you. You are a true servant leader, and we are blessed to have you in the Capitol, and we are certainly blessed to have you come to this committee every time that you're here. So I just felt we truly needed to recognize you.
Thank you. And back at you. You and Representative Concanon in particular, and Representative Owsley, have stayed true to the child welfare issues. And as the 2 of you leave, I hope as you think about how your gifts are going to be used as you go forth, that you'll remember the child welfare system. I'd also say that I have had interactions through the years with these children, and what deep scars it leaves on their spirits, and they don't go away. Even though you have trusting relationships, they don't go away, and the price that they pay for that. But I think those questions, they just hit home for me. Thank you. Thank you.
No, thank you. She's petite but mighty.
She is. I would agree with that, Senator. I've known her for about 40 years, and there's been a lot of kind of gifts and that she's brought to the legislature that have ended up in good policy in this state.
My 2 questions. First, I want to touch base on the bar chart that you provided us, and it's that requester source for children entering foster. We saw that this last fiscal year, 54% came from the courts. So seeing that shift and seeing that that is growing, why is it that more and more is happening from the courts? I know we're in Shawnee County right now, and you and I talked a couple of years ago that more than 50% in Shawnee County were coming from the courts. But why are we seeing that now, that movement statewide? Crystal ball.
Sure. No. Yeah. Yeah. Crystal ball. But no, we've talked about this, and I really do believe that it's not so much that the courts are requesting more in total, but as we really implemented the prevention programs and the 4 questions at the practice level at DCF, that we're making fewer. So I mean, so again, I mean, obviously you saw the total number of youth entering going down substantially. So I really think it's more a reflection of that and the status of that. I would hope that as, you know, as we've begun to see over the last few months, the courts also adopt that same practice, that we'll see some of those changes in the future. But that's my speculation, crystal ball, Senator.
Thank you. My other question is, I think probably sometime in the next week or two, we're supposed to be seeing the report from the independent report on where we are as a state with regard to compliance with the class action lawsuit. So share with us what areas are we improving? Because I know you received a draft ahead of time, and I'm not asking for specifics, but are there some areas where we're improving, and what areas are we still struggling?
Sure. No, thank you for the question, Senator. Yeah, we actually expect the report out early next week, and we'll make sure you all get a quick version of it. Yeah, I don't want to speak in a lot of detail because we're kind of bound by some confidentiality. But for example, an area where we saw some good positive increase has to do with the whole context of the mental health assessments, the screens that are done at the front end. And I think that went up quite a bit. And then we also know from our current measurement of it, because, you know, this report is from 23, that we're at a compliance rate that's in the 93, 94% today. So that's a bright spot, certainly. I think, too, the report's able to measure there was a couple categories just for some data issues they weren't able to show before. And I think I referred recently to, earlier today, to the fact that I think like 85% of youth in care have one or fewer moves over the time period. I think that's a bright spot in the sense I think it reinforces again that most youth in care are stable. I think that the pieces that are going to stick out are going to be the same pieces we're talking about today. I mean, you saw the placement stability numbers. I mean, it's in here where we're at 7.4. Our goal ultimately is to be at the 4.4 rate. We know what's driving that is the cohort of youth that are having a lot of placements. I think you're going to see that data look fairly similar, which is why I'm very committed to us really putting a focus on that cohort of youth and what that looks like going forward. So I think that's a piece. I think the report will be positive related to the continued development of crisis services for youth. Again, as we've continued to, not just through the mobile youth crisis, but as 988 has taken off and as we've added more crisis codes in Medicaid, you can sort of measure those levels are increasing. So again, those are the areas I would say will be positives. But again, I think it's going to be the same things we've talked about before. I mean, particularly the placement stability, issue, Senator. Yeah.
And I will echo what the chair had said with regard to the IDD waiver and that change. Urge you to, not just with a couple of families, but those families that have kids that have some very major technical reliance. It's my understanding that those children have been in foster care fairly long term. And I urge you to reach out to each of those families because I agree with the chair. We have some real misses there. And as far as that communication with them, and when you start to figure out what would be that appropriate funding. It also needs to be appropriate. You know, many of our families live in what we consider Tornado Alley. And so a child that physically is unable to move, and if they're in a home with stairs only, how does the foster family get that child into safe shelter? Is that the burden and responsibility of a foster family to put in an elevator? I would say no, but if the foster family has had that child for long term, there is an expectation that the child not be left alone. And so those are the kinds of things that I certainly hope your agency will look case by case, but seriously have that communication so that we don't lose these families that are willing to put in that extra time and effort above and beyond what's happening with that $25 a day. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you, Senator. You have my commitment. We'll do so.
Representative Howell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to circle back real quickly. Early on when you started speaking, you just kind of touched on the whole family substance abuse treatment just in passing. And I just wanted to circle back a little bit. To your knowledge, does Kansas currently have anything for that whole family treatment for like single dads with kids or two-parent families?
I'm not sure of the answer to that. I can check on that and find out in terms of the two-parent families. I think I'm more familiar with ones that are kind of the moms and kids. Yeah.
Thank you.
Senator Pasquito.
Madam Chair, Representative Howell, I thought within DCF, under that umbrella that carries a lot of things, they have dad's care too, and they know of some programs to help fathers. Dad's care too.
Are there other questions? I'll start my list. Okay, back on the data that's kind of skewed on intakes, or was it the number of moves, or maybe both? That number of moves, I think, is what I'm referring to. Is there a way to make that like age specific so that those older kids maybe are not maybe 12 and under or something like that, so that those numbers aren't skewed? Because I'd really be interested in knowing how we're really doing on that.
Yes, and I think in some of the leading for results work, I mean, some of the sort of deep data dive in trying to identify who are these youth, which ones. So yes, we can look at that data by age and other characteristics as well. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can plan to maybe include that in the next presentation. I mean, some separation of that data.
Oh, that'd be great. That'd be great. You kind of skipped over Seoul because we'd heard a presentation on that. How do you feel about where you're at? Are we on time, ready to implement enforcement?
I think we're ready to implement. We haven't had any youth identified with that plan yet, but no, I think we're doing very well in terms of the implementation. I mean, I think as you heard earlier today, I mean, there've been a number of trainings. We've had youth involved. And so, no, I think that the awareness is building, and we certainly have the implementation pieces ready to go. So, yeah.
Okay. We heard earlier about Pixis in Wichita. Would that require any legislative changes? I'm not talking about funding. I'm just talking about, it's not a PRTF.
From like a licensure perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not sure. I don't think so. I think they're talking with our licensing folks, haven't they? Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So I don't think so.
Doesn't require.
Yeah.
Okay. So I was really surprised recently to find out that 48% of our intakes are through law enforcement. Is that the same thing as what you're referring to through the courts?
Yeah.
Or is that?
In terms of Well, kids can come in, I mean, yeah, I mean, that would be the same number we're talking about, I mean, coming through the courts, but, you know, when they come through, law enforcement, I mean, there can be a couple different pathways. I mean, so, and there's so several pathways to entry one, right? First, you know, we get a call, law enforcement's not involved, DCF does its work, and we request removal. But then for youth who may come into police protective custody, in some cases, when that report comes when they come into police protective custody, they then immediately make a report. A report comes to us at our protection report center, and we do the same assignment, the same kind of assessment we would have done if it had come to us directly. In those cases, you know, kind of the same efforts in terms of, you know, using the 4 questions, you know, all those sorts of things. Sometimes police protective custody might happen without the opportunity for a DCF assessment. And so in those cases, the DA or the county attorney might request removal without a DCF application. And sometimes there might be cases where the DA or the county attorney just requests removal. You know, and sometimes in those cases, it's probably going to be something fairly, you know, from their perspective, fairly egregious, or maybe a situation where there's going to be criminal charges against a parent. So, I mean, the circumstances can look different. But if it came to us through the police protective custody path where we were then involved in doing an assessment, then we still ultimately would make the application. So that would show up in the DCF numbers. So it's those latter 2 categories I was talking about, where it may come from the DA or county attorney directly, or police protective custody that didn't involve an assessment by DCF.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that explanation. My concern is that there are so many coming through, and I appreciate the efforts of training, but they're still not social workers, and they're not part of your training and environment for intake. So my next question on that would be, is why is it? Why is it that there's so many? I guess that leads me to overtime. Do your employees, is there a policy about overtime? And are these just on weekends, or how's that go?
No, it's not necessarily that. I mean, because a child could come in police protective custody, you know, in the middle of the night, and based on our time frames for response, I mean, if we get the report from them first thing in the morning, we could still do, quote, a same day response. So I don't really think it's because we don't have overtime. You know, obviously some states do kind of have 24/7 for their workers, but I don't think that's the case. I mean,
So we don't allow overtime?
Well, we can have overtime in certain cases, but we don't function. I mean, we operate the hotline 24/7, but our investigators don't work 24/7. That doesn't mean they never have something they have to do in an evening. Say they're trying to contact a family, they haven't been successful in contacting them during regular working hours, so they go in the evening when the family might be there. Those things, but we don't like go out with law enforcement in the middle of the night. If that's your question.
Yeah, that's my question. Because I know there are other states that do.
There are states that do, yeah. And I think I've talked with my team a bit about it. I know we've talked about that a bit before too. But I think as we look at just sort of the timelines that are then involved in the assessments, I mean, so long as that handoff is made, I don't know that would have a substantial difference. I think it's those situations where it doesn't come to us at all. And honestly, I think I need to understand more about what those are and why that is. I mean,
I think that's my whole list. Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Your last question about whether investigators go out with the police spurred a question of mine. One of the things that I was interested in knowing is, along with those police custody, protective custody situations, is time of day, time of week tracked? That kind of data tracked just for those police protective custody situations.
Phone a friend here.
Thank you. Hi, Tanya Keys. On Deputy Secretary, for the start date of police protective custody or a law enforcement plan, we would have the day, so we could know a calendar day. I don't believe we have the actual time that the police report or the juvenile report would have reflected. We would not have that. I don't know if Department of Corrections through their juvenile intake and assessment centers might have that level of data, but I don't believe DCF does.
It would be interesting just to see if there was a pattern,
If there's a correlation. I appreciate that, Representative. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Senator Pascal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secretary, so with the program that you have in Wichita, in Sedgwick County, with Sheriff Jeff Easter, so therefore, wouldn't he have that information during that encounter? If he calls, I thought you said earlier, the program, or maybe correct me, the program that's there's a DCF worker goes along with the police or the sheriff.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Senator. Let me clarify that. It's not a DCF worker that goes along with the police or sheriff. We have helped support through funding their hiring of a social worker or someone with similar kinds of skill sets. Again, just to provide that kind of expertise. So it's not really about going on in a child protection call. It's about the police or going to a house for whatever reason and to have someone who may have more knowledge. Kind of probably a little bit more similar to maybe what happens on the mental health side.
Senator, sorry, I started laughing. Senator O'Shea. This is like a never-ending question, Q&A.
Thank you. You talked about the community that had 25 partners and it was almost like a Teams channel. I am curious, what was the technology they were using? Was it just a shared Google Doc? What?
They literally are using Microsoft Teams. Yeah, they're literally using that. So yeah. And like I said, I was impressed with it partly just because it was so simple and it didn't take a year to implement. And they just said, let's do this. And actually, I was talking to a worker down there. It was kind of funny. The one whose idea it was that works for our regional director, Anita Cooper, down there. And she said that she had been so tickled the day before. She'd been in the community about something and was talking to some people. And one of them said, "Oh, you really need to know about this." And she was just sitting there thinking, I know it's really arrived when it's coming back to me from community members when it was her idea in the first place. So it's becoming really well known in the community. So, yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Sorry, I laughed. I'm not trying to quash any if there's, okay.
Thank you.
No, thank you. We kept you for a long time.
It's true, we're a little overtime, so thank you.
Touche. Okay, let's see. I know Tanya's up next. What are you going to talk about? Therapeutic foster care. Hey, welcome back.
Thank you, Chair Concanon and members. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to set the stage a little bit for therapeutic foster care. You're going to hear from a number of my colleagues on some details on some great work that they're doing, but I wanted a bit to just set a context for therapeutic foster care. And all right, here we go. All right. I was doing it fine before, having some trouble. There we go. So let me just set the context here. So therapeutic foster care or therapeutic family foster homes, it's really a level of care within our continuum of care of licensed family foster homes. We came up with the idea to start the level of care just as a new level in July of 22. And since then, we've just been trying to figure out how to build capacity and really make it a meaningful intervention. The purpose is really to provide for that safety and permanency and stability, and really to make sure that we're doing that in a family-like setting. That's really what the purpose of it is. It may be used to prevent the need for a group care placement, or maybe it's used to help transition when a youth is ready to leave. For example, a qualified residential treatment program, a psychiatric residential treatment program, acute care. So that's a little bit of context of what it is. It's a level of care. Just to take a step back, so sometimes you all see pie charts like the one we have here on our distribution of placements. So last month, 49% of children in care were living in some type of licensed family foster home setting. So a therapeutic foster home is going to be part of that, maybe navy blue, or I call it KU blue on the right side. So it would be a smaller little pie slice from that navy blue, if that helps you. Also some context settings. So licensed family foster homes, they work with a child placing agency who helps them with recruitment, their retention, the supports they need. They make those meaningful contacts, checking in on them once a week or once a month. They have that service from a child placing agency. The entity working with the child and the family on their permanency plan is the case management provider. So just context, that's the distinction between a child placing agency who supports the licensed family and the case management provider. Now they talk to each other and they do a lot of integrated approaches, but those are just two roles to help you keep those separate. So a little bit about the approach, and you're going to get to hear all the good details from my colleagues, but the approach that is different about therapeutic homes that we hope is that it's really inviting the child's parents or the child's caregivers into the home to think about and learn some of the actual behavioral supports for the child at mealtime, at homework time, those kinds of things. So direct modeling of behaviors, coaching, those kinds of things. That should be happening. There's daily documentation and logging of how the progress is being made. And just additional context, what's different about a therapeutic family foster home in terms of the license is it's limited to 2 children with some exception for siblings. We've had some questions, and some of you may have known through Bethel Committee, we had some questions about training. So a family foster home becomes licensed, so they get their license. They don't really need additional training before they have a child placed with them to be considered as a therapeutic family foster home. If they express that interest and they feel that connection, they would like to provide that level of care, the focus training can occur after the child is placed based on the child's needs and kind of a match to where they feel like they may need additional supports. Again, to provide meaningful supports for that child, maybe based on their age and or needs, depending what those are. So there's no additional training to wait to become a therapeutic family foster home. It can happen after a child is placed. I mentioned they have enhanced support through the child placing agency. Just to give you a scale, a couple of weeks ago, we had 23 family foster homes who were at a level prepared to be able to provide for a young person who might need a child or a young person who might need that level of support. And just a little bit of information on the total daily rate is about $214. Of that, $116 is paid to the family foster home, and there's an administrative piece that helps out the child placing agency of about almost $55. A little bit, again, more context and background on the child or youth attributes. This is a program that we've created, and we use some national information as well, but there's really no eligibility requirements. I mean, we want it to be flexible. There's a high level of need for care, and typically this is going to fall into young people and children who we really want to prevent the need for group care. And so that's a large consideration in thinking about, is this a good fit for how this level of care is designed? There's no limit on the length of stay. We are hoping for some future development, and you might hear from a couple of my colleagues, how could maybe a therapeutic level of care help out in prevention? Not just when they enter care, but is there a way to integrate it into prevention? And we always want to make sure that we are supporting relatives also. So that's some development. We have a couple of success indicators that we've developed for our program in Kansas. We are hoping that 80% of children who receive that therapeutic level of care, that they, within 9 months, are able to leave to another level of care, maybe to a relative or to others. So it is designed as a temporary support service, just as foster care is. But we're looking at that as a success indicator. And then we hope that 90% of children who receive this service will not experience a move to any type of group or residential within 180 days of them ending their level of care in therapeutic foster care. We have been building capacity, as you all know, and we had the gift and fortunate to receive in our budget about $6 million in state fiscal year 23 to build capacity. Majority of that, 4.7 million, was used to provide grants. It was a competitive grant process to help innovations for different child placing agencies or others who wanted to support building capacity in Kansas. And that's who you're going to hear from right after me. And you have also a slide that has references the amounts of their grants and the list. But I don't want to talk anything about what they're going to say, but that's who's next. My last slide is who's next, and I'm happy to answer questions whenever you all feel appropriate.
Okay, I think we'll hold our questions in case they are answered in these subsequent presentations. So Justin's already up. We will hear from Justin Horton at Cornerstones of Care.
Yes, thank you, Chair Concanon, Ranking Minority Member Ousley, members of the committee. My name is Justin Horton. I am the Chief Programs and Innovation Officer for Cornerstones of Care. So Dr. Pecora really teed it up nicely for me when he talked about keeping kids out of care, keeping them with family, layering on evidence-based services and layering on practical supports. That's really what we're attempting to do. So therapeutic family foster homes is new to Kansas, but it is not new around the country. It's been done in Missouri for decades. We actually do, it's called treatment foster care in Missouri. We've done it for decades there, and I've always had this dream. There are things I'd love to do with the model if I had funding to do so. So when this opened up, it actually opened up an idea on how can we use a therapeutic model and apply it as a prevention tool to families that are intact to keep kids from coming into care. So that's what we're doing in 11 counties in Northeast Kansas, listed on page 2 of my submission from Brown to Wabaunsee. So if our model is effective, we will reduce the number of kids entering foster care, but maybe more importantly, reduce the number of kids entering foster care due to reasons not related to abuse or neglect. If you look at the data for DCF, that's called family in need of assessment. So those are things like truancy, substance use by a child, substance use by a parent, behavior issues for a teenager per se. And if we can keep those kids from coming out of care, because as Deputy Secretary Keyes said, the focus here is really your teenage population and focused on keeping them from entering care, but they're probably on their way to residential or maybe stepping down from a residential setting. So if we can keep those kids from entering, then the kids who are in foster care have access to more beds because they're not being taken up. So bear with me, I'm going to take some informalities and liberties and give you sort of a real world practical example. So even though he's a bit distracted, we use this on our family preservation cases. So let's say that Jared has had a hotline. Yeah, I got his attention. Jared has had a hotline. Maybe Jared's a single dad. Jared has some substance use issues that he vacillates with, and maybe has a teenage son who has some truancy issues and some behavior. So a hotline's made. DCF goes out and talks to Jared and says, you know, safety's not so much that we need to remove your son from you, Jared, but let's put in family preservation. So when we engage Jared for family preservation, the first thing we're going to do is ask him about safe alternative placements, what we would call a respite plan or a safety plan. And he would say, well, I have a cousin, Susan, who I would trust, and I have a coworker named Cindy that I would trust. So if the kids need to go somewhere, they can go there while things decompress. So that's all normal. We do that normal in family preservation, happens on day one. We try and identify safe alternatives so kids don't come into care. So where it deviates is the things that we layer on for that respite family, for Susan and for Cindy. So maybe we're 2 months into service with Jared. Maybe there's a relapse. Maybe tensions are high because of the youth's behavior. Maybe Jared needs a break. Maybe the youth needs a break. So you go with Susan for 2 or 3 days, maybe a week, so things calm down. We know Susan's safe. We background checked her. We looked. We verified. Didn't just take Jared's word for it. And now, Susan, you're working. Your money's tight. You're taking in Jared's teen, so your utilities go up. Your cost of food goes up. Since Jared's son's not in foster care, you don't get reimbursement for that. So what we're going to offer you, since you're stepping up to the table to help care for a citizen, is we're going to give you access to a virtual resource library. It has topics from trauma to boundaries to anger, parenting tips, things like that. Susan, maybe you've never raised a teen, maybe you've never had a child. You don't exactly know how to raise a teen with behavior issues, so we'll give you access to training. Next thing we're going to do is help compensate you. So by agreeing to be a respite provider, you get a $100 payment per qualifying youth for opening up your home. For every night that those youth are with you, we give you $50 to help offset your bills. And then once the case is closed and successful, we give you a $200 payment for keeping that child out of foster care to help offset. So the award amount that we have hired a couple positions that I'll talk about, but most of those dollars are going into the hands of those respite families who are stepping up. Respite families are usually relatives, kinship, someone close to the family, so that we can help. Sometimes they say no because they can't afford it. So let's take that off the table. Let's help them in that way. Another way we're going to help you, Susan, is through functional family therapy. That was on the list that Dr. Pete mentioned. So there are dynamics that may be created in your home. We'll help you clinically with that, help you if you have children, work through some of those issues, just give you clinical support that you need as a temporary caregiver. The last thing that's pretty practical is sometimes people just need help. Sometimes they need help with transportation, babysitting, groceries. So with these dollars, we've hired 2 in-home support specialists so that when you can't pick Jared's son up from school, or you have errands to run and you can't do it, instead of saying, well, I can't care for him anymore, Jared, you have to take him back. And then that leads to tension with Jared, and there's a physical altercation, child comes into care. We give you an in-home support specialist. We have 2 of them to help you with those day-to-day life things. So that was part of the layering on that I really love. A treatment foster care model is always going to include therapy, intensive case management, but if you can layer on some financial help and some in-home supports, it's a really cool model that hopefully is going to be effective. So I will close with the data elements. There was an implementation period, and then July 1 sort of kicked off full go. We've served 19 respite families. That includes 27 children, paid for 93 respite nights. 14 cases still open, 5 cases closed, 4 successfully. Unfortunately, 1 child did come into care, but our hope is there are some high entry rates in some of those 11 counties like Brown where we need to get that FENA number down so the kids are at home. So a different testimony than you're going to hear from everybody else, but as a prevention tool, it's pretty cutting edge stuff. So it's cool.
Okay, thanks. We're going to hold questions. Who do I have? Oh, next up is Jeanette Owens with DECA.
Hey. Thanks, Chair Concanon. My thoughts and prayers are with Vice Chair Gossage today. Ranking Member Owsley and members of the committee, thanks for allowing us to be here today to talk about therapeutic foster care. My name is Jeanette Owens, and I'm the Chief Child Welfare Officer at DECA. And I told myself I wasn't going to call it therapeutic foster care, and we're really trying to switch over to therapeutic family foster homes, and I already did it once, so let's hope I can stick to the script from here on out. We are truly really excited about these grants and where we're headed. We've been here and we've been out internally in meetings and with each other with meetings of how do we best serve some of these higher needs kids. And this gives us an opportunity and gave us an opportunity to be really creative with some of the gaps that we saw in ways to truly try something new. And so what DECA's therapeutic family foster home program includes is intensive support for children at that therapeutic level. And these children may be in foster care, but similar to what Justin shared, we also added this for children that were not in care. And so as a prevention service, we can provide this to our families and family preservation. We can provide it to our post-adoption families. We can provide it to our families first families across the board. And so what happens is where sometimes those services get stuck because there's not funding to provide a short-term respite for these kiddos, we now have a program where we can do that. Requirements for this service for the foster parents includes these parents being able to work with the parents of the kiddos. There's oftentimes that the parents are still connected, not always, but that is something that we're looking for when we're looking for these therapeutic family foster homes. We also, a barrier that you guys probably have heard before, is a lot of our homes that take this high level need of kids already have 4 kids in them or 5 kids in them. And this program has that requirement for the evidence-based process to have 2 kids in custody in there. And so we worked with some homes over the last couple of years of who would better serve kids with 2 and who are still have 4 kids that are not in this program. We also were looking for families that were willing to do additional training. There's some pretty significant training opportunities within this. And then daily communication. One of the fun things that we know about families that can care for kiddos at this high of need is that they've done it and they have a lot of experience with it. And how do we support them with a daily phone call or a daily pop in or things like that, and how to make that helpful. And so we really work with families that were willing to do that, and then ensure that we could be in that home at least once a week to support them through that. Since the beginning of this grant, we've been able to establish hiring and training our new staff. We have case managers and support workers and recruiters. We've set up support groups and had a couple of those already. And then we've been able to get 7 therapeutic family foster homes approved, and we've had 6 children in those homes so far. We intentionally started with working with homes that already had been foster parents and had that experience, but we've now broadened those recruitment efforts to find families that have had experience with high needs kids. So maybe they've worked in a PRTF, or maybe they've worked as a para in the school or things like that, in trying to get them through the licensing process to become a therapeutic family foster home. We recognize the importance of additional training for these families. And so back in 2023, we partnered had 12 of our staff get trained through Presley Ridge. And so that's something that we offer to all of our foster families, but specifically also to our therapeutic family foster homes. And it was really great to have them, Presley Ridge, come in, and I think they're speaking later, come in and be able to train in one of our facilities. So it allowed some of our staff to be able to be trained much easier than staying overnight in other places. Some of the added tools we've added to our program is therapists. We also provide FFT and some other therapeutic interventions for these homes, so they can call at 7 or 8 o'clock at night when they're having a need, and either get their case manager or their support worker or a therapist. In addition, we've offered these families behavioral interventionists. And so if this kiddo or youth qualifies for a BI, we're able to put that BI in that therapeutic family foster home as well. The last unique thing that I'll share about our program is that we built a lot of programming around incentives. And what we found is when we're able to reward small things, it makes them stand out a little bit more. And so we have a full program that ranges from kiddos earning ice cream cones to the whole foster family being able to earn a night at Great Wolf Lodge. And everywhere in the continuum. And what we believe we'll see, hopefully in the next year or two, that being able to reward the small things will just help wrap around some additional supports and positives throughout the placement for stability. So thank you for the time to let me speak today, and I'll stand for questions when appropriate.
Okay. Thank you, Jeanette. Next up, we have Ellen Stanley with Eckerd Connections joining us via WebEx. Ellen, I think you're muted. We can't hear you.
Okay, is that better? Sorry about
Yes.
that.
Yes.
I apologize. I'm trying to
We've all done it.
manage the technology, and I'm not always the best with technology. So can people see me and hear me now?
Yes, both.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you very much for inviting me. My name is Ellen Stanley, and I'm the Operations Director for Eckerd Connects. And we are just super excited to be able to provide therapeutic family foster care through our child placing agency. We started providing services about 10 years ago and have built up our program from there. And the majority of our homes accept high-level children anyway. So whenever we were presented with the opportunity to provide additional therapeutic family services, we jumped on that because we know how important that's going to be for a lot of kids out there. What we've done so far since being awarded this grant is worked a lot on the implementation. And our big thing within Eckerd is we realize how important it is to provide a lot of support to the families in order for them to be successful. And so I would mirror a lot of the things that Jeanette and my colleagues have said already about their programs. We provide a lot of intensive support to our families and so forth, but some of the differences with our program that we provide to families that maybe are a little bit different from the other programs is we've incorporated a mentoring program for our foster families that provide this level of service because we know how important it is for them to have that additional support of other experienced foster parents. It's really important for them to have the support of the worker, but it's also important to have support from their colleagues too, that really understand what they're going through. We also have incorporated within our program 2 additional paid days of respite per child. So instead of receiving 2 paid days per month, they receive 4 paid days of respite per month because we know how important being able to have a break is in order for them to maintain these kiddos that are the high level, high acuity needs kids. We're also providing weekly support groups for our families, and there will be a support group element for the first hour, and the second hour will be provided additional training. So the families will have that as well. We incorporated our FFT, Functional Family Therapy Program, to provide an additional layer of support, just as some of the other programs have, because we feel like that is really important to have that program in place in home with these families. We incorporated flex funds for our families, and the flex funds would be to cover costs that normally their foster care stipend wouldn't cover. Maybe you have a child placed in your home, for example, that becomes dysregulated and punches a hole in the wall. We have flex funds that can help the family pay to get that repaired. So we felt like that was an additional layer of support that would be very useful. And where we are at right now in implementing our program is we have hired our 2 staff, and that's what this grant allowed us to do, a big portion of the funds. One is a recruiter, and one is a therapeutic foster home specialist. And our therapeutic foster home specialist is a therapist that will be in contact with the family on a daily basis and be in the home at least 1 day a week. And if our families need that therapist in the home 3 or 4 days a week to maintain the children, then that's what's expected and that's what will be provided. That's the level of support that we're providing our families. And we're to the point now to where we're providing our families that are interested, and we've identified 6 families with additional training. We've trained our staff in Presley Ridge, so they're trainers, and we're providing the families additional training because we want them to be completely prepared as much as they can be prior to getting into this program and accepting these kids, because we want to see them be successful in maintaining them long term. So we are super excited, like I said, to implement this program, and we look forward to seeing a lot of good success stories in the future. So,
Okay, thank you for joining us. Will you be able to stick around a little bit for if there are questions for you? Okay.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. Thank you.
Next up, we have Lori Gonzalez with Ember Hope Youthville. Hi, welcome.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. I really am excited to share about our model and listen to my colleagues and their model. I truly believe that this level of service and this level of care is really part of the solution. It's one of the solutions to what we've been hearing about. How many presenters prior have talked about these kids with challenging behaviors, these kids that are failure to place. Nobody can successfully take them and meet their needs. I really think treatment foster care is part of this solution. We set a goal as our agency to recruit, train, and license 12 foster families by June 30th, 2025. And you may say, 12 families, that doesn't sound like very much. And I'm going, oh my God, why did we say 12 families? That's a lot. Please remember, we are asking these families to step up and serve some of these youth who have experienced so much trauma, and it's displayed in behaviors that are incredibly dangerous to themselves and others. But this is really what they need, is a family to be committed, a family that has wraparound services, that is supported, and has the treatment needs to meet the needs of these kids. We've currently recruited, we have one therapeutic foster home right now, and we have seven families that we are working with, and we're pretty excited about that. They're in different levels of the recruitment phase, but feel like that we've got a really nice start. We also have some families who are interested in providing respite for our therapeutic foster families. As you know, these families need respite to take a break, just to let them recharge after working with these really challenging kids for so much. Now, our model, we're not only asking families to, of course, serve these kids, but to do training that goes above and beyond. We want them to have the knowledge, skills, and tools to be successful with these children. And so not only do they do the initial pre-service training, but we're also asking them to do Together Facing the Challenge, which is an evidence-based training that focuses on the therapeutic foster parents and supervisors to build therapeutic relationships. It really addresses communicating effectively, setting expectations, and reinforcing positive behaviors and avoiding power struggles. And when you hear that, you kind of think of, man, this really is a training that all families could use. Those are topics that hit all of us, regardless of whether our kid is a therapeutic kid or not. The other training that we have our families do is trust-based relational intervention, TBRI. It is also another evidence-based trauma training that's through TCU. It's through Dr. Karen Purvis. And it focuses on approaching complex developmental trauma, which you know is what all of our kids, when we're working with youth in foster care, have experienced. It's an attachment-based trauma intervention that works on empowering, connecting, and correcting. All of this is taught and done within a connection and a relationship. We know relationships are so important, and healing and anything else occurs in that relationship. And so we want to make sure that our families are skilled enough to develop those relationships and understand that trauma that those youth have experienced. We also have a licensed foster care worker that will support these families. They'll have a caseload of 12 therapeutic families. They will provide the crisis support and just ensuring, of course, that the families meet regulations and the safety needs and all of that kind of stuff. We also have a clinical piece of our model, and we're excited to partner with Foster Adopt Connect, and I think they might be here and presenting later on their behavioral intervention program. And I believe Secretary Howard spoke about this, and maybe even somebody earlier, the BI program. We're incorporating that into our therapeutic model so that the youth will have an assigned behavioral interventionist working one-on-one with them, developing skills to help them with their behavioral and emotional management. They'll also work with the family, which I think is exciting. Our goal too is to work with any families that are found. So once the kids complete therapeutic foster care, and let's say they're going home or they're going to an adoptive resource, maybe they're going to kinship, we really want to make sure that we're teaching those same skills to that next placement as well. What worked in this family, we want to talk about it. So maybe it's going to work in this next family as well. So the BI's objectives are to teach their clients positive and healthy behaviors and responses, to work on independent living skills and activities, and work on coping skills and regulation. So also the BIs will work with the client caregivers to help them work on healthy responses, right? Because we know they're going to be challenged. We know that they're going to be stressed and that they also need to be able to develop some healthy responses. The BI program also offers a little bit of relief. So when that one-on-one work is being done, maybe foster mom's working with another youth, or she's actually able to go do something in the home that's taking care of herself for a minute, right? So we're truly grateful and excited about this funding. Like I said, I really believe this is one of the solutions to what we've been experiencing. And I will just say that I've been privileged to sit in on some of our staffings. And when I hear about some complex case staffings and when I hear about the things that our kids have gone through and these behaviors, and it just makes it so real of what we're asking these families to do, to open their doors and their homes up to. But if we can prepare them and give them the tools and the skills and the knowledge they need, I really think they can be successful. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, we're going to do questions later. So thank you. Next up, we have, welcome back, Crystal Hedrick with Foster Adopt Connect.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I have to apologize for my teeth chattering. I think the Connect Cafe may bring a coffee bar next time so we can all stay warm. My name is Crystal Hedrick, and I serve as the Vice President of Kansas Programs with Foster Adopt Connect. We currently offer the Behavioral Interventionist Program in the Kansas City area and have for a few years through the support of DCF funding. This grant in particular has offered an opportunity for us to expand that to several different areas. And we have plans to do that over the next few years, but this year specifically, we've been focusing on the Pittsburgh area in Southeast Kansas and Lawrence. The Pittsburgh team began providing services for Bourbon, Crawford, Cherokee, Labette, Neosho counties in March and have received 22 referrals. The Lawrence team began providing services over this summer, starting in July for Jackson, Jefferson, and Douglas counties, and have received 5 referrals. So we know that providing this level of care within and prior to foster care is challenging, and it's complex, and complex problems require complex solutions. One of the complexities for us is the workforce. In the event that we find an applicant who has a level of experience where we can step in and offer them additional trainings to be able to provide this level of service and support to families, even if we find that applicant, 20% of the applicants that we reach out to and say, hey, we're interested in having additional conversations about this, don't respond. So I think that that's some of the workforce challenges that all of us are seeing in terms of the workforce and who's applying for our jobs. And then in addition to that, when we bring them on board, there's several months of training that have to be offered and able to build the skill of a person that's able to walk alongside these families to keep kids and families and themselves safe in that setting. Despite that, we've been able to hire service coordinators for each of our locations, and we have 10 BIs that have been onboarded and are down that training process. As I touched on, providing this level of service is complex, and we know that there are a really variety of innovative solutions that you've heard about today. And so when we were partnering with DCF and thinking about what's the most fiscally responsible way of doing this and entering into this grant agreement, we really designed our budgets based on an initial 6 months worth of seed money, knowing that because there's a new BI code, we could be sustainable after 6 months leveraging that Medicaid reimbursement. So That's how we've built this. Unfortunately, we have added billing specialists and we've invested in new software systems to help streamline those processes. But despite that, we still have over $60,000 of unreimbursed Medicaid out there. And so if we're not able to work through some of that, the sustainability of this program is going to be a challenge. And so Foster Op Connect would just like to ask for this committee's support by adopting the recommendations that I included in my written testimony, just to help us support BI codes being reimbursed in a timely manner, and asking that the state, this committee recommend that the state agency reconvene a recurring foster care and CanCare collaboration meeting with a standing agenda item dedicated to address challenges related to Medicaid reimbursement. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today, and I'm happy to stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Thanks, Crystal. Next up, we have Angela Hedrick with KVC Kansas. Hi, Angela.
Good afternoon, Chair Kincannon, Ranking Minority Member Owsley, and members of the committee. My name is Angela Hedrick, Vice President of Operations for KVC Kansas. KVC's Child Placing Agency sponsors currently 515 foster homes across the state, and 8 of those are therapeutic family foster homes. That we had an increase of 1 home since I finalized my testimony, and that additional home has 1 youth placed at the therapeutic level. So we have 8 therapeutic homes and 8 youth placed at that level currently. We are really excited about our capacity building grant opportunity, and it is centered around the implementation of the Mockingbird family model. And our implementation team just recently was able to travel to Seattle for an immersion workshop with the Mockingbird Society. And we were able to meet with a couple of hub homes who have been involved in the model for 10 plus years, and attended a constellation family meeting with satellite families that are involved in the program as well, to hear feedback directly from them about how the model works for them, and what's working well, maybe what we can learn from for our implementation process. Our plan is to start with implementation of, we'd like to implement 2 constellations starting in the spring of 2025. So this would be a hub home, a licensed family hub home that's compensated through the grant. They would have 2 respite beds that are held open for both planned and crisis respite for the families to access that are within the constellation. And then there are 6 to 10 satellite families that are connected to that hub home. And in addition to planned and crisis respite, the hub home also supports the constellation through scheduling regular social gatherings throughout the month, which is one of the events that we got to attend in a foster home in Seattle. But also training opportunities and just connections amongst the family. Not only are the foster families able to build connections and utilize one another as supports within this community, but then the youth placed within the constellation are also able to build relationships and get to know one another and spend time with one another, and have a community of their own. And it's also an opportunity for large sibling sets. If we aren't able, our first choice is always to place sibling sets together, but constellations can also help support sibling connections if we run into a situation where siblings can't be placed in the same home together. So we have hired a supervisor over the program and our hub home liaison. We're working on hiring 2 attendant care workers who will support until we get our constellations up and running. Our attendant care staff will support foster families who are working with high acuity youth. And then we're working to finalize policy and procedures and what our hub home and satellite home selection process is going to look like. The idea is that the constellation will be a mix of families providing varying levels of care, and that maybe there's homes or families that have the potential to provide higher care to higher acuity youth, and with the support of the constellation, we will be able to move them in that direction and increase our number of therapeutic level foster homes. The other key to this is just as we've talked about, as several speakers have talked about today, a key element to this is preventing youth that aren't experiencing abuse and neglect from coming into care. That puts an unnecessary tax on these families. So focus on prevention, access to timely mental health and behavioral health supports. The constellation can support families and they can support one another, but they have to be able to access the services within the community still. I mean, those are vital components to make all of this work. This is one thing that will help, but we have to have the community level supports to go along with it. So I'm happy to stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Okay, thanks, Angela. Okay, next, the last one is Kimberly Young with Presley Ridge, joining us by WebEx.
Yes, hello everyone. Are you able to hear me okay? Wonderful. All right, I have a presentation that I am hoping I will be able to share easily with you today. If not, that's okay. We will improvise. It looks like when I hit my share button, hold on just a second. Okay, are you able to see my screen okay?
Yes, we can.
All right, wonderful. So my name is Kim Young. I am the Chief Business Development Officer for Presley Ridge. And because Presley Ridge is not a service provider in the state of Kansas, I wanted to take just a moment to kind of give you some high-level overview of who we are as an organization. So our mission is to do whatever it takes to create success for children and their families. And our vision is that one day all children will thrive. We were actually founded way back in 1832 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, originally as two Protestant orphanages. One was on Presley Street and one was on Ridge Avenue. So when they merged, we became Presley Ridge. We are accredited by the Council on Accreditation. And we also are currently, because that work in Pittsburgh has been so successful, those outcomes have actually led to expansion of our services across now 7 different states. So you can see those states there on the screen as well. We provide a very large service array. Some of that upstream work that was being discussed, and Dr. Pecora did a wonderful job kind of laying the foundation for what it means to respond with the police department. We actually do provide those services in the state of Pennsylvania, which is a county-based system. And we're able to really kind of address some of the racial disparities there. We also have family preservation services using a multitude of different evidence-based practices and programs. We provide a lot of community-based care to services to our communities, and treatment, fostering, kinship care is definitely something that we were kind of founded upon. And I'm not going to read the whole list here to you, but what you can see is that we've provided the array of services over a long-standing term. And what we've done is we've actually evolved with those services as the system has evolved. So we used to be very heavy in residential treatment, and we're starting to really transition with the way that our environment is transitioning. As we learn better, we do better. And so we've made a lot of those transitions into those community-based services as well. In the state of Texas, we are actually a community-based care, what they call SSCCs, similar to what you all refer to there in Kansas as case management provider. And throughout time, you can see that we serve over 9,000 individuals per year. That is increasing every day. And our outcomes have been really strong throughout the therapeutic environments that we serve. And we do serve the highest level of acuity youth in our programs. And so with these outcomes, people started asking, well, what's in your secret sauce? And so as we began to take a deeper look into that, we were like, we really need to put this in a curriculum, the work that we do, and really formalize it in a curriculum environment. So in 1990s, we actually took that work that we were doing and put it into a training curriculum. And then in the late 90s and the early 2000s, we actually began expanding that out into the communities in which we serve. So we started obviously in the states where we were providing services and opened that up to other service providers to be able to receive that training. And then we expanded that out into new states as well. So we are in over 36 states, including Canada and the District of Columbia. We're actually in Guam now as well. We actually have some states that are mandating the utilization of our curriculum work and others that list it as a preferred training curriculum. In May of 2020, we actually submitted for evidence-based status with the clearinghouse, and we are now credentialed as an evidence-based training curriculum specifically focused on pre-service training for treatment level foster parents. One of the things that we recognized when having some conversations in the state of Kansas and kind of how you guys might be able to utilize some of the pre-service training is you guys already have a very rich provider network. You have very competent providers that are there. Thank you to DECA and to Ember Hope for sharing some of the work that you guys are doing with Presley Ridge. We really appreciate that. And we appreciate you guys being some of our initial host sites as we bring this training into Kansas. So we were awarded the contract formally in April of 2024. We've already provided 2 trainings that we've come out and met with CPAs. These trainings are also going to be made a kind of a new add-in. We're actually allowing the curriculum to be taught in some of those residential treatment facilities to really kind of help de-escalate youth, be able to kind of speak that common language as the children work through the continuum of care, to be able to have that language a little more universal as they transition in and out, hopefully keeping them in the least restrictive environment possible. We have our 3rd training is actually coming up next week, and we're going to be visiting the Wichita area for that. And as of September 1st of 2024, we just became approved in the state of Kansas as a pre-service training curriculum. You might ask a little bit about, what all does your curriculum focus in on? It is actually 10 different units that we break down. We encourage that those units be taught 1 unit at a time to really give families an opportunity to digest the content that they're learning while they're there. We are focusing on everything from regular childhood development, how trauma can negatively impact what would be a normal child development, to kind of understanding that children may not always act their age when they've endured trauma and how that trauma has impacted them. We also work with understanding the different mental health diagnoses that our children may come in with into that care. The therapeutic communication that foster parents may need as they really have to seek out those opportunities in those crisis moments. Where do they have an opportunity to connect and build relationship when children are really having a struggle and going through a difficult time? So the training really focuses in on several different areas. I won't go into all those details with you today due to time, but I just wanted to be able to kind of share a little bit about the training that we're providing. We are coming to Kansas, providing that in person to the child placing agencies, the group home environments, the residential treatment facilities, in an effort of really elevating the competencies of the families that you guys are licensing. We know that competent families become confident families, and when families are confident, they can work through those difficulties a little easier and help to reduce some of the placement moves and request for placement moves. And oftentimes when our families are requesting placement moves, it is very difficult for a family to do that. And so when they're dealing with the guilt of asking for a child to be moved, sometimes they will close their home. And we can't afford to have the level of investment that goes into licensing and onboarding a family. We can't afford to have them closing their families just because they feel like they failed a child. And so in elevating their competencies, we can elevate that confidence to work through those difficult times. One of the additional components that we're going to be doing in the state of Kansas through this funding, thank you very much for making that available, is adding in addition to the pre-service training, we're going to be adding in a kinship coaching model that we're going to be building a new curriculum specifically geared towards the child welfare professionals. and how to really think about the clinical considerations of our kinship caregivers, not only for the children that they serve, but within that family unit. What does that multi-generational trauma or mental health or addiction component, what does that look like? And what does that mean for the impact of this family? We've partnered with Dr. Joseph Crumbly, who is a world-renowned child expert in regards to kinship care, and also Dr. Joyce James out of Texas, who has the very critical lens into what it looks like for those racial disparities within the child welfare system and how we can really address them from an approach where everyone is elevated, and how do we help to elevate these families and really take into consideration the cultural needs that families may have as well. So our steering committee has been formed. We are seeking that lived experience and that youth voice. I love that Soul Family was able to present prior to us. We've engaged that same youth group. We're meeting with them in person when we're there next week as well, to really be able to kind of get what would their magic wand be if you knew that you needed to come into care, and that what do you wish your child welfare professionals that were working with you, your family, maybe the provider that you went into, what do you wish we knew about your family? And how can we do that better? So we're really going to be engaging, if we're talking about them, we need to include them. And so having them there at the table will be vitally important, as well as some kinship caregivers. The training is expected to be available as of next summer. So we are working on the steering committee, is breaking into the subcommittees to be able to develop the content. And we hope to be able to deliver that in the later half of summer of 2025. So with that, I just want to take a moment to thank you guys very much for inviting us to be part of the tapestry that you guys have already woven very eloquently there in the state of Kansas. We're happy to be a part of it, and we really wouldn't be able to do this without your support. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us. That's the last of the therapeutic foster home presentations. I wanted just to tell you at the committee that I asked them to be part of this today, just to follow up on some of the efforts that we've made, and so that we can see the work once it's gotten into place. And because when we have a hard time keeping track of the grantees for which grants that you have. So I think if hearing from this one just specifically, I think that helps to keep it. And I really appreciate you all speaking, because all the presentations were completely different. So I have a question for Tanya. While you're coming up, I'll just go ahead and ask. With the grants, do they cover geographically the entire state?
I would need to verify that every county is receiving some type of service, but the spirit in which they were awarded was that it was distributed.
Okay. That was my only question. Did anybody else have a question for Tanya? Okay, thanks. That was easy. Crystal. Crystal, you have two of us, maybe three. Senator Erickson, are you on Care Oversight? Oh, you just subbed in. Okay. So two of us that are on Care Oversight, and you mentioned that you were having trouble getting paid. Is it one MCO, or is it all of them? Is it just one issue?
I think it's a number of issues, some of which is getting providers credentialed, and the time and process and the duplication of records that have to be provided to all different people. Some of it is the MCOs being prepared to build new codes and having a manual to do some of that. Some of it is NPI affiliations, some denial of claims because of records that have already been provided to them. So it's a lot of administration tasks that are redundant and duplicative. But I think we sort of have an informal group of child welfare providers that are meeting and talking about this issue and have reached out to an attempt to just open the door and have some conversation, and just haven't had any luck around that at this point.
Okay, well, when you're ready, you can talk to us. I think I speak for Senator Baumgardner, because those are the kinds of things we take care of. So thank you. Okay, any questions for any of the other presenters? Oh, are you on Can Care Oversight too? Sorry, Representative Ruiz is as well. Representative Owsley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not a question. I just wanted to thank Justin for the committee engagement. That's important after lunch.
Okay. All right, we're going to move on to the case management provider reports and start off again with Justin.
Yes, thank you. When I was up here last, that's our most recent service in the state of Kansas for Cornerstones of Care. But just to remind folks, we've been providing some sort of service in the state since 1999. We have about 250 team members currently with 7 offices supporting 52 counties. You can see a breakdown on page 2 of the testimony from family preservation down to therapeutic foster family. I will point out, it's not in my testimony, but behavior intervention support for schools, as Dr. Pete referenced earlier, that's something we do in 24 different counties in the state of Kansas. We actually go in and support the teachers and the administrators in schools to try and give them continuing education and ongoing consultation about how to handle students who have behavior issues who might be disrupting. And as you can imagine, there's a cross-reference there with populations coming into foster care and abuse or neglect. So we are trying to tackle that for our education system. The first service I'll talk about is family preservation. You see the copy of our 3x5 card that I passed out to the committee before. Let me know if you need more copies, but a new contract has started July 1st. We went from 1 contract in the east to 2 contracts. So we have the northeast and the southeast, no change in the county coverage that we have. So normally that would not be much of a transition, but the beauty of the new contract is we were allowed to stand up a lot more services and supports for our families. So that's good. With no suffering of service to our families, you can see we continue to hit our goals and successful case closure, kids not entering foster care, and our client satisfaction. I will say something that came up earlier about law enforcement and coming into care. It's something we do see in family preservation, so we actually started giving our families 3x5 cards that they can hand to law enforcement to let them know that they're involved in family preservation, so that perhaps law enforcement can connect with us before automatically making an intervention of custody with the family. Sometimes our families have touch points with law enforcement, and they're not always clear-headed when they have those touch points. So if they have these cards, letting folks know that there is system involvement, that can help keep kids from coming into care. Just something simple and practical that's been effective that we've done. So moving on to page 4, talking about some of the things we've been able to stand up with the new contract in July. A family engagement coordinator. It may not shock you, families don't always just run to family preservation with wide open arms saying, please help me, please help me. So we wanted to combat that. So as early as possible as we can get a family engaged and starting to build trust with us and open their home, just like Dr. Pete referenced with family visitations happening and starting soon, that gets families on board. Same thing with family preservation. Embrace the service, let us come in and help you. So that's what that family engagement coordinator does. Engage with the family, explain what it is. It's a foreign concept, understand what we're gonna do for you so that they can buy in early. We heard earlier about substance use and how that is a complicating challenge for a lot of families and a common reason kids come into care. So it is hard for families to get into addictions treatment. Sometimes there's a wait list, sometimes it's geographically challenged. So we stood up an addictions counselor. So we have an addictions counselor in family preservation. We have one for the Northeast, one for the Southeast. Thus far, the only position out of everything we've stood up we haven't been able to hire is Northeast addictions counselor. But in the Southeast, they're hired, they're working, started with 8 families and a total of 20 children so that we can be an intermediary before they get treatment. We can help support their treatment and their sobriety and help keep those families together if they have a hard time finding the service in the community. Functional family therapy, you've heard about a lot today. We have 2 providers in the Northeast and 2 in the Southeast, again, focused on those youth 11 to 18 that the entire system struggles with their behaviors and what to do. It's an evidence-based practice. It's proven, it works. So we threw it into family preservation to keep those kids from coming into care. I will transition to foster care and adoption case management on page 6. So as was referenced about population decline, hot off the press as of Monday, actually, as of September 9th, we are down to 495 foster care clients, which is down 41% since we took over the contract in October of 2019. I think we're actually in the 480s now. So kudos to DECA and other folks in the community who help keep kids from coming into care, but we're achieving permanencies and a 41% reduction. Caseload sizes, as of Monday of this week, our average caseload size is a tick over 12 at 12.075. Out of those 495 kids, we have one, I don't want any, but we have one who is on AWOL and on run, and you sleeping in offices. So let's just take this head on. So yes, we have 0. So border agreement. Every county from Doniphan down to Cherokee on the Kansas side, and from Atchison down to McDonald on the Missouri side, there is a border agreement that exists between Kansas DCF and the Children's Division in Missouri, the 2 state agencies. It's been around for a long time. The most recent version that I found was 2021, and it is a good thing. So my plea to this committee is border agreement is good for kids. Please don't go picking at the border agreement to maybe see if it cannot exist. So what it does is if you live in a border county, you know that borders are fluid. People go to Kansas and to Missouri quite frequently. You have family on both sides of the state line. So there is federal guidelines, ICPC guidelines, that dictate when kids go from state to state. This allows you to move just a little bit faster on that. So if I live in Kansas and I have a grandmother in Missouri, we can ask Missouri to go ahead and check them out. We can place before ICPC is approved, which can be sometimes a 2 to 3 month process. So it allows you to be with a relative. It also allows you to get treatment and stability, whether that be through residential treatment, independent living, or emergency shelter. So it allows you to leverage, and it goes both ways. We have Missouri kids who come over to places like Kids TLC or Lake Mary and Paola. You have Kansas kids who come over for QRTP with us or KBC Niles. So respectfully to Carrie, we're not the only agency that uses out-of-state for placement stability. And respectfully to Dr. Pecora, we don't want kids far from their home. The reason the border agreement is 60 miles into another state is because that's sort of the federal regulation. They want you to keep kids within 50 to 60 miles of their home base. We want them on their same block if possible, but no more than 50 or 60 miles. So this allows, we wouldn't want them in St. Louis. This doesn't apply to Wichita. You can't have a kid from Wichita go over to Missouri using this border agreement. We only do foster care in Atchison, Leavenworth, and Wyandotte, which are all border counties. So it's 1.25 miles into Missouri. It's on our Ozanam Qualified Residential Treatment Provider campus. So we're licensed by Kansas and Missouri. We're accredited. We're trauma certified, regulated to the gills, audited, inspected, surprise inspections. We've hosted child advocate. We've hosted settlement agreement attorneys. We've hosted Appleseed. We're hosting Deputy Secretary Keys next week. So there's no shortage of people who come and check out our emergency shelter. So it is a 8-bed dorm on our larger campus of 50 beds. Segregated, all our dorms are segregated from the population, no mixing and mingling. So the alternative, it is a bit of a last resort, but not the last resort. Last resort would be an office. An office is not regulated, an office is not audited, an office is not inspected, or they'd be doing one night bouncing back and forth. So yes, it's in Missouri, but it's 1.25 miles away. Alternative could be Wichita. So Brenda's probably irritated we have kids in Wichita based on her testimony, but there'd be about 8 more that she'd have if we didn't have this, and they'd be 3 hours away as opposed to 10 minutes away from their house. So we have today 3 Kansas kids there. We don't use it if we don't have to. We're always looking for long-term placement. To some of the questions earlier, if any sort of incident happens, a restraint, an allegation, a hotline, the residential center has to do an incident report. Kansas Foster Care has to do an incident report, send it to Kansas DCF. We over hotline. In the residential world, you don't want to have a reputation of under hotlining. So even if we know abuse didn't happen, we have video that it didn't happen, we still hotline it. So hotlines are made. It is Missouri that does the investigation because that's where the alleged abuse and neglect happened. So Missouri has its own out-of-home investigation unit. So all they do is investigate allegations of licensed providers, foster homes, schools, residential. We alert parents of where kids are at. We alert parents of hotlines, and we maintain parent connection through the emergency shelter. We have a client, I'll call him JM. His mom's not fit for placement, but she's close by, and the shelter's close by, so he goes on weekend passes and visits her. So that's a little bit more. It helps Shelter is not designed to be longer than 30 days, really 15 days. We've never had a youth there longer than 30 days. So while they're there, we give them therapy, art therapy, music therapy, school. We get them back to their home school. If a child was ever with us longer than 30 days and McKinney-Vento decisions and the district said they can't come here anymore, then they can go to the Grandview School District where we're located. So hopefully that helps a little bit. My apologies. I guess you take it for granted when you work in a border county that it just happens every day. Kids go back and forth under the border agreement, but my apologies for not bringing it up sooner. I think copies of the border agreement have been supplied to the committee for you to review. You have some data points that I will gloss over because you've seen most of them and I'm taking up too much time, but we are happy in the settlement agreement data that our mental health assessments for kids are much improved and maintaining. We have added some therapists to serve foster kids. It's not under the grant. It's something that we're trying to just offset through Medicaid, but we know there's a gap in Medicaid therapists for foster kids, so we just are standing up Medicaid therapists to serve our population. SOL, we do have 15 youth identified that could have sole family option. We have identified specifically 3, one in each of our counties, that we're going to try and push that test case through. Please don't be offended by test case, but this is new to our court partners. It's new to guardian ad litems. It's new to us. So we're moving forward on those 3 out of 15. And then as alluded earlier, we're educating our staff, and we will continue to do that moving forward on that placement option. I will close with functional family therapy in a model that hasn't been discussed yet from a funding mechanism. So we do functional family therapy for foster homes and foster kids. We are one of 3 providers in the state. My next to last page of my submission shows you the map, but we're supporting Cornerstones of Care, KVC, and St. Francis in the Northeast. So when they have youth with behavior issues who are at risk for having to move from home to home and drive that number up higher than 4.4, they can make a referral to us for functional family therapy. And the outcomes thus far have been pretty good. The data's there. We've got 86 referrals. We've served 77 families. That's 118 kids. And referrals are 36 for Cornerstones, 29 for St. Francis, and 21 for KVC. So we're giving FFT and multi-systemic theory to folks as a prevention tool, and we're giving it to folks in the foster care system, and it's all working. As was alluded to earlier, as you do distill the system down, you pinch it from both ends. You keep kids from coming in, you get them timely permanency, and what you're left with is those who absolutely need it to be safe, and those can be some hard kids. So I think we're on the right path and have some good services going on.
Okay, thank you, Justin. We're gonna, again, hold questions. Next up, Jeanette with DECA.
Thank you for letting me come back again and speak. Jeanette Owens with DECA. And I'll start with, we've been serving Kansas for the past 50 years. We're getting ready, we've spent the year celebrating our 50th anniversary and getting ready to have a celebration in Douglas County this month. While I talk often about child welfare here, I will speak just a little bit to our substance use treatment disorder work that we have with the whole family questions. We have provided whole family substance use for as long as I remember, about 25 years, where a mom can bring their child into treatment. We have daycare on site, so while mom is getting services, the child can be in daycare, but the mom can leave during the in-between sessions and things like that and go and parent her child and then bring it back. Dad can also do that. Dad can bring a child in and they will stay in daycare. We also can have mom and dad in treatment in our Wichita facility. In Lawrence, we just serve women, but in Wichita, we serve men and women. So mom and dad and children can come. Okay, now I'm gonna switch over to our back to our child welfare and go to our child placement agency. We currently are serving 432 foster families. We have just shy of 500 children in foster care placement that we support through our child placement agency. As I often say when I'm up here, retention of foster families is extremely important to us, and we're always looking for new ways to support our families. One recent project that we have done is we have partnered with the Center for Healing from Childhood Trauma, and allowed that access to their trainings, which is over 50 different trainings, a little over 150 hours, I believe, of on-demand training for our foster families. One of the unique things that they do is they send a weekly email to our families that have engaged that will tell them where they are in the training and how to easily get back to that training. So we've tried to make it as easy as possible. They also have other resources that they're adding and that will continue to bring to our families. Another area in our CPA that I wanted to just address today is we're continuing to work through the new regulations. It was a really big deal, and I know we haven't talked about it for just a little bit, but there are child placement agency regs I don't believe had changed since like 1989, I think. I could be wrong on that, but it's been a significant period of time. And so as we're working through some of those, we've hired an individual to help with some of the increased home assessment requirements. And they're up and running, and we're excited about where that's at. And we're still working through some of the steps with the background check process for substitute caregivers, which those are the individuals that can come into the foster home and help our foster families if they're leaving and needing assistance. I'm going to next switch to We Can Drive, and I'm really excited to share. We have now served, since our start in 2021, 730 youth. We've had 478 signed up for driver's ed. And last time that we spoke, I shared about the breaks, which is be responsible and keep everyone safe. And research shows that if a teen has taken that, they're 64% less likely to be involved in a car crash in the first 3 years of driving. And we were able to successfully host our first breaks and are looking forward to a continued partnership where they'll come back and help our We Can Drive children, hopefully in the next few months. Next, I want to talk about post-adoption supports. This is where we are able to work with families that have adopted in any manner, different ways of supporting them, whether it's respite, whether it's additional training, support groups, in-home therapy. One of the things that we've found in working with other experts in the system is that a lot of times once the families get to us, they're tired. The kids are tired, the families are tired, and it makes providing resources a whole lot more difficult. And so we're currently working on a increased marketing campaign in hopes to really get to families prior to that next level of frustration or desperation. So we're really excited about that. We're at in the last couple of months since July, we've had 20 families have respite care through this resource. Next, I'm going to move on to our Kansas Youth Advisory Council. This is new to us starting July 1, and we're in the process, we've updated the website, and we're in the process of really recruiting new young people to that program. So we look forward to sharing more about that with you as those individuals come on, and then they'll be available during session for questions or feedback from there. Lastly, I wanted to end with talking about our family preservation services. We do have 2 contracts, one in the Kansas City area with 5 counties and the other in the Wichita area with 10 counties. Justin shared a lot about the newly awarded contracts that started July 1. We continuing to use START. You heard about START each time I think that we've presented in earlier today. It's sobriety treatment and recovery teams. We've had great success having mentors come alongside our families as well as our case managers to work with those individuals to get successful treatment and into recovery. And we also have brought in functional family therapy into our Family Pres program as well. So our case managers now can contact our therapists and say that they have a family that they'd like to refer, and we can get that in-home service relatively quickly. The last thing I really want to share about our Family Pres is this week, actually currently this week, we are trying something new. And one of the things with family preservation we've said since privatization is it's really hard to retain staff in such a hard position where they're working nights and weekends and crisis can come at any time. And so while we were focused on retention with the new contract, we built in GLOW weeks. I did not come up with the acronym, but growth and learning opportunity weeks. So they're set aside. What we've done is set aside 1 week a quarter where staff don't have to answer crisis calls. Their supervisors get to answer those. Staff don't have to run out on 24 or 48-hour visits. Their supervisors get those. And they can truly step away from that immediate crisis mode and truly focus on learning. So we've had 17 presenters this week so far, presenting them different areas. And then we've done some fun team building as well with that. And yesterday I got to sit in on a session that was just about what is your why? And I got to hear from 60 staff of why they spend day in, day out supporting kids and families. And it was fantastic. I wish we would have recorded it. So that is something new we've added to Family Pres. And the other piece with Family Pres, and we're probably short on time, is just also, as mentioned earlier, we're working on adjusting those kiddos that we're trying to keep out of care. How do we do Family Pres a little bit different than we've ever done to be able to keep more kids from coming into care? And so I can speak about that in the future time. I'll end with continued area of needs for us is that access to resource. You guys have heard it before. And we're really excited about those Medicaid codes opening. We have hired some additional staff and are working through that process. Navigating the system is, as you heard earlier from Crystal, there's a lot to navigate between KMAP and MPI numbers and KDH&E and MCOs and all of that process. And so we appreciate the offer for future conversations, because we really think that having those additional resources will be of assistance for our families. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Jeanette. Next up, Brenda Watkins with Ember Hope Connections.
Good afternoon, Chair Kincannon. My condolences to Vice Chair Gossage, to Ranking Member Owsley, and members of the committee. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about our successful transition for case management services in Sedgwick County. My name is Brenda Watkins. I'm the president for Ember Hope Connections. And before we really kind of dive into what we have experienced over our first couple of months, as we've experienced a lot of growth and learning, we want to celebrate some of our wins. And the first thing that we want to celebrate, we finalized 25 adoptions since July the 1st. And that is a huge number of adoptions for our first 30 days on this contract. So we're very excited about that. We have received 85 new referrals since we started on July the 1st. We had 40 come in July, 45 come in August. We've been able to manage those referrals, find placements for kids. Tells me that our systems are working, our processes are in place. We also have achieved finding 26 long-term placements for children and youth who were previously night to night. Night to night means that their placement, we don't know where that youth may go that particular night, and we search again the next day and the next day and the next day. So long-term placements are a big deal for that population of youth who are bouncing. We also have secured 168 long-term placements since we've started. So these are significant numbers that we are very excited about and want to share with you. We also have 9 youth missing from placement at this time, and while we acknowledge 9 is 9 too many, that is a much lower number than Sedgwick County has experienced in the past. So we are excited about our rapid response team that's looking for our runaway youth, and that seems to be working well for us as well. We have had, I targeted and kind of bulleted 5 of our pain points since the beginning of the contract. The first one was file transfer and access to child record information. I'm not going to spend a lot of time about that in testimony. Training staff on new evidence-based practice models. Again, that was a big part of our proposal, is that we were going to utilize some very effective evidence-based practice models to really change the work and how we do case management in Sedgwick County. And then the 3 I'm going to highlight in testimony today and talk a little bit more about in depth is becoming fully staffed and meeting those new caseload size requirements, meeting the needs of high acuity youth and day services. You heard from Mike earlier this morning, and finding placement for difficult to place youth in night-to-night placement. And I think you've pretty consistently heard that as well. So as far as staffing, I think the biggest miss for us, we didn't know what we didn't know when we came up with our staffing model, but we did know we needed to get to 15, 1 to 15 for reintegration workers, 1 to 25 for adoption workers. We're trending a little high right now at 21 for reintegration and at 28 for adoption. So that is telling us we need to add resources. So our filled rate has dropped from 80 or 90%, and I know Secretary Howard had it in the data in her presentation that we had fallen to 85%. We're now at 83%. But that's also largely because we're adding all of these additional direct care positions at this time. Our turnover rate has been especially low at 7%. And one thing that we want to just continue to bring to the committee is the lack of social work degree people working in our field and our area of practice. And furthermore, the number of licensed social workers or related degreed people like licensed marriage and family therapists who are actually working in our career field. We only have 3 direct care staff out of 62 that are licensed workers. So we would definitely like to see, that change. I believe that's statewide. I don't think we're probably alone in that statistic. Next thing we want to talk about is we want to talk about our crossover team. Just briefly, we are the first in the state that has a specialized team that's serving the duly adjudicated youth. Those are youth who are adjudicated in the juvenile justice system as well as the child in need of care system. Currently, we're serving 53 young people, and we have capacity. Once we're fully staffed, we'll be able to serve 72. We are seeing some early indications that this is working. We've seen an increase in crossover youth not being rearrested and in long-term placements. So some of that data that I shared about the 26 night-to-night youth that have gotten into long-term placement, some of them are these crossover youth. So we're very proud of that work and excited about that. The biggest thing that I would like to focus on in testimony today is the challenge of inheriting what we call the night-to-night culture in Sedgwick County. And what that really looks like is, no residential provider in the state is willing to take a particular youth. No foster home in the state is willing to take that particular youth. The standby network may say no bed available, even though they have a bed available. And what that winds up rendering is what we call the failure to place, the child overnight sleeping in the office. And so right now, unfortunately, we have had 51 instances of failure to place since this contract has started on July the 1st. And looking at the data and looking at the percentages, we're 94% of the problem in the state. And so we certainly wanted to bring to your attention what we think is a driving factor. There's a couple things. First thing I want to say is of that 51, 62% are youth who are just refusing the placement we find for them. They're saying, no, thank you, I will not go. The number 1 and 2 reasons they say no, thank you is they cannot have their cell phone at the identified placement, or they cannot have access to Wi-Fi at the identified placement. So that may be something that we, want to continue to think about when we think about children's rights and we think about their right to refuse placement. The other thing that we have noted is we have noted the number of youth placed in Sedgwick County from outside of Sedgwick County. And so Sedgwick County is resource rich. We acknowledge that it's resource rich. We do have the most placement options available across the state for kids in care. And we provided an in-depth placement analysis for Area 7, which is Sedgwick County. And we looked at this, and there's currently 1,323 children placed in Wichita. And yet, of that 1,323, only 64% are from Sedgwick County. And so just looking at the number of placements in terms of congregate care, and this is the Wichita region, which would include areas 7 and 8, which is TFI's area. There's 43 congregate care facilities and 834 foster homes, and the vast majority of those are directly in Wichita. And statewide, the Wichita region has the largest concentration of placement options. So just looking at that and breaking that down, currently we have 444 children out of the catchment area placed in Wichita. And that's why Justin did his little joke about he bet Brenda wasn't happy about that. So anyway, we just, again, we understand, I think our, thoughts are, where do we need to build capacity across the state? So the Kansas City youth can stay in the Kansas City area, so that the Topeka children can stay in Shawnee County. We understand Western Kansas is a burden in terms of not having resources and not being resource rich. But if you look at the data right now, St. Francis from area 1 and 2, they're taking up 30% of our capacity in Wichita. We also note that TFI from Area 8 is taking 23% of our capacity in Wichita. And, obviously when our data is showing we're the majority of the problem. We're not all of the problem for failure to place. But again, we think that placement capacity is directly correlated to the failure to place incidents that we are experiencing. We want to touch down just a minute on SOL. We are actively implementing SOL. We are doing training. We are working with our court. We have conversations going on with our court. And we currently have 3 cases with SOL permanency goal options. We also are doing concurrent planning so that we're looking for youth who may be eligible for SOL, and while we're continuing to kind of research if that's going to be a good viable option for them that they may choose, we want to make sure that we have a concurrent case plan goal for them simultaneously. So I think that those are the major things that I wanted to talk about. I'll stand for questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. Next up, we have Linda Boss with KVC Kansas.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair Kincannon and members of the committee. My name is Linda Boss. I'm president for KVC Kansas, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I prepared updates in the typical areas that the committee has been interested in hearing updates. However, if there are other pieces of information that you'd like to receive today or in future committee hearings, please let me know. I want to prepare what's helpful for the committee. First, as the Secretary Howard shared already, the number of children in foster care continues to decline, which is great to see. We still have a lot of work to do, as you also heard today. I included the number of permanencies and referrals for the last 12 months. I won't go through those individually, but please note that the number one way that a child reaches permanency is still reintegration, which is the number one goal. And I also want to draw your attention to the 104 youth who did age out of care without permanency in the last 12 months. That is our target population for SOL. We know we have at least 104 youth who could have had a different outcome. And so when we look at the data, 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, if SOL is working as a permanency option and we are using it effectively, we should see the number of youth who are aging out of care continue to decline from 104. We are within the DCF set caseload guidelines. We're actually just below those guidelines. We're not exactly where we want to be because our internal guidelines are below the DCF guidelines, but I did compare the numbers from May till now, and almost every case management position has fallen by 1 or 2 youth that case manager is responsible for. So for example, in the metro area, Case managers are working with an average of 13.4 youth. And in the East region, which is Topeka and north to Hiawatha, the case manager is working with an average of about 15.5 children at a time. The only number that didn't really change is aftercare. They continue to work with about the same number of youth and families as was the case in May. We continue to have about 1% of our youth who are missing on a daily basis. For us today, that's 15 youth. The average has been pretty consistent for us, between 12 and 16. And we do still have 2 full-time staff that are dedicated to both recovering those youth safely and timely, but also looking at the why behind what is causing those youth to run, and to reduce those triggers so that we can reduce the frequency in which youth are at risk for a number of other safety concerns when they're not within care. I did want to mention workforce retention. We ended fiscal year 24 with 75% retention. I'd like that to be in the 90s, but when the average is 50 to 60% staff retention nationally within child welfare, I'll take the 75% as a win, but again, not where we want it to be. June, we were under 1% staff turnover. We were like 0.5%, which was fantastic. We were about 2.5% turnover in July, and August was about 3.5%. August is always our highest month of staff turnover. I have yet to figure out why, but it is always August, and it was true this year, just as it was in the years previous. We do continue to partner with Gallup to improve our staff retention and our engagement. That is continuing to be successful. Our most recent survey was in June. We continue to increase our staff engagement. Gallup uses a score of the number of employees who are engaged versus disengaged. We have an 8-to-1 ratio. So for every 1 staff member who is not engaged, we have 8 staff members who are engaged, which improves our overall culture. We also initiated a culture of safety survey to our team, and the top safety concerns that staff have are going into neighborhoods and communities that feel unsafe to them, working after hours on call where they may not have a huge team working with them and they're dealing with high needs youth with significant behaviors. That is a time where they also feel unsafe, and then having too much work to do and not enough time is the third area that they identified that we are working on addressing with our team. I know the settlement report is not out yet, but I thought it would be of interest to this committee to report on where we are with our data with DCF, because we do reconcile every single month the youth coming into care and whether or not they are receiving timely mental health trauma assessments. So there is a graph in my report that will show you updates since May, the last time we were here testifying. We have reconciled May and June with DCF. We were in 100% compliance. DCF's currently reviewing our data for July and August. Our KBC data shows that we're at 100%, but we are waiting for that to be reconciled with DCF. That means children are being assessed timely and referred to services timely by a qualified mental health provider. The last thing I want to talk about, 2 things. One, I want to mention innovative programming. The Secretary Howard mentioned CHUGEN, TANF grant. We were a recipient of that grant. It started July 1st. This is a program looking to help not only build families out of poverty, but also addressing contextual factors that may make them more at risk for involvement in the child welfare system. The beauty of this funding is families can self-refer. Any community provider can refer a family. The door is wide open to access that help. We started July 1st. 73 families have already enrolled in our program. 73 families are safe and stable at home. 73 families don't have to experience foster care. We hope that number will continue to grow throughout the year. The second program I wanted to highlight is called Rise Up. This is starting in Shawnee County. It started July 1st, but we have 3 months of planning. So the first families will enroll in October. This is looking at the number of youth who are coming into care that we heard about earlier today without DCF involvement, without a safety and risk assessment being done. They're coming in through court services. They're involved in juvenile court. They're typically not meeting the conditions of their probation, their diversion plan. People are getting frustrated with them, and they're increasing their risk of entering further into the juvenile justice system or potentially into out-of-home foster care. We are working with those families, providing solution-based casework, intensive in-home services, breaking through those barriers that are not allowing that family to access community support to keep those children safe at home. Like I mentioned, we'll accept our first families in October, and we can serve up to 200 families this year. KBC, we're solution focused. We don't allow ourselves to complain very often. We're very worried about these crossover youth and the youth with behavioral health conditions that do not have their needs met in the community. And if there's a gap, we're going to help fill it. And so we applied for these funds to specifically stop the problem of youth coming into care in Shawnee County that don't need to come into care. So I hope to come back and provide updates on this pilot in particular and tell you that we are keeping more kids at home in Shawnee County and out of foster care. The very last thing I want to mention, kids in the office. Two things, I have the data, and then I also want to draw your attention to a video that we put out recently to help explain kids in the office and the why behind it. First, June, we did not have any youth in the office. July, we had one youth spend one night in the office. The youth was picked up from AWOL late into the evening. No foster families, no facilities were able to pick up the phone in the middle of the night and accept placement of that youth. And unfortunately, they stayed the remainder of the evening in our office. August, no children spent the night in the office. And just this month, we've had one child, one night, child disrupted from their foster home at 11 p.m. Law enforcement picked up the youth from their home at 11 p.m., dropped them in our parking lot between 11 p.m. and midnight. Staff met the youth there. We did locate placement just before midnight, and the youth didn't go. And I understand why. That was a really difficult night for the youth. Their foster family told them to get out of the home. Law enforcement dropped them in a parking lot, and they didn't want to go. And so those are, I give that level of detail because there's always a reason why placement doesn't happen. It's not without effort. It's not without reason. And I understand the focus of youth in the office. Recently, I was talking to a journalist who's been covering foster care for decades. And they were surprised when I said 100% of the youth in the office have significant behavioral health needs. So I share it here today because maybe there is still a perception out there that we have 3, 4, 5, 8-year-olds in the office. We do not. We have teens that have come into care because their parents were overwhelmed by their behavioral health needs. We have teens whose families were not able to access the care in the community that they needed at the intensity that they needed. They come into foster care, as you heard today. There's no magic answer. We're not able to open doors that other people can't open. If we don't have the services ourselves, we're up against some of those same barriers that the family was up against. And when youth don't have placement, it's oftentimes because it's not that we don't have a foster home or a facility, it's that they don't feel like they have the capacity to safely care for that child, or that child is so overwhelmed and frustrated and angry that they don't want to go to the placement. So we did put together a short 2-minute video. If you have not seen it, come up on social media or through our website. I invite you to go and watch it. If you go to kansas.kbc.org/blog, it's a short video. It walks you through a family. It talks about what happens to families before that youth enters foster care, before they find themselves in the office. It goes back to what Dr. Pecora was saying, what you've heard me say many, many times. We have to get upstream. Kansas does not spend enough money on prevention programming, and you heard about the cost savings that happens when we reduce foster care by 25%. We have work to keep going in this direction, but every dollar we spend helping families access the service they need when they need it, at the capacity they need it, will not only mean that kids don't have to experience foster care, because even when we do everything right, it's still traumatic for families, but then ultimately we don't ever have to have kids experience not only a night in the office or any type of night-to-night placement, because it's not any better for kids to be on night-to-night placement than it is to be in the office. That's also an awful experience.
Thank you. Next, we have Matt Stevens with St. Francis Ministries. Hi, Matt.
Good afternoon, Chair Kincannon, Ranking Member Owsley, and other members of the committee. I'm Matt Stevens from St. Francis Ministries and currently serve as Vice President of Advocacy. In my testimony, I did say that I was bringing my colleague Holly Osborne with me, but she was unable to make it today. So I'm going to fly this solo, and hopefully I can do a good job. So currently, St. Francis Ministries provides a comprehensive range of services, really including prevention, permanency case management, foster care homes, and residential care. A lot of our testimony is going to look similar to how it's looked in the past, although it's got a lot of new numbers and are different numbers based on the transition that occurred. So the very first thing that you'll see is obviously Area 7 no longer shows that we are the case management provider. Moving forward, we also have some end of fiscal year or full fiscal year 24 information. And so our Family First Prevention Services, our FCT that we use, the data shows that 99.3% of children remain safely in the home while participating in the program. Again, that's a lot of kids that are staying out of the system. From a case management perspective, we are the case management service provider in catchment areas 1 and 2, and we're currently serving 1,364 youth in out of home. I also provided the permanency type breakdown, and we are proud to maintain a 55% reunification rate. So that really is a lot of those kids going back home where we feel like they belong. In addition to that, kind of piggybacking on what my colleague Linda had said, we had 173 children who aged out, and so SOL is an option for that population. And so as we get this more fully implemented, there might be, again, we can continue to see that number decrease while we're getting to positive permanencies for those kids. We also had about 1% of our youth who are missing from care on September 3rd. That was 13. Again, we've got a special response team whose job it is to find those youth. The failure to place data. We did not have any children sleep in the office in July and August. However, again, the final numbers for fiscal year 24, we had 55 youth spend 116 nights in the office. St. Francis is experiencing the same thing the other case management providers are experiencing. One of two things generally is we have foster homes who are unable or unwilling to meet the needs of the child because of their current situation, or the homes are, or the child is refusing placement. So again, very, very similar. Caseload ratios, we're actively working to reduce the caseload size. Our reintegration is right around 1 to 20. Obviously, we need to get that lower. We need to hire 17 reintegration case managers really across 12 offices. So we're close in a lot of ways. I already talked about SOL. My counterparts talked a little bit too about the initial mental health and trauma assessments. We are doing significantly better than we were at this time last year, although I did not provide a chart for that, so you should see that as well when the report comes out. And I want to reiterate the foster care capacity issue. Obviously, I've been talking about it for a long time. I really liked a lot of the stuff that Dr. Pecora talked about today. So y'all have seen the ways in which we can get better as a state and how to potentially what sort of resources and what sort of innovations we could employ to continue to safely decrease the need for foster care in Kansas. Moving on, again, from a workforce perspective, we employ 878 professionals who deliver services to the children and family or support our array of child welfare services, and those numbers are broken down there for you. So that really is all I had for today. I will stand at the appropriate time.
Okay, thanks, Matt. And lastly, we have Emily Hermish with TFI Family Services.
Good afternoon, Chair Concannon and Ranking Member Owsley and committee members. I'm Emily Hermish, Vice President Permanency for TFI Family Services, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify today. A lot of the information I have to share is very similar to my colleagues. TFI is a private nonprofit organization founded about 60 years ago in Lyon County. We provide a wide range of child welfare and behavioral health services, and we're a team of about 500 Kansas welfare workers. We have in a written testimony that broken down for you. We continue to try to be innovative about our recruitment of child welfare workers because just like everyone else, we're struggling with the workforce. I've included some of those strategies in the testimony. One of the things that we are struggling with, like everybody else, is the qualified staff. Many of our applicants are not qualified with the BSRB licensure. Moving on, we have prevention services in both Family First grants and family preservation. Our Family First grant utilizes parent-child interaction therapy, that was talked about earlier today as well. In our family preservation grant, we do a tier 1 and tier 2 service. Currently, we're serving 9 PCIT clients, 32 tier 1, and 82 tier 2, with a total of 123 clients or families in preservation services. We also have a CPA license, and we currently have 443 licensed families who are caring for 536 youth. More than 36% of those children in our TFI child placing license are being served by other case management providers. So they're a TFI home, but they might be an Ember Hope youth. And so we have some stats for you there. And then lastly, in our case management provider services, we serve Area 4, Southeast Kansas, and Area 8, South Central Kansas. As of September 3rd, we were serving 1,047 youth in out-of-home placement, and that was a reduction of 27% since our contract started in 2019. Like everyone else, most of our children are also exiting care to return to live with their families. 51% of them did last fiscal year, and 23% achieved permanency through adoption. In addition, we're serving 324 youth in aftercare currently. Just a couple of our outcomes. We have several outcomes in child welfare, but a couple I'd like to highlight is first, the timely permanency. Both of our case management areas are currently meeting timely permanency within 12 months of entering care. Area 8 is meeting the relative placement. I think we were at 53% yesterday of children placed in relative placement, and Area 4 is not far behind at 47%, I believe. And this year we've actually placed 58% of new referrals directly into non-relative kin or relative placement. I want to echo what Justin said about the border agreement. We are also on that border. And so while we don't use it in quite the same capacity they do, we do use it to place children with relatives at initial time of referral. You saw this morning in about placement stability. We are leading the state in both Area 4 and 8 in placement stability, and actually meeting that outcome in Area 4. And like all of my peers, we have also improved in our initial assessment of mental health for children. We moved that to our clinical department, and that's been really helpful for us because those staff required some credentials that not all of our case managers had. And so moving that over to our clinical department was really effective for us. Some outcomes we're still working on are improving those rates of siblings placed together. There's a new family-like setting goal went up, and so we're going to continue to work on that, maintaining that placement stability in both of our areas, and continuing to improve those mental health service and the documentation around that. In fiscal year 24, we only had 2 youth who had failure to place for the entire year. So far this year, we've had 1 youth, and I do want to tell you a little bit about that youth. That was a youth who physically assaulted her foster mother, causing them to go to emergency medical care for a concussion and broken nose. That youth was not arrested and did not screen in for acute medical services. And so we had to take that youth back to our office with our staff. Which makes very scary for our staff as well. And we didn't end up finding placement until later the next day. So while we're really proud of that number, it doesn't come without a lot of work from our staff. Our special response team continues to work diligently to serve youth. Today, we only have 1 absent youth in Area 4 and 0 in Area 8. We're very excited about Soul as well. I think my written testimony says that we have 3 youth identified, but I found some more since that. So I think we have 7 at this time. And on Monday, we had a judge that accepted the change of the case plan goal to Soul. So we're very excited about that. There's a couple other things that I wanted to address that's not in my written testimony, just based on conversation today. The first thing is those 4 questions, that cube you guys all got. We are going to go ahead and put those in our court report. And so we are working with our attorney to see where that best fits, but we're going to go ahead and just move those right in and start answering those questions. We did a little training last week for our staff, and we're going to continue to do some training, and so we're going to put those in. Dr. P talked about the parent partners or peer advocates. We actually have 6 of those that are paid staff at TFI. And I don't want to get into that today, but maybe we could provide additional information about those. We have seen some success in kids going home sooner when a parent partner is assigned at the beginning of the case. So we could provide additional information about that at a later time. I'll stand for questions.
Okay.
When necessary.
Thank you.
Oh, I do have some cards.
Okay, committee, do we have any questions for the providers? Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think so much a question, but a clarification. So, first of all, why do we focus on nights spent in an office? Well, we focus on it because that's a part of a class action lawsuit. We focus on it because we had a child that was raped while spending the night in an office. We focus on it because we had a child that was being transported by a caseworker and they spent the night in a hotel. And there were some additional damages that occurred to that child when that child spent the night with the caseworker in the hotel. We focus on nights in an office because these children are our responsibility. They're the state of Kansas' responsibility. We understand as legislators, things happen. We understand, several years ago, Linda Boss called me and said, we had a situation. It was an icy night. It was too dangerous for a caseworker to drive a child from one location more than 100 miles to the location for the home. We understand that because it's safety for the child. We understand that the child spent the night in the office because that was a more safe alternative than driving on the ice. We have reports only once it became required. We have reports. But there used to be a time when when contractors came during legislative session and testified, nope, we haven't had any kids spending the night. Not for the last 3 months. And then we learned from newspaper articles that that just wasn't true. As legislators, we just want to know the truth. And some of what we heard today, I'll go back to Linda Boss. The information that you shared with us today, is it all absolutely magical and delicious? No. There were a few things that weren't so awesome, but it was honest. In fact, you gave us some preliminary information as to what to expect, that a point of pride, what to expect with that report that comes out from that third party with regard to what was required with that class action lawsuit. For those of you that haven't been attending for years and years, you know that Matt Stephen with St. Francis, when he's come before us, Matt, you had to address some really tough issues. Fiscal impropriety by some of your leadership. And at that point in time, there wasn't a whole lot that was being shared with us that was factual, that was data driven. That has changed. We appreciate the new data, the accurate data that's being shared with us. But now I want to address this issue. And quite frankly, Justin, you can be as nonchalant as you want to about being on a border. I understand a border. I live less than 4 miles from Missouri. I understand border agreements. But when a reporter contacts me and says, did you know that there are some foster kids that are spending the nights in Missouri? I said, let me do a little checking. When our child advocate doesn't know about it, when you happen to mention Appleseed's come to visit, you know what? Appleseed didn't know that you were having kids spend the night. And where it gets particularly egregious is when we look at what is factual about Cornerstones, and that is that A. Scott was staying in the office, in a Cornerstones office, and ran away. And was found days later in an abandoned lot, deceased, on April 15th, 2022. And when I look at the report that Cornerstone submitted to this committee, September of 2022, it goes to great lengths describing a transition home that's in Kansas City, Kansas, and how many rooms are there and how it's supervised. And it talks about all kinds of different things. But never once has Cornerstones ever said to this committee that they're having to reduce the number of kids staying in the office, that they've been taking them over to Missouri. See if we can pull up that report. At the time that Ace, or actually just after Ace died, Ace ran from the office. How could a young 15-year-old run from an office? And yet Ace did. But in July, there were 22 youth on the run that were Cornerstone kids. In August, there were 27. In September, there were 23. In July, there were 2 kids spending the night in the office. In August, there were 11. In September, there were 3. In August, at least one of those kids spent 21 nights in the office. So why do we care about this? What we mostly care about, just be honest. Just share. There are sins of commission. There are sins of omission. The ask was, are kids staying in the office? Just share with us your data so we don't have to wait until we get this report from the third party mandated by the court settlement. But actually, a subsequent year, what we heard last year was, and in fact, it was really interesting because it was the chairman of the committee that went out of her way to commend Cornerstones because not a child had spent the night in the office. Unlike any of the other contractors, Cornerstones was the only one, and that was the major foci of that presentation. We want this committee to know not a child has spent the night in the office. But what we really learned is, you're right, didn't spend the night in the office, but by the way, we're driving them over to Missouri, and that's where they're staying. Is that the major issue? Is it against the law that they were staying in Missouri? No, it wasn't. But why was it that no one on the committee knew that kids were staying elsewhere in a different state? Why is it that, again, our child advocate didn't know, the newspapers didn't know, no one knew about that? That's the issue. All we ask is when something occurs that's out of the ordinary, include that in the report. Be factual about that. Because quite frankly, historically, this committee has learned what's really going on with our foster kids when we get a phone call from the reporter. When we get a phone call from the reporter. I mean, seems to me it was about this time, well, it was summer of last year. This time, summer of last year, when we were dealing with another issue. A little girl that was homeless, living in a tent community here in Shawnee County, here in Topeka. And we went into executive session about that. And we learned some things that were a little disturbing, but things that actually, quite frankly, were like glove in hand with the presentation earlier this morning. If that family had had water, running water, which is serviced by Topeka, if that family had had electricity, if perhaps there was food, if perhaps law enforcement had communicated with DCF, we can only hope and wish that that all would have come together and addressed the needs of that family, and they didn't. So what we as legislators, as we serve on this committee, what we're looking for is facts, real data, not just some of the data, but the data that is collected, so that we can in fact move forward on things like 4 questions, so that we can make revisions, which were suggested this morning with regard to, so we wouldn't be over burdening the system with unnecessary concerns because perhaps we're being too broad in what we're looking for and what's mandated reporting for teachers. Those are the things we need to know. Those are the things we want to know. So we're not asking questions just as a gotcha. We're asking questions so that we know, so that the kids of Kansas who become our responsibility, the state of Kansas responsibility, so that we can do all that we can to best serve them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Johnson. Oh, you didn't want to follow that? Representative Howerton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like, Matt, if you could address what I brought up earlier. I think you were involved. I just like if there's something that we're missing, something we need to know about this, concerns for the future.
So can you reiterate the question? Maybe that's
okay. So in Salina, it was in Salina, and there was a 16-year-old that mom dropped at. It was in a newspaper article. Dropped at a police station because she wanted them to get.
Yeah. So again, I think I can speak more in generalities than that specific case. It's just so much easier. I think that is the story of some of the things we've been talking about. You know, parents get overwhelmed. They then cannot handle it, and they think all of a sudden that St. Francis has access to services that ultimately either we don't have access to or they might not be available in the state. So I think, again, in this, not trying to be case specific, but I think in this case, some of the things was about the child needed inpatient alcohol or drug use treatment. I don't even know if that would have been available to that child. But I think that goes right back to a lot of our struggles continues to be get this child to foster care. They're going to fix my child. And we just don't have access. I mean, we don't have this. We don't have a magical wand. We don't have access to the services if they're not available in the community. So we have the same access that everybody else would have. I don't know if that answers the question I'm trying to figure out because I'm
not looking for specifics on the case.
Yeah.
Just in general, are you seeing more of this? Are those numbers rising? What is available to parents where their child is in crisis and they feel like they need help besides dropping them at a police station?
Yeah, so it's interesting because we just had one of my colleagues talk about, a situation where a child was assaultive, didn't get arrested. The next step then is they should have again. I don't know that situation at all. Didn't screen in for acute, and now everybody is stuck because the systems aren't working well enough to get that child stable in a way. So there's a combination probably, and there's lots of systems at play. So you're thinking about, or we could look at the community mental health center, education, and we're a part of that too, and prevention services. So when we talk about what sort of services also are available, it's the family preservation services that some of my colleagues have talked about. Are we seeing an increase in this? I think it's interesting. It's difficult to look at the data because it's difficult to kind of we don't check that box, and so to really kind of collate that data would be difficult. But I think the sense from the field is that it's had an uptick and now it's staying fairly high. That it's not unusual or uncommon for a child to come into care, generally that DCF's recommendation, and really for stuff that isn't that abuse or neglect. But parents are saying we can't do it, and so I think and again, this isn't from a data capture problem. I think there's 2 to 3 different boxes that could potentially be checked. One is kind of parental abandonment might be something they would check. One is without parental care, custody control would be another one. And then there's one that even says child's behavioral health needs. So there's 3 to 4 different things that they could check. Again, so looking from a data perspective, it's sometimes difficult not knowing how the workforce is doing that. But I do think it has increased and is staying at a fairly high rate.
And I don't believe everything I read, but they do list specific numbers. So 120 cases a year equal to 4% of the state's foster population, 10 children a month on average. Where do you think they're coming up with those numbers in this article?
I think they got, and again, I think that article, because I was quoted, and I think they got those articles from DCF, but I can't guarantee that. Because I don't know exactly where they got the numbers, but that doesn't surprise me. In fact, if you said 120 a year, I would say that might be kind of low. I think that we're seeing more of those.
Okay, we're going to do one more question, then we need to move on. Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This may be for you. I don't know. But I'm just sitting here. I just can't seem to shake the question as to in what universe a child refuses placement because they don't have access to Wi-Fi or their cell phone, for crying out loud. Can someone help me with that? And what do we need to do to fix that? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, yeah, there might be one of the placement.
You better come pick up my kids because I guarantee I took away their cell phone and Wi-Fi now and then. So I'm just saying.
I took my child's cell phone.
Just saying.
Morning, so I completely agree with you. But when we're talking about kids who are coming from a trauma background and when they can't control anything, they have no sense of control, and we're going to take the last thing away from them that they have, their cell phone, which has all their contacts in it and has all their people in it, then it is a big deal to them. And so while I can say we're going to do this, and I can talk to you about what we've done and what strategies we've done, because this has been a problem for us. We usually try to make some sort of compromise, right? Like, we're going to take your cell phone tonight. I'll pick you up for breakfast in the morning. You can look at it, and then we're going to go from there. So that's what I help my staff to go through, some compromising to get them to sleep for the night. But it is a big deal to youth, and I don't know if anyone else wants to respond to that.
Well, I think that may be exacerbating part of the problem because as a former school principal, I can tell you, and the schools are going to start dealing with this, and they better get used to not having it because they're probably, I'm guessing, not going to be able to have it during school hours. So I'm saying I think maybe part of the problem and part of the reason we're seeing some increased behavior issues is maybe in part due to the cell phone. And maybe there's a way to balance the security and the appropriate use of that cell phone versus, but Wi-Fi, demanding Wi-Fi. Can you shed a little light on that one?
Say it again, the Wi-Fi issue.
If they're refusing because they don't have access to Wi-Fi.
It's access to their phone in general that I've dealt with. That they don't have their phone, they don't have access to their phone, which what you tell me is they don't have access to their people who they feel like are their people at that point. So I don't know if anyone else wants to respond.
reality of the situation is most residential treatment centers are going to require the child to not have their phone at treatment. We really need to emulate what that looks like when we do have a child in our day services or we have a child overnight in our office. I understand the connections, but I'll give you an example of silly me. We have a kid that has been in our office night to night since we started this contract. So however many days, 72 days, whatever it's been thus far. And the thing that he asked for was an MP3 player. And he identified that he could play his music, listen to tunes, helps him relax, coping mechanism. So silly me went and got an Amazon Kids Fire Tablet 7, believing that would be a safe item for him to listen to his music. And of course, he was able to access Wi-Fi through this tablet 7. Workers on our team didn't establish whatever parental controls needed to be in place. And he had a history, unbeknownst to me, of, doing inappropriate things while he was online. And, so I think we have to weigh the risk and the benefit of, and to your point, how do we balance that? So that, children do have access to their contacts and their connections and their safety and, their coping mechanisms. But there is some real harm that can come to these kids having their phones and having access to Wi-Fi as well. And since we're in the child safety business, I think we have to take that very seriously.
Representative Ruiz.
It's more of a comment about the cell phone. Kids, that whole, if I know we want to keep kids safe, and the kids have their own mindset of what that safety means, and that connection to somebody is so important. And even if we limit that in some kind of way, but taking that cell phone away totally, even in school, I'm not totally bought into the kids should not have any access to the cell phone. Just look at what the last time the kids were murdered in their school and how many of those kids had their moms, their dads on, their grandparents on the phone while the shots are being fired. So until we start addressing that kind of stuff, we really have to pay attention to what this connection is. I have a grandparent in my district that I helped him connect with his grandchild who is in care, and so that child could have a cell phone for the simple fact that she could talk to her grandparents when she needed to. So it's a deeper thing. It's a very emotional thing. We're talking about children who have been experiencing deep trauma, and we have to come from that mindset first. Regarding, and it's probably a case by case situation too. Before we start taking cell phones away and having all these restrictions, let's dig deeper into it and find out what the connection is to the cell phone.
Okay, we're going to move on. We're running a little late. We have a presentation now on legal representation for children in the child welfare system. And up first, we have Natalie Washington with the National Association of Counsel for Children and joining us via WebEx.
Good afternoon, everyone. Natalie Washington, Policy Counsel at NACC. I was invited today to talk about quality legal representation and efforts that states can take to pursue. NACC, for those of you who don't know, is an advocacy and membership organization that advances quality legal representation for all parties to child protection court proceedings. So we support stakeholders throughout the country from quite a few states in this vein. And so happy to talk to you today about children's legal representation and improvements that can be pursued. I have provided extensive written testimony, and because we are short on time today, I will be sure to give you all the highlights. I'm not sure if Natalie is sharing currently my slide, so I'm happy to do it.
Do we have her slides?
I've got it.
They're putting up your slides.
Oh, okay. Should I not do it, or should I take mine down? Okay, I'll keep chatting since time is of essence. So some of the issue interests were improving legal services, funding quality legal representation, and overall workforce development. So I'll ground us in the fact that improving legal service delivery must be evidence-based and in pursuit of evidence-based best practices. I saw that you had a speaker earlier at the 10 a.m. block whose presentation talked about a functioning child protection system. Not sure if he got the language from the feds, but the feds also used that, stating that high quality legal representation for all parties to a child welfare proceeding is critical to a well-functioning child welfare system. And in that vein, outcomes have been shown to improve cost savings, expedited permanency, increased perceptions of fairness, more party engagement, personally tailored case plans and services, and more visitation and family time. So we know the pursuit of quality legal representation is a laudable one. But there are also barriers that many states, including Kansas, are facing. Decentralized legal services, where counties or jurisdictions are doing a lot of different things differently. I am in Georgia. We have 159 counties, and we like to say that we have 159 ways of doing business. Similarly, while Kansas already has training requirements for guardian ad litems and standards of practice for guardian ad litems, enforcement is important, because while many states have standards for attorneys practicing, and while many states have pre-service and ongoing training requirements, if these particular mandates are not enforced and attorney practitioners are not held accountable, those mechanisms for quality are ineffective. We also know that there are untapped federal funding resources. Many people are aware of Title IV-E for the funding of legal representation, but that is only one of a myriad of available funding sources that can supplement state funds of legal representation. And finally, one that all states also are dealing with is attorney shortages. Where is the workforce coming from? We are trying to improve legal services, but we do not have attorneys willing to do this work. We are facing an attorney deficit. So let's address some of those things. First, when we're talking about high quality legal representation, the model of representation is one of the first things that stakeholders tend to want to talk about. Kansas has had House Bill 2381 over the last legislative sessions that would have changed your best interest attorney model to a client-directed attorney model. NACC and the American Bar Association have endorsed client-directed legal representation as the best means of legal representation for children. It is known to promote judicial consideration of youth perspective, empowering youth, improving youth perception of fairness. And if you're not clear on what client-directed advocacy is, it is the traditional lawyering, the traditional representation of a client, where the client ascertains the stated interest, the expressed interest of the child, and counsels the child and provides advocacy toward those strategic goals. We like to make sure that everyone remembers and recognizes that, children are unable to advocate for themselves and are typically the ones most affected from the removal and placement in foster care, and they can't independently communicate their desires but through an advocate. And so client-directed representation is distinguishable from best interest advocacy because of who chooses the goals of the advocacy. So giving young people the opportunity to meaningfully contribute to the decision-making processes is something that adds to their experience in the system, knowing that their voice was heard. There's research that shows that even when young people do not get the desired outcome, they perceive the system as more fair because of their ability to be heard on the issues at hand. Let's see here. So when we're looking at best interest advocacy and client-directed advocacy, the reason that client-directed advocacy has been selected and identified as the preferred means is because of the risk of bias, attorney bias, in the best interest model. When a best interest advocate is selecting the strategic goals of the advocacy, they are doing an investigation and making a determination about what is in a child's best interest. This must flow through their lens of deciding what's best for this child and this family who may be different from them in some manner or in some way. And so there is the risk of bias that just isn't present when an attorney is providing client-directed advocacy. Now, there are specific strategies that can be pursued to achieve and sustain high-quality legal services. As I stated before, specifically with training and practice standards, there must be mechanisms of enforcement. I believe in Kansas right now that the local judiciary is responsible for collecting the record of the attorney's compliance with training standards. So of course, when we've got judges at the local level all across the state managing this, there's going to be some differences in the management, some inconsistencies, and there may not be practitioners who are abiding by requirements. Practice standards. When there are practice standards but no check on the activities of attorneys to see if they're seeing their clients, to see if they're conducting robust investigations, to see if they are providing zealous advocacy. Without that accountability mechanism, we all know, just like any other workforce, without accountability, quality can suffer. One of the key ways to provide this accountability is, of course, through centralized law offices. I heard someone mention class action lawsuits. In Georgia, the office that I worked for years developed after class action lawsuits that brought claims for ineffective assistance of counsel. You know, there were 1 or 2 attorneys in the Atlanta area serving thousands of children, obviously ineffective assistance of counsel. And so the establishment of a centralized office, preferably a statewide office, where there is uniformity in the legal services provided, where there is accountability, where every person employed is held to a specific standard and provided with supervision and oversight, performance evaluations, standards of practice, and all of the things that can ensure the quality. There's a greater opportunity to deliver these high quality services. Centralized offices employ full-time attorneys, who are able to specialize in the work. Child welfare work is complicated, it's complex, and it's hard to become an expert in it when you only practice it part-time or less than part-time while managing other practice areas as a legal practitioner. So full-time positions have the opportunity to gain expertise and to provide those quality legal services. And just a note here, as far as the attorney shortages and quality, those full-time attorneys who are not contractors are able to get public service loan forgiveness, making an additional incentive for this particular type of office. Centralized offices are also able to implement multidisciplinary teams, another strategy. I heard someone mentioning peer partners from the provider community. Research has been done on high quality legal representation that shows that when a legal team consists of the peer partner, the investigator, and the social worker along with the lawyer, there are better outcomes for children and families. Cases are resolved more quickly, and there are more connections with families. So multidisciplinary teams, hard to support in a contractor model, but quite comfortable in the centralized law office. Other things that go to the quality, and I'll wrap us up, reasonable caseloads, right? The one attorney serving 200 children may not be able to provide quality legal services. So NACC recommends a caseload of 40 to 60 children, not cases, individual children in various stages, recognizing that some kids may be long past adjudication and disposition, and some kids may be just coming into care and having, right before a major trial. So different cases may be in different postures, but 40 to 60 cases being a caseload that is recommended. But reasonable caseloads are something that should be pursued. And we recognize that this goes hand in hand with workforce development. Obviously, we need attorneys, but a strategy that has been used in many states is the supplement of using pro bono attorneys and law school clinics. So not as a replacement for legal service deliveries, but as a supplement. So states will have existing offices providing children's legal representation, but then will also take cases. The pro bono attorneys and law school clinics will also take cases, but only when those particular options have significant supervision and guidance. Because again, the law student and the pro bono attorney has not had the opportunity to develop an expertise. And finally, the fair and competitive compensation. We know that as we're developing workforce, we've got to have fair pay, and that includes avoiding flat rates. When an attorney's working one case for a flat rate of $2,500 or something like that, they're disincentivized from providing quality work. Hourly wages are important, wages that are not capped so that work can continue to be quality. There should also not be, pay structures that don't pay for out of court work. We know in child protection, so much of the work happens outside of the courtroom. And I think the last note on pay is parity. If you can work for the agency as an attorney and make double what you would representing a child, and even less than what you would representing a parent, there's not parity. People will pursue the positions that offer more pay potentially. And so ensuring that as you are looking to develop what sort of salary scales to choose, that you are ensuring that across the board, the child protection attorneys that are involved in cases are being paid fairly and similarly. All right, I have to take a breath. I'm trying to make sure I'm respectful of your time. Federal funding is available. You all know that Title 40 exists. It has been available since 2018. The Child Welfare Policy Manual 8.1b was amended to allow for the reimbursement of the cost of legal representation of parents and children. And so this can also include administrative costs, those paralegals, investigators, peer partners, social workers for the multidisciplinary team. All of these things are eligible for reimbursement. And just a note here, a new federal reg was passed May 10th that went into effect July 9th that also allows Title 4E funding for the cost of legal representation to pay for the representation of Indian tribes and custodians, kin caregivers, and civil legal proceedings. I heard a speaker talking about moving things into prevention, making sure that we're addressing, prevention. And so Title 4E funding is available for pre-petition civil legal proceedings. So the eviction, the domestic violence case, the things that could contribute to involvement with the system later on. So those funds are now available as of Yes, July 9th. I'm often asked whether Title IV-E or quality legal representation is a partisan issue at all. That has not been the case in any of the states that I work in. And the federal government, in every single administration since 2017, has endorsed quality legal representation and the research that supports it. And so it's just something that is nonpartisan in nature and critical for, again, the well-functioning child welfare system. I noted for you that in addition to Title IV-E, that there were a number of federal funding opportunities, and there are. Some of them have been mentioned in the testimony, but social services block grants, VOCA, temporary assistance for needy families, all of these federal funding resources have been used to fund legal representation in states. There's a publication on my website, counselforkids.org, where I have an appendices that lists all of the funding resources that are available and that have been used, and I invite you all to consider it. As I said, I was going to try to fly through with a very high-level discussion of all of the potential ways to improve quality legal representation. Any of these topics could lend itself to its own independent training for 75 to 90 minutes, but hopefully we touched on things you are able to review. My written testimony and any follow-up questions that you have, we're happy to field and provide further information for your reading pleasure. Thank you guys so much.
Okay, thank you. We're going to hold questions till after this next speaker that we also have regarding legal representation. So also on WebEx, we have Grant Brazil with the Morslang Law Firm.
Yes. Thank you. Members of the committee, I see some familiar faces there. Many of you have probably seen me or interacted with me in some capacity. Thanks for bearing with me at 4:25 after a long day. For those of you who don't know me, so my name is Grant Brazil. I work as a parent's attorney and as a guardian ad litem in the 18th Judicial District, which is in Sedgwick County. And I specifically am actually very glad that Ms. Washington also presented ahead, because I would like to talk about some options or things that we should consider for a Kansas-specific model for either an Office of Parents Representation, an Office of Child's Representation, or a joint office. So I'm going to try and avoid any duplicative information. But as members of the committee know, right now, our system of representation for parents and kids in Kansas is not cohesive. We have 31 different judicial districts, some judicial districts with multiple counties, and all of those tend to have an independent way of doing things, their own compensation rates, their own way they manage caseloads, their own ways they manage appointments. And the realities of such a dissociative system is that we cannot have any degree of cohesion. We could not, in Kansas right now, implement this interdisciplinary model that is considered the gold standard for child representation. And this is for parents and for kids. If you operate under a model where you can pair an attorney with a social worker, with a parent advocate, maybe an investigator, you have those centralized resources. There are studies that the benefits to families are tremendous. There's a study I reference in my written testimony that is out of Brooklyn, New York, but 43% more often in the first year they were able to reintegrate children with their families, and 25% more often in the second year. And that was compared to their old model, which is similar to what we do now of this solo practitioner, very decentralized, kind of lack of resources. The other key consideration is that when we have such a disparate model, we've got the OJA trainings that happen every other or twice annually, but there is no centralized accountability. There is no oversight. There is no management of expectations. There is never a person sitting in a courtroom in observing the advocacy for a child or a parent, and everybody has to learn about deficiencies on the back end through complaints to Ms. Lohnard's office or complaints to this committee, or there's an ethics opinion filed. There is not an opportunity to intervene, to train, to provide accountability under the current decentralized model. Another problem that we can remedy with this is everybody is aware of the rural attorney crisis, as we have situations where there is nobody practicing law in Western Kansas, but we have an abundance of attorneys in the eastern part, in the Shawnee County, the Johnson County, the Sedgwick County. Unfortunately, nobody really does child welfare in any of those places. Here in Sedgwick County, we've got about 20 practitioners, and we've got about, I think, 1,600 kids out of county or out of home. So there are not enough practitioners to go around for this area of the law. And so I think this would help shift some of the situation where we have a lack of resources in terms of attorneys in some regions of the state, and then a lack or an abundance of cases in other areas, and hopefully share that load across different jurisdictions. And that can really only be done under a centralized model to manage that. Also, something I think that is really lacking is there is no mechanism to recruit right now in law schools for child welfare. There is not an on-campus interview day where you've got the child welfare office going and telling students about what's happening. But you do have those for things like district attorneys' offices, for public defenders, for private law firms. And so there's just a lack of visibility to attract folks to the area of law that we practice. And that is a very easy, low-level way to get more attention on this and perhaps get more practitioners in there. There has been a lot of discussion already today about 4E funding and what funds are available, but I do just want to briefly discuss, because this is a big ask. This is a tremendous task that would be ahead, but there are 2 states that are neighbors to us that have implemented models like this that I think could be good guides or examples of what we can do. The first is the state of Colorado. Following our Child Welfare Summit this spring, I had a conversation or two with some practitioners out there, and they had many of the problems that we have here in Kansas. They had issues with standards, training, accountability. They could not recruit people to the rural parts of the state to practice in this area of law. And so they have a dual model. They have the Office of Respondent Parent Counsel, and then they also have an office of the child representative. So that would be like a centralized office for the GALs or the child attorneys. More recently, though, the state of Oklahoma actually passed legislation to implement an office there. They just have one centralized office. They have the Oklahoma Office of Family Representation. I think that model seems to be a good idea that we could look at. So they have divided their state into 5 different regions. So they have a number of urban jurisdictions. One of the regions contains Tulsa. Oklahoma City is a region on its own. And they are currently working on rolling this model out. They have 2 regions that will be online or came online July 1st of 24. And then the remaining 3 regions they're looking at bringing online in July of 25. It is an interdisciplinary model where you do have a social worker paired with that attorney. They have appellate divisions, and it seems like a centralized model. I did try and look for what compensation would look like. That is obviously an issue when we're talking about this. I cannot get information on Colorado, but there is information posted on Oklahoma's website that the max full-time caseload for a practitioner doing trial work, would be 80 cases, and that person would be paid the flat rate, which obviously there's different ways of structuring this, but for example, that person would be compensated $8,000 a month or $96,000 a year would be their salary under the Oklahoma model. I think if you did a look at what compensation for these practitioners would be, you would be hard pressed to find a jurisdiction where somebody has that caseload and that compensation level. That's the type of compensation that's appropriate, the things that we need to be able to attract and retain high quality practitioners. That also brings things more in line with what the recommendation of caseload is. We've had lots of testimony on 2381. We've had lots of suggestions about ways to raise standards. And I am thankful for that thought that we need accountability, we need to raise standards. The current system is not effective for Kansas families and Kansas children. But until we can seriously address the resource disparities, the caseload problems, no heightened degree of accountability will ultimately fix the issues of what we have. My fear is that if we just continue to ratchet standards up without addressing some of these fundamental issues, we're ultimately going to kind of have a chilling effect, and people will leave this field. They do not want to be involved if they realize they cannot afford the appropriate representation. That's happened in some jurisdictions. Kansas Legal Services stopped providing services, I think, in Shawnee County. They were appointed for work there and realized they could not meet the demands, and so they left. So I am always appreciative. I am always willing to have a discussion, answer questions with anybody about this. But it seems increasingly the signs are pointing to, for true high quality, that accountability, that training for children and parents, that centralized model is something that we need to take seriously.
Okay, thank you. Committee, do we have any questions for either of our presenters regarding legal representation? Well, we don't have any questions. I think we've worn them out. But thank you so much. I really appreciate you being with us, and those are very informative presentations, and I think that it'll be something that we can carry forward with us and maybe be in contact with you at a later time.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thanks. You too. Okay. So our last item of business is we have a Supreme Court Permanency Planning Task Force presentation by Judge Kelly Hogan on WebEx.
Thank you. Chairwoman Kincannon and members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to appear today to discuss the Supreme Court Task Force on Permanency Planning. My name is Kelly Hogan. I'm a district court judge in Sedgwick County, which is the 18th Judicial District. Currently, I hear cases involving family law, which is mainly divorce actions, child support, custody issues. My prior assignment was in the juvenile department, where I presided over child in need of care and juvenile offender cases. Prior to taking the bench, I worked on child in need of care cases across the state. The bulk of my 24 years of experience is as a guardian ad litem. As you know, that's the attorney who represents the best interests of the child. In addition, I've prosecuted cases seeking termination of parental rights and represented grandparents, foster parents, and parents in child in need of care proceedings. Also, I represented many grandparents and foster parents in adopting children who were in the foster care system. Outside of the foster care system, I helped many grandparents and other relatives obtain guardianship, thus avoiding the need for a child in need of care case. I'm honored to appear. I was honored to be asked to appear before you this afternoon. I've structured my testimony to respond to the general information that the committee requested about the Supreme Court Task Force on Permanency Planning. The Supreme Court Task Force on Permanency Planning was established in 1987 through Supreme Court Rule 1601. The purpose of the Supreme Court Task Force on Permanency Planning is to demonstrate meaningful, ongoing collaboration between district courts, DCF, child welfare partners, and Indian tribes in Kansas. This collaboration is documented through the development and implementation of a strategic plan, and the Supreme Court Task Force on Permanency Planning monitors progress. The Kansas Supreme Court is annually awarded a Federal Court Improvement Project grant, and the task force provides oversight to this grant by identifying needs and advising the Supreme Court on the purposes, projects, and functions of the grant. There are currently 21 members of the Supreme Court Permanency Planning Task Force who offer perspectives from various areas of child welfare. We have district court judges, district magistrate judges, representatives of the Indian Tribal Court, DCF. We have parents attorney, a guardian ad litem. We have prosecutors, court-appointed special advocates or CASAs, CRBs, which are the Citizen Review Boards. We have the mental health, behavioral health community treatment providers. We have substance abuse community treatment providers, the Department of Education, domestic violence programs, parents, foster parents, and foster care alumni. The Chief Justice of the Supreme Court also appoints one justice to serve as a liaison to the committee. So the committee identifies needs in the child welfare system and addresses these needs through projects in the Court Improvement Project Strategic Plan. The committee meets about 10 times a year to approve, monitor, and assist in implementation of projects in the plan. The projects, our current projects are we certify the CASA and CRB programs statewide. The Supreme Court adopted standards for CASA and CRB programs. So all CASA and CRB programs are reviewed annually for compliance with the standards. If a program is successfully reviewed, they're granted their certification. If we find issues of noncompliance, then the Office of Judicial Administration works with the program in order to become in compliance. We have best practices in child welfare law trainings. The purpose of the training is to increase expertise within the legal community and the broader child welfare system. It's provided at a minimum of twice per year. We identify training needs through various means. We do surveys of those who attend the trainings. We look at the results from the DCF Children and Family Services Review, statutory changes, welfare professionals. Our most recent training was in August of 2024. The focus of that was permanency options, including the sole family legal permanency, as well as termination of parental rights. In April of 2025, the training will focus on trauma-informed practice and understanding generational trauma. Another important project that we're doing currently is the annual publication of the Child Need of Care and Juvenile Justice Code books. This area of law is very specialized, so each year in partnership with the Revisor's Office, OJA prints Child Need of Care as well as Juvenile Offender Code books for the legal community and child welfare partners. These books are meant to provide quick and easy access to the most current law, which may lead to better legal decisions being made for children. The books are distributed through our CASA programs or our court service officers. We distribute between 2,000 and 2,500 books each year. There's a Brain Shark training available for guardians ad litem. Guardians ad litem are required to complete certain training and education under Supreme Court Rule 110A. Historically, OJA was providing that training once per year. Several years ago, we partnered with Wichita State University and created on-demand web-based training designed to meet the requirements of Supreme Court Rule 110A and increase the capacity for guardians ad litem. The multi-module training focuses on child in need of care law, permanency, cultural competency, mental health and substance abuse, education, and the requirements of a guardian ad litem as outlined in Supreme Court Rule 110A. We also do criminal record histories for CASA volunteers and CRB, both staff and volunteers. The standards prohibit certification of individuals who have certain criminal record histories, and it requires all volunteer staff and any member of a CASA program board of directors to complete a KBI FBI fingerprint-based background check. We have a memorandum of understanding with the KBI to conduct the screenings, and they do about 400 every year for our CASA and CRB programs. We provide a director's training for CASA and CRB, which they're required to attend. The purpose of these trainings is to increase their capacity and develop skills related to managing their programs and understanding child welfare. In 2024, directors were trained on topics related to grant writing, human resources, mental health centers in Kansas, DCF policies and programs, strategic planning, marketing, and more. We developed the Youth Court Report. KSA 38-2265A2 requires that youth ages 14 and older are provided notice of their permanency hearings and that they have the opportunity to either appear in court or provide a report. In order to increase participation, OJA partnered with DCF and created a revised youth court report. The report is intended to be used by youth to inform the court of their circumstances, wishes, and thoughts. The report is available through the Judicial Council website. It's also found in the DCF Policy and Procedure Manual. Youth are instructed to complete some or all of the report and provide it to their guardian ad litem for submission to the court. We do webinars on how to work with the court. There's significant turnover in child welfare providers, and anecdotal information from both child welfare providers and the legal community showed that there was a need for training about timelines, judicial orders, and court processes for child welfare professionals. Additionally, it was identified there's a need for legal partners to better understand the limitations and requirements of child welfare professionals. This training is projected for 2025. We're working on a revision to the SYNC bench card. We have quick reference guides that are provided to judges as bench cards. The cards give a judge easy access to the requirements in the SYNC statutes, including required findings. Bench card revision is an ongoing project. The project requires updates to judicial bench cards as statutory or procedural changes are made. Bench cards will be revised in 2024 to reflect the addition of the new permanency option, the sole legal family permanency. We do a CRB volunteer training manual. Standards for Kansas CRB programs require that applicants complete pre-service training that includes certain topics aimed at improving efficacy of the CRB programs. To assist programs with this training requirement and ensure volunteers are trained consistently across the state, a comprehensive pre-service training manual was developed. The manual was released to programs in July of 2024. We are working to increase collaboration between the Court Improvement Project, which is the CIP, and Kansas tribes. Tribal representatives indicated a desire for increased collaboration between state courts and tribal courts. OJA staff attend monthly meetings with each of the 4 federally recognized tribes in Kansas and participate in quarterly meetings with all of the tribes. To increase the understanding of Kansas judges, attorneys, and child welfare professionals about special SYNC law that applies to Indian children, a training on the Indian Child Welfare Act will be held in 2025. We're very excited about some pilot projects we have going or we're starting this month. Family Treatment Court. Family Treatment Court is a specialty court focused on SYNC cases involving substance use or mental health concerns. The courts will ensure a wraparound service provided to families and to develop creative solutions to help families involved in the child welfare system reunite with their children. The pilot locations are Lyon County, Miami County, and Cowley County, and the pilots are scheduled to launch this month. We have an adoption tracking tool. Kansas's timeline to adoption was found to be higher than the national average. To reduce time to adoption, a tracking tool was developed. We developed this tool in partnership with DCF and KU. It tracks adoption tasks for an at-a-glance look at case status in the adoption process. The tool outlines the adoption plan with measurable objectives and time schedules, which can help avoid unnecessary delays. Evaluative efforts are ongoing. We have a parent-youth facilitation project. That's a joint project with KU. The project is intended to reduce the number of out-of-home placements for older youth. who are considered youth ages 14 to 17. The parental youth facilitation is a voluntary pre-filing intervention available to certain families where there's a risk of removal due to conflict between youth and parent. A facilitator works with the family to develop an agreement to address in the home and avoid the need for a child in need of care action. Pilot projects were launched in Saline County, Shawnee, and Wyandotte counties. Cornerstones of Care, one of the DCF case management grantees, has agreed to take on the parent youth facilitation as part of their service array and oversees the project. We have a Sync Nuts and Bolts webinar series for judges. Because child welfare is such a specialized area of law, the task force developed a Sync Nuts and Bolts webinar series, which was provided to judges in 2022, with an emphasis on judges who were new to hearing a sync docket. The training focused on the basics of sync proceedings, including high-quality hearings, statutorily required findings, and the roles of those involved in the case. We continue to evaluate those efforts. We've had a judicial academy on reasonable efforts. The statutes require certain judicial findings be made during a sync case, including reasonable and active efforts. The Judicial Academy on Reasonable Efforts was held in 2023 to increase knowledge and expertise of sync judges to determine reasonable or active efforts in sync cases. We continue to evaluate that. We had a Child Welfare Summit in April of 2024. The summit brought together all three branches of government for 2 days of learning about best practices and areas for improvement within the child welfare system. We had teams from all 31 Kansas judicial districts attend and develop local plans to address service gaps, inefficiencies, and improve practice and collaboration at the local level. We continue to evaluate that. We're working to revise the standards for CASA and CRB programs. Revised standards were adopted in 2022 with an implementation date of January 1 of 2023. The standards were revised to align with established requirements and best practice. We continue to evaluate that. We have training for new CASA director and board leadership. The training provides a comprehensive overview of the standards for Kansas CASA programs to assist new directors with understanding requirements. Similarly, new board presidents are required to complete the training so that they understand the program requirements and are prepared to step into a director's role on an interim basis if needed. We have future projects in the works, including an attorney academy on reasonable efforts, which is intended to increase expertise and capacity of attorneys involved in sync cases as it relates to reasonable and active efforts. We plan to deliver that project in 2025. We have micro webinars on standards for CASA and CRB programs. In January 2023, significant revisions were made to standards required for CASA and CRB. Experienced staff, newly hired staff alike were asked to change or learn required processes. Micro webinars will walk programs through each specific standard requirement. It's intended to both to assist with the understanding of the requirements of standards and to help programs onboard new staff. This is an ongoing project. Our final project is a translation of the child in need of care forms. Work is being done to increase access to justice and the translation of certain and the project would translate certain sync forms for limited English proficient person. Each month, the Supreme Court Task Force reviews these projects with OJA. Members are actively engaged in the strategic plan process and assist OJA with the implementation. I appreciate your time, and I'm happy to stand for questions regarding the Supreme Court Permanency Planning Task Force. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Hogan. Thank you for the report. Committee, are there any questions? Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for your presentation. Could you share with us at any time has the joint committee looked at the issue with regard to guardian ad litems? You know, we hear repeatedly over the years that the guardian ad litem has never visited with the child, has never gone to the foster home, anything like that. And we know in the state of Kansas, the requirement is you must be an attorney to be guardian ad litem. So has the committee ever looked at other states that don't have that requirement where they must be an attorney? Some attorneys have said, well, the reason that the guardian ad litems aren't doing their due diligence is they're not paid enough, and they've been assigned too many different foster care cases, and yet they're getting paid and not doing the job. So have you looked at that at all?
Quality representation of children in foster care is definitely something that the committee looks at. I've served on the committee since 2001. So what I remember historically is that we were part of developing the standards for guardians ad litem that are in Rule 110A. We work on the trainings, the code books. We certainly discuss monthly the issues, and we all want quality representation for children. So yes.
So I guess as a follow-up, you mentioned that the sync codes, the card for judges to have at their desk, the sync code card,
The bench
I guess
cards and yeah.
Yeah. So could there be a couple questions that are put in there with regard to asking specifically the guardian ad litem? Have you visited with the child? When did you last visit the child? How many times have you visited with the child? Thank you, Madam Chair.
That could absolutely be part of a bench card. I know some judges regularly ask that. That's also information that's collected through that form, the youth court report. One of the questions on it specifically is about if they've had contact with their guardian ad litem.
Okay. Representative Ruiz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we got this really nifty little cube. I don't know if you could see it with the 4 questions on there. Can the judges have this on their desk?
I don't have that, so I mean I can't really see it. I'm not aware of it, but I know that we love swag as much as anyone.
Yeah, I mean, it's great because it has the 4 questions on there and it's easy just to have it.
We'll talk to DCF for you.
That's right.
Okay, any other questions? Thank you for that report. I think it's really important for the separate branches of government to know what the others are working on, and I asked what you were doing, and you gave us a nice long list. So thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity to talk today.
Committee, that's all we have. Thank you for hanging with us all day. I know it was a long day. It had a lot of content, but this allowed us to keep it at one day by going long. So appreciate you all, and we'll see you at the next meeting.